are live, man. What's going on, everybody? It's Set and Key Media in the house, man. You got Set and Key in here on this one, man. We got a night of content for y'all, man. So we're going to hop into this Trump. We're going to switch over to this VANCE. We got some Vivek Ramaswamy coming up as well. It's going to be a fire stream, man. Y'all know the deal. Make sure to like the video on the way in. Let's get right into this content.
Man, let's go. Like the video.
Thank you very much, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. And when I look at this crowd and I look at the crowd outside, and we stopped a couple of places and nobody's ever seen anything like it, you know, let me tell you, they have us up in the polls, as you know, in Pennsylvania and all over the place, actually. But when they say we're 3 points up or 4, there's no way. It's got to be a hell of a lot more than that. It has to be. It has to be. You know, polls are fake also, just like these people, the fake news.
Yeah, and the real polls came out. Trump is up. Kamala admitted in her last speech that Trump is up. It's time to go. Come on, man. It's time to bring some realness to it.
We proved that. We proved that a lot. Well, I just want to thank you. We're here today because early voting begins in Pennsylvania over the next 2 weeks. And we need each and every one of you to go out. Just don't take anything for granted. We have to win Pennsylvania. Go out and make a plan to vote early, vote absentee, or vote in person on Election Day, but you got to get out and vote. You got to say to your husband, Harry, get the hell off that couch. We can't take any chances because our nation is at stake. Our nation is going to hell. What they've done to our country at the border with inflation, with that Afghanistan nightmare that was the most embarrassing day probably in the history of our country, the way they did that. Getting out was fine, but you get out with dignity and strength. What they did was so bad. When you look at October 7th in Israel, it would have never happened. And you look at the Russian attack of Ukraine, would have never, ever happened, not even a thought of it. Think of it. Think of how different this world would have been. Think of how different this country would have been, our country, which is just going so bad. It's so bad. Millions and millions of people are pouring into our country, and they come from jails. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're terrorists at a level that nobody's ever seen before, and they let them come in. And you have the border czar, this person that can't even speak. She can't ask a question. She can't answer a question from... Now she gets out Oprah Winfrey, who I used to know well. She used to love me until I decided to run for politics. Oh, let's go to Mar-a-Lago, Donald. I love the place so much. No, she used to love me, but once I ran for politics, that was the end of that, and that was okay with me. I couldn't care less because we got.
They literally used to say, "Oh yeah, you know, if you ran for president, I'd back you up." Man, they used to be buddy.
To make our country great again. We're going to make it great again, greater than ever before. But Oprah would ask just a simple question, and you get this crazy answer, or you don't get any answer. Just, this is not a president. We had 4 years of this. We're not going to have 4 more years. We won't survive it. I also want you to promise to find at least one voter and get them out to the polls. Find these people. There's so many people. If everybody votes, you know, it's interesting. Christians, we got to get the Christians to vote. You know, I don't know what it is. Relatively, they don't vote a lot. They go to church and they love church, and that's great, but we got to get Christians, evangelicals, we have to get them out to vote. We have to get gun owners. You know, gun owners don't vote. They don't vote. We have to get them out. The NRA gave me their total endorsement. They have every time, total, complete endorsement, but they vote at levels that are very low. You know what it is? It's probably rebellion. They're rebelling. But there's nothing to rebel about. You have to get out. If we had Christians voting in full strength, we couldn't lose. If we had the gun owners voting at full strength, We couldn't lose. We have to get gun owners because your guns are under siege. She wants to take your guns away.
I can.
Our entire nation is counting on the people of this great commonwealth, and I know you will not let us down. You're not going to let us down. We got to get out and vote. You can start right away. You know that, right? Now we have this stupid stuff where you can vote 45 days early. I wonder what the hell happens during that 45. Let's move see these votes? We've got about 1 million votes in there. Let's move them. We're fixing the air conditioner in the room, right? No, it's terrible. What happened the last time was disgraceful, including right here. But we're not going to let it happen again. Too big to rig, right? That's one way you do it. Can't let it happen. We got to take our country back from these horrible people because if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. Right, Lee?
That's all us if we can just go through on Pennsylvania.
43 days from now. 43 days we've been waiting for 4 years. 4 years. We had people that were so incompetent. They were the most incompetent leaders in the whole world. And she is worse than Sleepy Joe Biden. She's worse. She's worse. 43 days from now, we're going to win Pennsylvania and take our country back, and we're going to be so happy. And it'll be the most important day and the most important vote in the history of our country because we're losing our country. I mean, somebody I heard the other day, pretty smart person, and you think about it, and it could be true. They said, if we don't win this election, there may never be another election in this country. It could happen. Look at Venezuela. Venezuela was
like them saying you're going to be a dictator day one. I don't know about that. Let's not get carried away with the dangerous narratives. Trump 2024, though.
Yeah, man. Come on now, bro. You know what they're going to do. Whoever told you to say that,
you're fired.
Right, exactly. They're going to clip his ass up.
Most prosperous country, and now you take a look. And can you believe these stupid people are buying oil from Venezuela? From Venezuela, who was our enemy? They foreclosed on his airplane, a crappy old airplane. But they're giving him billions of dollars for oil. It's not oil, it's tar. It's the worst. And for the environmentalists, where they cure the tar? Where they take the tar and they make it into beautiful oil? Houston, Texas, and it all goes flying up in the air. You ought to look into that one for all of you wonderful people that talk about the environment like I do, like many of the people in this room do. But they do it. The oil refinery it's the only one that can do it because it literally is tar. It's not good stuff. We have the best stuff and we have the most. We have more liquid gold under our feet, and we're buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need it at all. It's crazy. These people are crazy. What a nice-looking man. Who is that? Oh, that's Trump. What a wonderful-looking person. I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking. I don't know. No, I'm checking, I'm talking, I'm looking up, I'm saying, I don't love it. Yeah, everyone don't love it. What the hell can you do? There's nothing I can do about it, right? We're stuck with it. Kamala Harris is reportedly giving a speech in Pittsburgh. Her speeches are very short. About her plan to, quote, build wealth. She doesn't know anything about building wealth. But she's been in office for 3.5 years. She's saying what she's going to do if she becomes president. But she's been there almost 4 years. She hasn't done anything except destroy our country with millions of people that shouldn't be here. And inflation. And inflation. What the damage that Sleepy Joe...
I always say, bro, if immigration is bad, it messes with the economy. If the economy bad, it messes with prices and goods. So the fact that she failed on immigration, damn near meant she failed on everything else that it affects down the pipeline.
She failed the country in her role. Like, you're right, there is a trickle-down effect on all of those things.
You know, I'm tending to call him Sleepy Joe lately
People
because I
wanna
called
leave
him
and trickle
Crooked
down
Joe.
economics.
But now he's not like, is he,
People say,
who's our president? We don't even have,
politics.
do we have a president? Why doesn't he leave? Why doesn't he leave? No, think of it. Think of it. I call him Crooked Joe. That was very effective. It got him out of the race. I mean, guess what? No, we had a debate,
Did get him out.
and he didn't do too well in that debate. And they came to him and they said, you're down 21 points and you're going to lose. This can only happen to me. So I end up with somebody new. But here's the thing. All I have to do is expose her for what she is. She's a communist, okay? She's a communist. And this country is not ready for a communist and hopefully never will be, because that doesn't work. Kamala talks about all these things that she's going to do, but she's been here. Think of it. She's been here for almost 4 years and she's not done anything. I will do this. I will do that. I will do that. What the hell? She could do them today. You know, they talk about the border. Oh, we have a plan for the border. I didn't have any help. I had a very hostile Congress. And what I did is I said, close the border.
Yeah, he kept pushing it through. It's not like the Republicans and their border bill. They said, oh, well, the Republicans denied it. Well, not only did you disguise it as a border bill as a foreign aid bill, but let's be real. If it was that serious to y'all about the border, you would keep trying to push it, not wait till Trump come back up and say, oh, well, he actually is the one who stopped it.
Right.
I'm like, what are y'all talking about?
They just used it as a campaign tactic, as a bullet point on their campaign. Like, well, actually, Trump and Republicans stopped that bill. Well, like, if you actually examine the bill, what the funding was supposed to be allocated to, you would have seen that not only did it allow, I think, 8,500 illegals a day, or immigrants a day, it also allocated funds to Ukraine, Israel, bread comes to Palestine, and then the crumbs came to the border. So, yeah. It was a disguised border bill more than anything.
And make sure to like the video, man. Appreciate the support. Double tap that screen for us.
To the Border Patrol. They're great.
Big dog.
It was close. We had the safest border in the history of our country. And that border was a mess. You know, in 2016, I think I won maybe because of the border. The border was very bad. And in 2020, I couldn't talk about the border because there was no problem. My people, my geniuses back there, they all said, sir, you can't really talk about the border. There's no problem. I said, well, I want to at least talk about it. I fix it. They said, people don't care, sir. They don't care. So I didn't talk about the border, but we did get millions of more votes. If you remember 2020, we got millions more votes. Millions. Look at that guy with a rug on over there. Look at him. Look at that handsome guy. You look good. He looks good. But we got millions more votes. But I'll tell you what, and we've been all over Pennsylvania today. 2016 or 2020, we never had the enthusiasm that we have right now. Look at this. Look at this. And the reason is because they're so bad. You know, we never had anything to compare it to. They're so bad. 4 years of destroying our country. We don't have a great country anymore. Remember, I had CAG, Keep America Great. But I couldn't use it because I said, America's not great. I hate to say it. Damn. But America soon will be greater than ever before. You watch. We got to win the election. We got to win the election. And I can't call her Harris either. You know, Harris, when I say Harris, nobody knows. Does that make sense? I say, and when Harris, everyone says, who's Harris?
Dude, I'm just about to start calling her Miss Harris because you start Kamala. They like, oh, pronounce her name right and maybe you know. I'm like, I don't need to know how to pronounce her name. Now she's Miss Harris because I don't even give a shit.
My favorite, Comrade Kamala.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, like, oh, you're right. Comrade Kamala.
Harris. Nobody knows this person. No, they don't know her by the name Harris. They know her Kamala. It's strange. The name Harris. And when Harris, and people say, who is that Harris? Nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. You know that? Lee, nobody knows you're a good lawyer. Maybe we have to change it about, you know. And when Harris, and people say, who is that Harris? Nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. You know that? Lee, nobody knows you're a good lawyer. Maybe we have to change your name. You know, but nobody knows a nice name, Harris. I know some people named Harris. They're nice people. She happens to be not a nice person. She happens to be a person that's destroyed everything she's ever touched. Kamala's ruinous economic policies have already cost the typical household $29,000 through rampant inflation. $29,000 per household. She's a one-woman economic wrecking ball, and if she gets 4 more years, her radical agenda will smash the economy into rubble and grind your financial situation right into the dust.
And a lot of y'all hearing Trump like, and yes, you should be that way. Kamala's policies are just, we're going to help the middle class, tax cut the middle class, tax the rich. And here's the problem. If you tax the rich too hard, they're going to make sure there's less people in the middle class. You know, like it or not, trickle-down economics works. You know, it also works, trickle-down politics. But nobody want to seem to hold Kamala accountable for that border, which messes up our economy and etc.
You can't have it. You can't have it.
Services,
We've had
housing,
it.
all
We've
that
had
good
it.
stuff.
That she
The
said
guy is incompetent, and she's incompetent also. She had the other interview with the other guy, who was a nice guy, I think, from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania, and he was a nice guy who was asking her all these. They don't take like I do. Anybody who wants to go. What the hell difference does it make? They have, and how dishonest was ABC? It was 3-on-1. How about this David Muir and the other woman I never heard of? I didn't know. How the hell did she get there? I never heard of her. But David Muir, when I say crime numbers are rising, he interrupts me, kept interrupting. And he said, we have it by fact that crime numbers are going down. I said, anybody that thinks crime is...
Shout out to droning in the scenery, man. I got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Shout out to droning in the scenery. Man.
Appreciate that $2 super chat. Rules for radicals, rule number 4. All right.
Rules for radicals, rule number 4, man.
All right, man. Appreciate that.
Appreciate you, big dog.
One of the mods.
Is going down is a serious brain problem. And then it got announced the following day that Trump was right, that crime was up 45%. How about them? And I thought she was terrible in the debate. She didn't answer any questions. All she did is tell lies. Bloodbath. She talked about Charlottesville. All these things were all, I hate the word.
Now, and if y'all don't believe my man Trump, and you being like, he's a liar, and where in God's name?
Debunked, but it says it. Yeah. They were all debunked, every one of them. And
for those of y'all who say that, he's a liar, but the reason why I didn't fact check Kamala is because, Kamala don't lie. And I'm like, she don't lie?
Go ahead and get them together, Set.
She really don't lie. Okay, then. I'm like,
I'm not signing a ban.
He will sign a national abortion ban.
It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban.
Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor.
What she says is an absolute lie.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion.
The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mothers.
Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy. We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Let's remember Charlottesville. There were fine people on each side.
Very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. Let us finally pass an assault weapons ban and universal background checks.
Stop the cap.
I mean, let's be real.
Talking about they're not taking anybody's guns away. Like, Well, isn't an AR still a gun?
Yeah,
just
like-
because you ain't trying to take our pistols doesn't mean you can slide with our ARs.
Like, well, you don't got a lot of us. We already know what it is. Kamala, like, come on now.
And like I said, we from
People
Ohio.
said
You ain't
it.
taking
Well,
our guns.
the radical left didn't say it, but they've all been fully debunked. All she did was tell lies. But when it came time to ask a question like, what are you going to do about inflation? What are you going to do about keeping taxes low? She
Make
was
sure to like the
unable
video.
to even talk. But the one on Oprah was the worst one, in my opinion. Oprah wanted to climb under the table. It was so embarrassing.
Yeah.
She couldn't answer the simplest question. So vote Trump and your incomes will soar, your net
are saying
worth
that
will
Oprah
skyrocket,
regretted
your
that.
energy costs and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. The American dream. We don't talk about the American dream anymore, you know that? Mr. Congressman, what a great congressman. I'm going to introduce you guys, but what a good warrior you are. Thank you. We don't talk about the American dream, right, anymore. We used to talk about it all the time. Today, they don't talk about it. Don't lose hope. We have to have hope. Don't lose hope. Our country's an embarrassment. The whole world is laughing at us. We're going to be stronger. They weren't laughing at us 4 years ago. They were.
They knew better.
They were not unhappy to see me head off, and they said, "Thank goodness we'll never have to see him or deal with him again." You know, China had to pay $472 billion in tariffs. No other president took in 10 cents from China. Not 10 cents. No president took in 10 cents. And remember this, and I just say this, if you look at Ukraine and Russia, but you know they say Russia. I stopped the Russian pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job they've ever done. I stopped it cold. When Biden came in, he let them build, but he killed our Keystone pipeline, which we needed. He killed Keystone, so he killed. But think of it.
A lot of people don't want to admit that.
Kill Keystone,
And remember
but
this
didn't he
about
let,
Russia.
Putin's pipeline go?
Under Bush, they took a lot.
Well, he couldn't really
Under
interfere with it.
Biden and Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him?
You know what's so funny? I
Barack
actually
Hussein.
have something on that. Well, Biden's Keystone policies, what he did.
Yeah, y'all know we like to do the research here at St.
I mean, it's so convenient that he just talks about this. It's just so convenient. No, it's not.
Pull it up for him, Sid.
Shout out, man. Shout out. So, yeah, this is where she kind of admits.
Americans' increasing financial distress. Their day one energy policies are a key driver behind Americans' increasing financial distress. From President Biden's promise to end all fossil fuels, alongside Vice President Kamala Harris's commitment to ban fracking, Americans have suffered under their radical agenda. From the energy perspective, this has included locking up development of resources and demonizing industries, mainly coal, oil, and natural gas, that still provide 80% of our daily energy needs. A recent report from the Institute of Energy Research has been tracking these actions, and they've found that since January 2021, President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and congressional Democrats have taken over 250 actions that make it harder to produce energy in America. This has included stopping construction of the Keystone XL pipeline that immediately cut 11,000 domestic jobs, including thousands of union jobs, issuing a moratorium on new oil and gas permits on federal lands, greenlighting Putin's Nord Stream 2 pipeline while shuttering the development of U.S. pipelines along the East Coast, rejoining the disastrous...
Putin also, I mean, the Nord Stream pipeline, the one that they blew up in that war in Ukraine, the one that Putin owned 51% of, that everybody's fighting over right now. And guess what? Biden had investments to try to take over that Nord Stream pipeline. That's why Hunter was down there making deals with the Chinese. That's why Hunter was on these energy companies.
He was on the board of that Ukrainian energy company just for that exact reason.
Bro, not only was it an attack on Putin's, economy, but it was also an attack on low-key as well, his investments.
Oh, it was playing in this man's face.
Bro, he owns 51% of it.
Let's play that back for one more time, say, in case y'all missed that. Pay attention to what she just said.
On federal lands, greenlighting Putin's Nord Stream 2 pipeline while shuttering the development of U.S. pipelines along the East Coast, rejoining the disastrous Paris Climate Agreement that is squeezing out U.S. jobs and increasing the regulatory burden on American companies, launching a war on household appliances that are now 34% more expensive than 15 years ago, blocking the Twin Metals mine, shuttering U.S. steelworker jobs in Minnesota and cutting off access to critical minerals.
In Minnesota. Oh, hold on. Who's governor in Minnesota?
I don't know. What's his name again? Tampon Timmy?
Yeah, Tampon Timmy closed down his own bro. Literally took his own people out of work. But y'all want to vote for this man? You know, Kamala was, right? But y'all don't know nothing about their governing history. Nothing.
Is this your king?
That we need more and more of, and instead this administration is making us more and more dependent on China, slowing permits for LNG facilities from an average of 7 weeks to 11 months, then completely halting permits for new LNG facilities altogether. Mandating that Americans drive electric vehicles despite growing market resistance, infrastructure shortfalls, and a preference for more affordable and reliable gas-powered vehicles. Americans are dealing with the consequences of these actions every time they put gas in their car, pay their electricity bills, or go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. I know. Perfectly explains.
Adds a little context for those who was missing it.
Yeah. So when Trump talks, see, trust me, we got some videos to pull up. He's actually speaking facts.
Halted our pipeline, but greenlit Putin's.
Yeah.
And
then hold on. And then they try to move in on Putin's pipeline to gain full control with NATO moving into Ukraine. I mean, like, what? That's how Putin was.
A lot of people say he's actually running the country right now. I don't think so. But some people say he's running our country. But I don't think it's Biden. Under Barack Hussein Obama, they took a lot, right? Under Biden, they're taking everything. This is Russia. They're taking everything. I mean, Ukraine is destroyed. It's destroyed. You know, they could have made a deal. And you didn't even have to make a deal. Putin was never going in if I were president. But even if he did, you could have made a deal. Now the whole place is destroyed. The cities are knocked down. Millions of people are dead. Far more people are dead than anybody knows. Far more people. When you see those cities get knocked down and they say 2 people are injured, it's all a lot of fake news, I'll tell you. The people are dead, millions of people. And now the whole place has been, the cities have been knocked down, the whole place. They could have made a deal 3 years ago and everything would be happy, vibrant. Their heritage wouldn't have been broken. Those beautiful golden towers are taken down. All of those beautiful ancient towers are rubble on the ground now.
Architecture.
I mean, any deal they make, what's the deal? They have to go back. They'll take 100 years to rebuild, and you can never rebuild it like it was. That should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. And you know what? It didn't happen. And even radical left lunatic Democrats say, I will say, if Trump was president, it wouldn't have happened. Putin would have never done it. I said, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't even think. We're not going to do it, Vladimir. Say, Vladimir, we're not going to do that, Vladimir. And China, I had the same, almost identical conversation with President Xi of China. Don't go in. Don't go in. He's got planes circling Taiwan. They're circling. He wants that so badly. And Vladimir wanted it badly. That was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't do it. He would have never gone in. Would have never happened. All these things would have never happened. But Ukraine now, I see Zelensky is here. I think Zelensky is the greatest salesman in history. Every time he comes into the country, he walks away with $60 billion. Billion. Walks in with $60 billion. He wants them to win this election so badly. But I would do differently. I will work out peace as president-elect. If I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you got to make a deal. This is crazy.
I mean,
crazy.
And Kamala, and here's the thing, Kamala admitted admitted during the debate that she didn't even speak to Putin.
Bro, he specifically directly asked her if she's had any conversations with the man, and instead of answering, she said that she's had more than 5 with Zelensky. I'm like, hold on. We're cool with Zelensky. We put Zelensky in place. Like,
what are you talking about?
we got Zelensky on speed dial, but Putin, you ain't talked to the man in 4 years.
The guy with the nukes.
No wonder he's doing what he's doing.
It's like he's doing whatever he wants because nobody's talked to him, told him to stop.
And as much as she wants to crucify Trump for being buddy, for being too friendly with Putin, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, and other world leaders, I mean, we can't sit here and pretend like diplomacy isn't a thing. Like you said, these are the dudes with nukes. These are the dudes with military power. Like, I mean, we kind of gotta play nice to a degree.
I mean, like, come on now. Do you really want to play with the guy that can just, like,
light our shit up?
Like, that guy? You
like,
sure?
Yeah, come on now. America ain't the only ones with the big guns.
They asked Biden, when was the last time you spoke to Putin? He didn't know. Of course he didn't know. What a stupid question. Of course he doesn't know. How would he know a thing like that? But it's been like years. And they keep bombing. Cities pouring down, bombing. It's horrible. Actually, they're reduced now to using young boys and old men. Young boys and old men, because the people have been killed. So many of their people have been killed that they are using young boys to fight the war and old men. How about that? It's what a horrible thing has happened just because, and it's our fault because it's a war that should have never been allowed to happen, and we had the power that it would never have happened. We have an incompetent leader in Biden, and we have somebody who's worse in this new one that they threw into the ring. Central to Kamala's agenda for economic destruction is her plan to impose the largest individual tax hikes in American history onto our public, the largest small business tax hike in history, the largest capital gains tax hike in history. How about the capital gains tax, right? How about that one? And even the brand new wealth confiscation tax or unrealized capital gain. How about that? Unrealized. You know,
we got 1,000+ y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video or the 3 dots up there in the corner right above Key. Appreciate y'all, man, for supporting the channel. And, bro, shout out, man, Les Phillips. Good evening, friends. I sent you an email today. Hope you guys got it and seen it. And yes, man, we're over here working out our calendars to make sure we can, work something out with you. So we appreciate you for the email and the super chat, man.
Yes, sir. You'll be hearing from us soon. Appreciate you, Les Phillips.
Well, I know a lot of people that are rich, but they have no cash. They're rich as hell, but what are they going to do? They have to pay cash to unrealized. In other words, you pay a capital gains tax even though you're not selling your property, your stock, or whatever it might be. I don't think it's ever even been done. It's been thought of by communist nations, but I don't think it's ever been done. Her father is a fascist. He's a Marxist. And he's a teacher of Marxist economics. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? Where have we come?
Marxism.
Which will annihilate, if they do that unrealized capital gain, which I can't believe they can pull it off. But if they do it, it'll annihilate the stock market and wipe out the savings of millions of seniors and middle-class families. It'll wipe out our country. Our country will be driven in, I think anyway it'll happen. If, a lot of people say the only reason the stock market's high is everyone thinks I'm going to win the election. I believe that's true. A lot of the biggest, smartest. Uncle Sam? Look, it's Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is here. Do you agree with that? Uncle Sam says, no, a lot of people agree. I think it's going to be horrible. We don't win for so many other reasons, too, but you'll have a depression like 1929. Kamala Harris is the tax queen, and she's coming for your money.
So a lot of y'all wondering what cultural Marxism is, man, and that's what S.E.T Key Media is here for. We're going to break it down for you all. Okay.
Go to history. Watch history right there. Should be right there in the watch. Perfect.
Ooh, perfect.
All righty.
Let's give y'all a little synopsis of what I think it's cultural Marxism is.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now.
Quick little breakdown. All of that.
networks lie to you about what's happening now. InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit InfoWars.com
Shout out Alex Jones for the perfect explanation
support the InfoWars
of Marxism.
Graphic illustration so we can all get it.
Marxism. Some of us
Pay
are
attention,
well
y'all.
schooled on what has become known as cultural Marxism, and many of our fellow American citizens are not. And I
Tell me
can't
if you
blame
see
them.
any
Marxist theory is a
parallels in
giant
our culture today.
Please.
mess of complicated mental illness, but I'm sure you need more information than that. So what if I simply told you that following World War II, a group of Marxist political theorists who seemed harmless after having fled persecution in Nazi Europe after betting on the wrong totalitarian horse, communism, brought their complete disgust for Western culture to Columbia University in New York City and gradually spread their cancer into the government, media, and academic institutions of the United States. Notably flaring up in the 1960s, as Dr. Theodore Dalrymple put it, these new theories appealed to utopian adolescents who, number one, wanted to deny that they were the most fortunate generation that had ever lived, and number two, dreamed of a life completely without restraints
Just
on
to
their...
pause it real quick. I think it's funny how he said that this ideal infiltrates the youth, and you see this ideal ever so rampant on college campuses across America.
And here's the wildest part, bro. He's saying that it's the youth who wants no limit on their pleasure, no restraints on their pleasure. What are we living in today? The youth who just want to go out here, have all the sex, do all the drugs.
That hedonistic
Yeah.
lifestyle.
That's what's pushed upon our youth, and that's what they want to live now. And that's what they want to live, especially in the black community. I mean,
All gain, no pain.
Man.
Right? All gain, no pain, right? Crazy as hell.
their pleasure, giving the baby boomers what they
No, he
wanted
makes it.
and not what they needed. Frankfurt School adherent, former member of the brain trust of the OSS American War Machine, and godfather of the New Left, Herbert Marcuse, along with his contemporaries, engineered a slow-moving Marxist revolution from within American society, utilizing a mass psychoanalytic Hegelian dialectic psyop that is blossoming today amongst the lethargic minds of the millennial generation.
My friend said the Frankfurt
Damn, not
School
arguing.
considered psychology one of the main branches of knowledge that had to
Desmonov,
be
KGB.
integrated
We're
with
here.
Marxian theory. By no means replacing Marxian theory, but taking it into Marxism.
A synthesizing technique known as repressive tolerance.
Ooh.
Thankfully, in the interest of time, Marcuse simplified the definition of repressive tolerance, saying repressive tolerance is intolerance against movements from the right and toleration of movements from the left.
And that is y'all. A lot of people in the Kamala supporters, intolerance.
Pushing away conservatism, any conservative values, any nuclear family values. This is the type of stuff you see on the conservative side, right? Nuclear family, pro-dad, pro-respect for men and authority.
Capitalism.
Right. You see them pushing those ideologies away and accepting what? LGBTQ, abortion.
Feminism.
Right. Through cultural subversion. It really destroys the culture.
Honestly, any way to make you isolate yourself and, demonize your fellow man.
Sick as hell, man. And it actually brings up a good point from that. I've seen a talking point circulating on Twitter, kind of unrelated, but directly related at the same time. Remember that Charlie Kirk versus 20 Libs?
Yeah.
You remember the black girl that came up as really like a spokesperson for the abortion shit?
Yeah.
Really pissed me off because you could tell she had been brainwashed completely.
Nah, facts though.
You could tell that girl had just been brainwashed completely. And I was talking to Seth about this. I don't care how well spoken, how articulate you can be. If you can be brainwashed and still be articulate. So I don't care how good you come up there and speak your point. You could tell a young lady had been through some trauma.
Man, well, the most disrespectful part that was when that one white boy came up there just trying to insult his religion and then be like, oh, well, this and that, is your God man or woman? I'm like, bro, I thought we were debating about Trump. How does it get on a theology?
Bro, and again, articulate young male, but just bro, you could tell that dude was lost.
But like I said, it's intolerance against movement from the right. And what does the right preach? Christianity, being religious, virtuous. What does the left try to bring down? Religion and all that good stuff. We are God all of a sudden. It's crazy what they do.
Sick, really. Then we paused this too long.
guess we
Rumble
paused
got to
it.
get their money in, y'all.
Oh, weak as hell.
Follow us on Rumble. I'm about to link it in the chat, though.
Best and
Yeah,
worst
luckily
dinner
they're not
foods
as
for
bad
your
as
gut.
YouTube.
Sweet
though.
Bro,
YouTube.
she called
Try to
babies.
find
She
the
called
purple
fetuses.
sweet potato. They're
Left.
Clumps
Repressive
of cells.
tolerance.
Clumps of
She
cells.
said they lack consciousness. I'm just like, what? You can't say that. But okay.
Is achieved by arming the
parasites. I
thoughts
couldn't
of
think of the word.
emotional,
Yeah, called
rational,
parasites
vacant
too with
liberals
wild.
with
Literally,
the
I
potent
was like,
weapon of critical theory, a hive mentality that produces from the right and toleration of movements from the left. Repressive tolerance is achieved by arming the thoughts of emotional, rationally vacant liberals with the potent weapon of critical theory, a hive mentality that produces a catharsis for the self-loathing types of our society when confronting the social, historical, and ideological forces gluing the structures of a society together. As a nation, we have reached a state of cultural subversion where full-blown treason has become the norm.
I mean,
Look up Yuri
full-blown truth.
Bezmenov. You look up Yuri Bezmenov, former KGB agent, spoke on this shit 20, 30 years ago about just the dangers of Marxism in American society and how it's divisive, corrosive, and ultimately detrimental to us. And I'll be honest, bro, as somebody who I preach believe in what you believe in, but you don't have to subvert to this. You don't have to accept this. You don't have to capitulate.
Bro.
Like, you can deny this. You can push this. Like, you can stand up for what's virtuous, like you said, like he said. You can't stand up for what's right for you and yours.
Bro,
Go ahead, sir.
and all this like theology built is, bro, he said it perfectly, like self-loathing, self-hatred for your own countrymen, and honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, it's just overall like, whoa, satanic in my eyes. Like, bro, look what they promote. They promote violence, they promote intolerance, aggression towards other people for a different of ideals. We're supposed to be a country where we respect one another because we have a different of ideals. Now we turn into a country that will, whoa, I ain't gonna lie, we have a supremacist like disorder because of our ideals. We think we're better than the next person because we want to vote for Kamala or we want to vote for Trump, and I'm calling out both sides on this.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I like that.
But all right, let's get right back to it.
Norm.
People love you, and you
just linked the
win.
Rumble in
And
the
when
chat,
your
y'all.
son
Follow
looks
us on
at you
there.
and says, "Mama, look,
Special
you
content.
won," bullies don't win. And I said, "Baby, they don't, because we're gonna go in there, we're gonna impeach the mother."
Judicial Watch has been sounding that alarm for some time now, exposing the fact that your tax dollars are supporting your own demise. George Soros's Open Society Foundation's efforts to subvert the populism and anti-globalism sweeping the United States with Marxist division and unyielding self-loathing should ring alarm bells from sea to shining sea. Judicial Watch stated Soros, with the help of American taxpayer dollars, bolsters a radical left-wing agenda that in the United States has included promoting an open border with Mexico and fighting immigration enforcement.
Gonna hit this, my man.
Oh, yeah, I
True
got
Trucker Joe with Don DeMarco. We appreciate that $5 super chat from a trucker and candidate for Texas 17. Wonderful show indeed. Keep up the good work for the LOLs. Look up white dudes for Harris.
I'm weak.
So cringe. All right, man. You know we take video suggestions, man. We appreciate that, man. And shout out to truckers, man. Keeping America going.
Hey, trust me, man. I know you a white man. I know it hurts, but trust me. Imagine a black man, bro. It hurts the same way for us.
Woo.
Black men for Harris, it kills us too, G. We're just like,
bro, the same face palm, the same goddamn screaming feeling you got in your head is the same one we get, bro. It's just like...
like for real.
Enforcement efforts, fomenting
We got you, man. We're gonna
racial
look that up right after
disharmony by
this.
funding anti-capitalist racialist organizations, financing the Black Lives Matter movement, and other organizations involved in the riots in Ferguson, Missouri, weakening the integrity of our electoral systems, promoting taxpayer-funded abortion on demand, advocating a government-run healthcare system, opposing U.S. counterterrorism efforts, promoting dubious transnational climate change agreements that threaten American sovereignty, and working to advance gun control and erode Second Amendment protections.
And they essentially outsource our foreign policy to Soros front groups.
Now, as I said, George Soros is a billionaire.
Don't need nothing.
His groups don't need tax dollars to do their work advancing their left-wing agenda. Don't you think?
The moral and rational code of the United States is taking a severe beating. We have no other choice but to prosecute and reject this invasion of intended mental illness spearheaded by enemies of our republic like George Soros, or find ourselves morphing into the madness as our nation enters the point of no return. John Bound reporting for InfoWars.
Shout out InfoWars for that low-key great example and great video of, well, what Marxism is and its ideology and where it's its origins as well.
Now, shout out True Trucker Joe. We're going to play that video for you real quick. It's just a quick one, so go to the history. I got it in there.
All right, then, no problem. Let's see here. We're going to have to... All right, I got you. I'll just backtrack it.
Appreciate everybody tuning into the show, man. Make sure to like the video if you haven't already, man. We just getting started on today's stream, so it's going to be a fire one, man. Happy to have y'all in here with us. Hey, white dudes. Shout out True Trucker Joe, man. We got you.
Channel playlist of 2024 campaign ads. Hey, white dudes. So I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't. All they've ever done is screw us over. But if you're not on the MAGA train, where do you go? Isn't it just swapping out one crappy option for another? Then it hit me. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter. And honestly, I think Harris and Walz are the ones to make that happen. End of the day, you're your own man. It's your call. But if anyone gives you crap about it, tell them it's none of their damn business.
Hey.
Wow. That was cringe. I'm not gonna lie.
Be sure to subscribe to
Why they trying to shame y'all for y'all whiteness? Like, as a black man, I'm just like, I would never let them do that to me.
Like, it could never go down like that. I'm like, oh, yeah, we're going to shame you for being white because you came here and enslaved people. And I'm just like, well...
Like, bro, you got to realize me and Seth grew up in inner city. He from Columbus. I'm from Dayton, bro. We grew up around black folk. But never did we hate white folks. Had white friends as kids. And later on in our college years and to this day. So you can never shame nobody for their skin color. I don't care if you black, white, brown, whatever.
I see myself as a black supremacist. If I can be a black supremacist, you have every right to be a white supremacist. If I could go my ancestors from the tribes and all that, well, you could say go your ancestors from England, Scottish, or wherever you came from.
I ain't mad at you for saying that, G.
Yeah, but have pride in who you are. Like, bro, I don't even know why they're even trying to take that away from any race. It's despicable.
That shit is wild as hell.
But, all right, where the hell
votes in there. Let's move them. We're fixing the air conditioner in the room, right? No, it's terrible. What happened the last time was disgraceful, including right here. But we're not going to let it happen again. Too big to rig, right? That's one way you do it. Can't let it happen. We got to take our country back from these horrible people, because if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple. Right, Lee? 43 days from now. 43 days we've been waiting for 4 years. 4 years.
Yeah, honestly, that's the main
We had people.
Honestly, though, like, I gotta speak to that a little bit deeper, bro. Cause I had white best friends growing up, bro. I ain't trying to be funny, nigga, low key from the hood, like. But I had white best friends growing up. Went to private school for a certain portion of my life, like, you know what I'm saying. Like, never had no issue with white folks, and honestly, growing up that close to them as a kid made me realize racism is learned behavior. It's not inherent, right? It's not something that people just grow and I hate this particular sect of people. Like, nah, like
unless you had one of them, black supremacist family members that said the white devil this, the white devil that. But...
Right. So to that point, like, that's something you learn and that's something you being taught. Like, I wasn't taught to hate them. They wasn't taught to hate me. It made great friendships.
Yeah, low key. Like, bro, race is only a big deal if you make it a big deal.
Honestly, bro. You got white homies too.
Of course. Like, come on.
Like,
bro.
come on, bro. Like, hey. I don't know if y'all... Seth used to skateboard, goddamn.
Oh, God. Hey, white people fun, bro. They got me into some stuff.
Like, bro.
It was fun.
People that were so incompetent, the most incompetent leaders in the whole world, and she is worse than Sleepy Joe Biden. She's worse. She's worse. 43 days from now, we're going to win Pennsylvania and take our country back, and we're going to be so happy. And it'll be the most important day and the most important vote in the history of our country, because we're losing our country. I mean, somebody I heard the other day, pretty smart person, and you think about it, and it could be true. They said, if we don't win this election, there may never be another election in this country. It could happen. Look at Venezuela. Venezuela was the most prosperous country, and now you take a look. And can you believe these stupid people are buying oil from Venezuela? From Venezuela, who was our enemy? They foreclosed on his airplane, a crappy old airplane. But they're giving him billions of dollars for oil. It's not oil, it's tar. It's the worst. And you know, for the environmentalists, you know where they cure the tar? Where they take the tar and they make it into beautiful oil? Houston, Texas, and it all goes flying up in the air. You ought to look into that one for all of you wonderful people that talk about the environment like I do, like many of the people in this room do. But they do it. The oil refinery it's the only one that can do it, because it literally is tar. It's not good stuff. We have the best stuff, and we have the most. We have more liquid gold under our feet, and we're buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need it at all. It's crazy. These people are crazy. What a nice-looking man. Who is that? Oh, that's Trump. What a wonderful-looking person. I'm just checking out the hairstylist. How about this David Muir and the other woman I never heard of? I don't know. How the hell did she get there? I never heard of her. But David Muir, when I say crime numbers are rising, he interrupts me, kept interrupting. And he said, we have it by fact that crime numbers are going down. I said, anybody that thinks crime is going down is a serious brain problem.
You stupid. You know, there's people that will try to even argue that, well, what you mean? You should be okay with immigrants. They commit less crime than U.S. citizens, you know, considering that there is 3 million plus U.S. citizens and about, 35 million plus, immigrants? And we want to compare those? All right, if that's how you want to do. But in all actuality, bro, I did hear that when they released that crime report, they left out some major cities like Oakland.
You mean the biggest crime cities?
Bro, L.A. Okay, and guess what? The number one, Chicago.
Why was I about to say
they left out Chicago.
No way.
Yeah,
Chicago could probably make up for most of these cities' crimes. These small to mid-major cities.
Bro,
crimes.
Chicago would I ain't gonna lie, you could fuse together 4 cities and it won't beat Chicago.
Which actually brings up a perfect point. Crime increased through cultural subversion. You want to pull up that Yuri Bezmenov video I got in the history?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Now we're gonna take a little detour, but it's directly tied into everything we've been talking about. So following up on cultural Marxism and cultural subversion, we have a former KGB agent, Yuri Bezmenov, renowned, really. A lot of y'all may have heard of him. Right there, right below Trump.
Gotcha. There we go.
And he speaks on some very important things that you could see in today's culture. Mind you, this video is like from the 80s or the 90s. Don't know when exactly, but it's old as hell.
What is subversion? What is
ideology? That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers.
James Bond.
But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided into 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years?
20 years?
Because this is the minimum number of years which
15 to 20 years. That's
Have y'all seen the major cultural change in the last 15 to 20 years? Be honest.
Since the 90s?
So say it's 2025, right? Might as well. Have y'all seen a major cultural change since, let's even go 25 years, 2010, 2005. Have y'all seen a major cultural change?
Yeah,
an increase in leftist ideology.
I mean, like, we're talking about everything from politics to movies to music that we listen to. Yeah, there's been definitely a cultural shift. If you could take it back to the 90s and compare it to now, you'd be dumbfounded to believe what we're gonna start doing. Like,
imagine if you were like cryogenically frozen and you woke up today, you'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Like, dog, if I got cryogenically frozen in the 90s, I would expect some shit, but I wouldn't expect this. I'd be coming out like, hold on. How many genders are there? Bro, put me back in there. Go ahead and just throw me back in there. I don't even want to deal with y'all no more. Sean, tell me there's 46 genders.
Shit. What's up, Trucker Joe, man? Shout out, Trucker Joe. Another $10 super chat. Thank you for the respect. And if the last video was bad, the Cowboy Lincoln Project for Kamala is so bad. The establishment needs to stop on the sex and race and focus on the people's problems in the USA, man. I couldn't agree more. And again, bro, I just shout out to you, bro. Special shout out to you, bro. Yeah. Truckers keep this shit going, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
We need y'all. The logistics, bro. It's logistics. We need you.
We seen how this shit was fucked when y'all was out of work. How the truckers strike in Canada affected everything.
Yeah.
COVID. So special shout out to the truckers, man. But yeah, we got you right after this. We're gonna look that up.
Appreciate you, man.
And we had another super chat from
educate one generation of students.
Les Phillips, another $2 super chat. Take the bananas out your ears and see. You may never lie, man. Some of these people.
I love that message.
The bananas willfully stuck. They done clogged them in there, bro. They don't want the truth, bro. They got the bananas in their ear and the velvet glasses on their face, bro.
Because it feels good.
They're trying to be sensory deprived out here.
They might even have velvet earplugs too, because it just feels. It must feel
great.
It's
smooth. It's smooth.
Hey. They always say ignorance is bliss, right?
Bro, I wish I could say. I wish I could sometimes.
Hey, man, I get the saying now.
It's tough knowing some shit.
In the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid of society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country.
Man, and shout out Vladstein, man, with the $2 super chat. He said, ignorance leads to idiocracy, the documentary film. Hey, man, hey.
Okay. Another video suggestion, Vlad, we got you.
Oh, God, hey, it's about to be a long one. But
oh, yeah, man, we putting in the work.
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically, America is stuck with demoralization, and unless even
pretty much they won't know what they've honestly done until it's too late. They won't know what the ideology that they push until they see the results of living that ideology down the line. They'll be like, damn, I just screwed my life for doing this stuff. You know, like the trans, like, you know, the women, well, the guys who turn trans, and then they have these infections or these, you know, conditions.
Life-altering changes to their body and chemistry and physiology that damn near threatens their life. I think we had seen that. What is a Woman? One of the trans people that came out at the end of the documentary and was literally crying, getting emotional because this shit was about to kill her. For him.
Oh, yeah. He said, I don't know if I'm going to be alive next year. I was like, I have to take all these medications, then you become a slave to Big Pharma. So
they don't tell you how expensive this stuff is, how much this stuff really changes the course of your life. It changes your health.
Bro, you'll be working just to live and be off medication. Like, what type of life is that for real?
If you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis.
9/11.
You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. The United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally...
And alrighty there, but I think y'all get it enough. Don't worry, we'll come back to it if we need to go ahead and drill it home. But let's get back to our man.
And I got y'all video suggestions saved. We're going to pull them up later in the stream.
Nah, facts. Let's go. Hopefully they don't do us dirty like last time. And they exactly what they did.
And I give those three brilliant, if you think... What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? Where have we come? Which will annihilate, if they do that unrealized capital gain, which I can't believe they can pull it off. But if they do it, it'll...
There we go.
Made a deal. And you didn't even have to make a deal. Putin was never going in if I were president. But even if he did, you could have made a deal. Now the whole place is destroyed. The cities are knocked down. Millions of people are dead. Far more people are dead than anybody knows. Far more people. When you see those cities get knocked down and they say two people are injured, it's all a lot of fake news, I'll tell you. The people are dead, millions of people. And now the whole place has been, the cities have been knocked down, the whole place. They could have made a deal 3 years ago and everything would be happy, vibrant. Their heritage wouldn't have been broken. Those beautiful golden towers are taken down. All of those beautiful ancient towers are rubble on the ground now. I mean, any deal they make, what's the deal? They have to go back. They'll take 100 years to rebuild, and you can never rebuild it like it was. That should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. And you know what? It didn't happen. And even radical left lunatic Democrats say, I will say, if Trump was president, it wouldn't have happened. Putin would have never done it. I said, don't do it, Vladimir. Don't even think. We're not going to do it, Vladimir. I said, Vladimir, we're not going to do that, Vladimir. And China... I had the same, almost identical...
You got that one. Yeah, I got you, big dog. I got you.
Yuri Bezmenov. Next, Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, but
I think they were right. I think both of them do have good points about the culture and its corrosive ways.
If we play that Thomas Sowell, bro, they're gonna hate that boy. The FBI already don't like us, so we might as well just let it rip on that one.
Conversation
you already covered one, so go to
China.
Keys
Don't go in
live. He did one on that.
He's got planes circling Taiwan. He wants that so badly. And Vladimir wanted it badly. That was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't do it. He would have never gone in. Would have never happened. All these things would have never happened. But Ukraine now, I see Zelensky is here. I think Zelensky's the greatest salesman in history. Every time he comes into the country, he walks away with $60 billion. Billion! Walks in with $60 billion. He wants them to win this election so badly. but I would do differently. I will work out peace before. As president-elect, if I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you got to make a deal. This is crazy.
Like y'all done did
overtime. You work overtime.
Let's go back. I think he made my favorite policy point. Tax on overtime, baby.
That was an easy one. We will have no tax on overtime. You work overtime. And for our seniors who have been decimated by the stupidity of inflation, these people, what they did to you on inflation, we will have no tax on Social Security benefits. No tax. You've been decimated. They took it all away. They took it all away from you. And for all the suburban households paying high property taxes here in Pennsylvania, I will restore the SALT deduction. Do you know what that is? SALT deduction. You will. To save you thousands of dollars. Maybe I shouldn't bother with, but that's a good one, but you guys don't know what the hell it is. That's a good one. People think of New York, but it actually affects you very much, too. I think I'll keep it off for Pennsylvania. You don't care. You didn't like that one so much, but it's actually pretty good. It's no wonder that Kamala Harris was just officially endorsed by IRS agents. Do you believe it? That's...
Oh, wow. The SALT deduction permits taxpayers who itemize when filing federal taxes to deduct certain taxes paid to state and local governments. So yeah, more money in our pockets.
Hey, my man, let's go.
Gotta love it.
When you'd say, I'd rather not have that endorsement, but I've been endorsed by virtually every police group in the entire nation. Every police group.
Yo, we got salt mines over here in Ohio. It's in Cleveland, and bro, they was making like $29 an hour.
Almost every sheriff's group, every police group, every one of them. We just had one, the Fraternal Order. We just had 400,000 policemen. That's the biggest of all the unions, and they endorsed me. And this is the first time in decades, just got endorsed by the rank and file members of the Teamsters, which I happen to think is amazing. That was a surprise. That's automatic for the Democrats, and they now the bosses didn't endorse me, but they had a problem because they got 30% of the vote. We got actually 60 or so.
So my bad, y'all. I was saying that the SALT deduction permits taxpayers who itemize when filing federal taxes to deduct certain taxes paid to state and local governments. I think SALT is like an acronym for something. But yeah, more money in our pockets, pretty much. Hey. More money in taxpayers' pockets.
In jobs.
61% of the vote, can you believe it? So the people that were in the 61, the people that want us, they said, well, how come you didn't endorse them? Why do you, they're just going to take a pass. But maybe that's okay. That's all right. We know where they stand, and that's good. Kamala Harris is the candidate of the tax collectors and the Washington bureaucrats. I am the candidate of the American worker, and I always will be. I always will be. But perhaps Kamala's biggest tax hike of all is her vicious attack on Pennsylvania energy. You're under attack. If anybody here believes that she will let your energy industry continue like fracking, you should immediately go to a psychiatrist and have your head examined. On dozens of occasions, Kamala said that she intends to ban fracking. I'm going to ban it. I'm going to ban it. I think we have a clip. Would you like to see a clip? I spend a lot of money on these clips.
That's why I am committed to passing a Green New Deal, creating clean jobs, and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all.
Kamala just don't give a frack.
Isn't that great? He's not very funny. Can you... That guy. Those three guys, they're being blown away by Gutfeld. You know, Gutfeld, totally dominant. Those three guys. You remember that guy? When I first ran, I was like 2015, thinking about running. I was going to run. I went on his show, right? And he goes, The Tonight Show, which is dying. They're all dying. Where's Johnny Carson? Bring back Johnny. It made you appreciate, right, Uncle Sam? It made you appreciate the greatness of Johnny Carson and these guys. These three guys, they're so bad, all three of them. All three of them. But this one, I go on his show, and he goes, is that your real hair? I said, yeah.
Bring back Arsenio.
He said, do you mind if I mess it up? I said, I'd prefer no. Do you remember this? I said, I'd prefer it if you didn't, to be honest, but if you have to. So he grabs it, and he starts really going crazy, right? And everybody laughed, and it was a big thing, and it was a big hit. It was all over the place, and he got great ratings and all. And 6 months later, he went out because he was under pressure to apologize because he humanized Donald Trump. Do you remember? And he stood up and he said, I'd like to apologize. 6 months ago, or whatever it was, I messed up Donald Trump's hair and it humanized him and he became president. And I would like to apologize.
We got 500 y'all plus in here, man. Make sure to like the video. So go ahead and double tap that screen or 3 dots up there in the corner, man. We appreciate the support, man. Let's go.
How weak and pathetic is a guy like that? And his show died, but the other 2 shows are dying. The one on ABC is dying. He was the worst host in the history of the Academy Awards. Remember I did that? Remember I wrote I put a truth. Everybody should go to Truth immediately. And by the way, we also love Elon, I have to tell you. Gave me a big endorsement, big one. But remember in the Academy Awards, I said how he's the worst host in the history of the Academy Awards. And this stupid guy goes up, and just before the Best Picture of the Year, the show is almost over. They're waiting for the Best Picture of the Year. He gets up, and he says, and his wife said, please don't do it. Please, darling, don't go out. His manager said, don't do it. I have to do it. He goes out and reads my truth to the entire audience right before the best prime time, the Best Picture. And it said, basically, he is the worst host in the history. He reads the whole thing. And then I think he said something like, ha, ha, ha. He thinks he bothers me or some crap like that. I said, he's one of the dumbest human beings ever. He should have listened to his wife. What a dope. But all 3 of them are bad. The hatred. You know, it's supposed to be comedy. It's hatred. It's like terrible. But they're dying. And did anyone see the Gutfeld for last week? So,
yeah, that's a hateful person.
Actually, I said it in the show. You know, so Gutfeld had the highest ratings in his history. And it was the #1 show of the week on all of television, not just on cable, on all of television. It beat all the network shows. But I told her the show, Gutfeld hated me for a long time, hated me. And then he started saying, you know, he didn't know me, but he hated me. People that know me like me. But he just couldn't stand me. And he was pretty strong on that. And then what happened is he started to say, you know, I don't like him, but he gets everything done. He rebuilt our military. We have no wars.
He proved himself.
He took out the worst terrorists in history.
That should be enough to secure.
We don't have any problems. We didn't have one terror attack during my administration. With all the terror attacks all over the world, we didn't have countries fighting each other. They wouldn't have done it without my permission. They would call me up to ask whether or not they could go to war with some other country. And I said, you can't do that. And if you do that, I'm going to put big, big taxes all over your country. Okay, we won't do it. And they'd call me up the next day. We've decided not to go to the war. We had no wars. Israel was free. Ukraine was free. They weren't. The whole world. Viktor Orban, who's the prime minister of Hungary, he said, if you want to solve, because now everything's blowing up. The Middle East is going to end up in World War III. Ukraine's going to end up in World War III. So many different. We could end up in World War III with incompetent leadership. With smart leadership, it never happened. But it's tougher now than it would have been 3-4 years ago. I mean, the whole place. And more importantly, no matter what you do, you can't get those cities back. You can't get that civilization back. And you can't get 3 or 4 million lives back. You can't do it. But Gutfeld said on the show, he said, you know, I don't love this guy, but man, everything he touches, he fixes, he gets it done. Our country was doing great. We had the best economy. And he asked for an interview, and I said, I'll do it, but I'm begrudgingly, 10 minutes. I don't really want to do it because he doesn't like me. I guess I don't like anybody that doesn't like me, I'll be honest. When they don't like me, I don't like them, okay? Sounds childish. Look at the wall. Mr. Wall, stand up, please, Mr. Wall. When they don't like me, Lee, I don't like them. That's the way it is. Call it a personality defect. But we did an interview, and it was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it lasted for 2.5 hours. It just never stopped. There was a great chemistry. We actually liked each other. And he likes me. And he took that interview and he put it on 5 shows, and his ratings went through the roof. And he's held it. I mean, he's the hottest guy on late night and beyond late night, maybe in a lot of ways. But we love Sean Hannity too, right? And we love Laura. And we love Jesse. And Janine. And Pete. We like Pete Hegseth. Ainsley's good. We have a lot of good people. And then we have some bad ones too, including on Fox. You ever notice on Fox, they put me on, I do a great job, and then they follow me with a horrible commercial. I say, what the hell is it going to be doing it if Roger Ailes never allowed bad commercials? What's the purpose of me doing a nice show and then they put 9 horrible commercials on, which are all lies? Or they put somebody on that's good, and then they always feel like they have to put somebody on who's bad. So the net result is a neutral. And you say, what are you doing it for? You can't do that. Fox should put just the good people on, the people that want to make America great again. They shouldn't put the guys that are professional scammers on. And they shouldn't allow bad commercials. Just a few months ago, Kamala imposed a natural gas export ban. Can you believe that? That is brutalizing Pennsylvania energy jobs. You know about it, right? And Kamala's Green New Deal insanity, I call it the Green New Scam, is shutting down power plants all across America. As a result, Pennsylvania electricity prices are up, despite all of the oil and gas and everything, are up 35% in a very short period of time, with all that stuff underneath your feet, in particular you. Since she took office, we are looking at another rise now of anywhere from 30 to 50% very quickly. And we have so much. We have so much. And you're hit about as hard as anybody. If you vote for me, I will cut your energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months. We're going to cut them down in half. I will terminate the natural gas export ban, which makes it impossible for you to sell your product to a lot of countries that want it desperately because they don't have what we have. We are so rich, we have the greatest, and we don't use it. It makes you really. We have all of this stuff more than anybody. We don't use it. I will get Pennsylvania energy workers pumping, fracking, drilling, and producing like never before. Right? And I don't know about how you feel, but I do, because this was the greatest.
For those of y'all who don't think like, oh, well, how's he going to get that funded? I mean, through tariffs. And if you don't understand why, bro, Trump funded American farmers, well, under his last presidency, through the tariffs from China. He dedicated $24 billion to American farmers from China. So when y'all say, oh, you can't, all tariffs do is hurt Americans, I mean, well, shoot, ask the American farmers. They'll tell you different. Like, come on now. They was making it.
This was the greatest company in the world 60 or 70 years ago. We are also going to keep U.S. steel right here in America. We have to be strong and powerful again, and we must put tariffs on foreign predators. They are predators, so that they don't destroy our steel industry. The people that like me the most of the steel, they were dead when I came into office. They were dead, and I put taxes on China. China was dumping massive amounts of steel to destroy our companies. I put a 50% tariff, then I raised it in some cases to 100%, and at a certain level they said, no mas, we're not doing it. Remember, no mas, Roberto. We love Roberto Durando. And no mas, no mas. And they said no mas, and that was the end of it. And our steel companies were saved and thrived. And now we're losing our steel companies again because we have stupid people in the White House. We must keep our steel companies, and we must keep making steel more than any. If we have a war, are we going to call up, gee, China, could you send us some steel, please? Oh, I forgot about that. If we have a war, think of it. If we need it for our military, how do we build our tanks? How do we build our ships? We wouldn't have any steel. We have to make U.S. Steel great again. It doesn't have to be what it was. It was the greatest company in the world. Think of it. U.S. Steel was the greatest.
So, as we do more research on that SALT deduction, it's really typically you're going to see it be more beneficial for people who make north of 100,000, and 70% of the benefit goes to those who make 500,000 or more. So you got real estate, property owners, people with high value assets, I should say. So it's actually a complete stark contrast to Kamala's tax on unrealized gains. So me and Seth were just talking about like, well, damn, who's really trying to help the people? You got one candidate taxing unrealized gains, which is crazy,
right?
Which is insane. And then you got one candidate who's going back to a SALT deduction that's set to help people offset taxes through real estate and other high asset or high value deductions. So I mean, it just off of that alone, it just seems like Trump is really more so for the people. As we always said, Trump is synonymous with money. So if you getting money, Trump gonna fuck with you. He gonna help you out.
Yeah, and let's be like I said, bro. These people who's making this money are the one who hand out the jobs, the one who gives opportunity, the ones who build contracts with these factories, tech companies, and all that good stuff. Like, they're the ones who give you the jobs and the contracts.
Company in the whole world, that would be like whatever. You know, today our big companies are like Google and this and that. They're not the same. U.S. Steel is a strength. Google is all, give me a break. Not the same. Not the same. You see all the stuff that Google and Facebook and all what, they got caught cheating on the last election, the bad things they did, the 51 agents and all of the stuff, the laptop. Remember, it was Russia. It was Russia. No, it was Hunter, as we said. And they affected the election very much. It came out many points, 11 points, 12 points. But that's what we have. And we can never let that happen again. And I said, we're going to go after anybody that gets caught cheating on the election. We're going to go after them harder than anyone's ever been sought before. Because these people are really a threat. They are a threat to democracy. The Democrats are a threat to democracy. That's the real threat. Under my plan, America will be a manufacturing superpower once again. We will be the envy of the world, and we will build that incredible future right here in Pennsylvania. Boy, did I come close. I almost said, I better be careful, because, you know, if I even mention, they'll report it, because I don't want to be. Should I say it, Uncle Sam? I almost said the state of Pennsylvania, but I meant the Commonwealth. I never said the state. I was able to catch it because I'm cognitively very strong.
That's a South Biden.
Very, very strong. I was able to catch it. Did you notice that? Right here, and I stopped for a second. I said Pennsylvania. I didn't want. Oh, that's a bad mistake. When you do the state of Pennsylvania, you get yourself. I've seen it. Well, the worst was Biden. He's in Florida, and he says, "Thank you for being so nice. I love Iowa. I've always loved." I said, remember, he was in New Hampshire, and he said he was in Maine. He was at. I never did that. You know, if you do that, it's career threatening. As it turned out, it was career threatening. But if you do that once. Winston Churchill was this great speaker. Great. I get much bigger crowds than him, but nobody ever says I'm a great speaker. Winston Churchill was a great speaker. If he ever was in London and he said,
they said, we feel disrespected.
I'm in Beirut. or if because Biden is capable of that, he could go that far off. And he compared Florida to Iowa, and then he said it was Idaho, the greatest potato place in the world. He said with Iowa, remember, he said, I love the potatoes in Iowa. No, he meant, right? He didn't mean Iowa. I mean, the whole thing. But I said, if you were Winston Churchill and you make a mistake as to location, like I'm here with you, and if I say, it's great to be in the great state of Illinois, could happen. No matter how great your speech is, you could make the greatest speech in history, and people will go, that was a disaster, right? Mm-hmm. He did it all the time, but she's worse than him. I'm telling you, watch. She's not as smart as him. He's not smart. He never was smart. He wasn't smart 40 years ago. Always, he was a hale and hearty guy, well-met.
I would say Biden at one point in his career was pretty goddamn sharp.
Yeah, low-key. Like, we can't disrespect Biden like that. Like, okay, yeah, during these past 4 years, I mean, terrible work. Yeah. But
don't judge him by the last 4 years, yo. He's been in politics, I think, 30, almost 40 plus years.
Yeah, but, we're talking about a man who was a cold debater. I'm gonna be real with you.
Cold.
Man, you should have seen when he was debating for Obama. I mean, bro had it in the bag for Obama.
That's what had him in his position. No, did he? But that's what made him the man he is, or made him the politician that he was and was known for, was that he was quite the well-spoken man, a good statesman, and like you said, great debater.
Yeah, that's why. But it's crazy. They kept him around for the cognitive decline and the embarrassment of it all.
Guys. Key definition or key example of, man, when it's time to sit it out and go home, sit it out and go home.
Graceful.
Or you risk looking bad.
Matt, did you ever hear Shakespeare? He was hale and hearty and well met, but he wasn't a smart person. But she is a very dumb person, and we can't do that. We can't do that. I don't want to be rude.
Nah, you're right, Vlad. Definitely right.
I don't want to be rude. Another front in Kamala's war on workers is her gigantic migrant invasion. Over the past 3 years, border czar. Do you notice she said, I'm not a border czar. She was a border czar for 3.5 years. Now she's saying I had nothing to do. Whether she was the border czar or just the person in charge of the border, it's been the worst thing ever, maybe one of the worst things ever to happen to our country. Look at what's happening in Springfield, Ohio. Look at what's happened to that beautiful town. Look at what's happened to Aurora in Colorado, where you have a radical left Democrat governor who doesn't have a clue. He's so scared. The Venezuelans are attacking. They're in the real estate business. They're taking over real estate. They're in there like I was, but they take it over with guns. I took it over with the brain. They take it over with guns. But they're in, think of it, Aurora. And they have weapons that the military doesn't even have. AK-47s. I learned about AK-47s 3 weeks ago. That's not a nice. I'm getting very good at learning about weapons. I'm learning a lot about guns. Over the past 3 years, border czar Harris has inundated small towns all across America with hundreds of thousands of migrants. Not only has she invited them across our border, unfortunately, she's also illegally flown them in. Remember, she was making excuses. No, we haven't really had too many. And then we found out that they're flying in by big, beautiful jets. They're flying over the border. She's trying to say that the border was sort of secure. It wasn't secure, although the greatest graph in the history of graphs, a thing that I love perhaps as much as any person I've ever met, is my wonderful graph on immigration and the lack of people coming. Do we have that graph? Can we put that graph up? This is my favorite graph. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that graph, Lee.
We got about 800 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, man. We got more for y'all. It's going to be a banger show. Let's go.
David, I love it. Oh, isn't that a beautiful? I don't care what it says. I don't care if it said I did a lousy job. That's the most beautiful piece of paper I've ever seen. You see the arrow in the bottom? That was the week that I left office. See the arrow on the bottom, the big red arrow?
Record low numbers.
That's the lowest level. This was done by the Border Patrol. This looks like a Trump special. It wasn't. That was done by the U.S. Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. ICE is phenomenal. That was done by the Border Patrol. That was the lowest level of immigration we've ever had in the country. And then these idiots, these stupid idiots took over, and look at what happened to our numbers. Look at what happened. Look at what happened to the numbers. But is that the most beautiful? I love the colors, the blue, the gold, the red. There's everything about it I love the stars. Because if I didn't look over to the right to see that beautiful graph, I said...
Yeah, I had his chart up.
Obama had it pretty low, right?
Yeah, Obama had it pretty low, but Trump had a record low numbers. I mean, bro, 2016 he came in, he kept it around Obama's numbers. And then out of nowhere, it got crazy. He kept it to a record low. Then it got crazy. Then he brought it right back to an even lower record. Like, he broke the record he first came in on. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, Biden comes in and is reaching, like, reached record numbers. Bro, and we're talking about in just single adults who come over and, like, entire families.
And don't forget those undocumented minors.
Oh, yeah, the undocumented minors that they don't do any DNA samples on.
God damn.
Yeah, so you don't know what they're out here doing, either being trafficked or God knows what. So, you know, pray for them. But, yeah, if you think immigration is really helping us, you
stupid. Put up that graph, please.
Illegal immigration.
Yeah.
If I didn't look over to the right, I wouldn't be here with you tonight, and that would be very terrible. What a beautiful thing. Think of it, Uncle Sam. Immigration saved my life. Think of it. Immigration saved my life. No, it's great. Well, thank you. And thank you. I sleep with that pace. Every night I go to bed with it. Say, darling, it's time to go to bed. Let's go. What a beautiful sight. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Great job that you were able to get it so fast. I didn't think we were going to be using it. I didn't think I was going to use it in Butler. It was just, I always use it at the end. If I use it, I only use it. You would know, you go to every damn rally, right? Every rally. And he makes a lot of money. I think he's probably an accountant. He's a CPA. He's a genius. But he goes to every rally. But, right, I rarely use it. But when I use it, it's always on my left, and it's always at the end of the speech. This time I just thought of it. As you can see, I don't use the teleprompter too much. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to use a teleprompter? Isn't it nice? Right? It's really nice. Thank you very much. By the way, we had a rally in Lee's part of the woods out on Long Island, and that was unbelievable. We filled up where the Islanders play, and the Nets were playing. They used to play there. A big, like a Madison Square Garden type arena. We filled it up. We could have filled it up 3 times. It was an amazing, just less than a week ago, right? That was great. Lee was there. Kamala has illegally flown in more than 500,000 migrants, right? When she was saying, no, we don't want to do that. And she's got, these guys actually want these people in our country. It's not even believable. Working with left-wing nonprofits to inundate Pennsylvania communities, changing the character of small towns and villages all over our country and changing them.
And shout out Les Phillips, man, for the $2 super chat. And they say Trump doesn't have sense of humor, bro. They do say Trump don't have a sense of humor. It's like, it's kind of funny.
And then when he says something, well, most things, they purposely take him out of context, clip him up, and then try and use it. Oh, he said this. He said he's going to be a dictator. He said he's going to be a bloodbath.
He was joking.
Like, oh, my God.
Like, bro can't joke?
Y'all are fucking crybabies. I see why they call y'all snowflakes.
Man.
Forever. They will never be the same. They will never be. Do you think Springfield will ever be the same? I don't think. The fact is, and I'll say it now, you have to get them the hell out. You have to get them out. I'm sorry. To get them out. Can't have it. Can't have it. They've destroyed it. It's terrible. It's terrible to say, and it's a tough thing to do. You know, you're going to take in some murderers and things, and you'll put them on the planes and the buses, and you're going to start doing it. Dwight Eisenhower holds the record. Believe it or not, he was a moderate kind of a guy, General Eisenhower, president. And he has the record. He couldn't stand people pouring into our country, and he took a lot and took them out. He's very strong on that. And we have to be strong. We have no choice because this is not sustainable by any country. There's no country that can do this. I mean, what were they thinking when they did it? What were they thinking? This is like, who would allow men to play in women's sports? Well, this is bigger. This is bigger. But it's the same thought. Who would allow? We're allowing open borders where millions of people that we have no idea who they are, where they come from. We don't know if they're murderers, if they're killers. Many are murderers, though, because prison populations are being released into our country. And these are tough people. They're tough people, and they're vicious, evil people in many cases. And we can't, but it's very tough. Because we'll take one young woman with 2 children and they'll put them in a bus to take them back to some country, and it'll be put in the fake news, and it'll be a terrible story. It's terrible. And the whole country will turn against. It's a very tough thing to do. We have to do it carefully. But we have to get murderers and drug dealers and all these people that are coming into our country. We have to get them out of here. It's not sustainable. And not far from here, the 4,000-person town of Charleroi. Do people? Oh, you know Charleroi. In Charleroi, Pennsylvania, has seen a 2,000% increase in the population of their town. Do you know that, right? They have all. Has your town changed slightly? Where are you from, Charleroi? Put up. Okay, good. I just took a picture with that handsome guy. So would you say your town has changed just a little bit over the last couple of months? It's like, is it a different place? Totally different place? It's what? It's completely different. Where are the other people that started screaming about Charleroi? Where are they? Okay, has your beautiful town changed?
I control right back with y'all, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, that was too funny. Shout out to Shiesty Black. Hey,
I'm fucking with it.
Hey, Shiesty Black is hilarious. Shiesty Black, we appreciate you for that super chat.
Oh, man.
It's you can't do it. 80%. Think of it, of the capital, and it's composed of lawless gangs. We're not gonna do this. All of the gang members, MS-13, they're being brought into our country because Venezuela doesn't want it. Remember this: Venezuela has sent their criminals into our country, has emptied their jails, not fully. They've still got people.
You know,
but
so funny.
I don't know.
Hey, y'all gotta watch the code word because, like, look. I mean, we can get down with the niggatry if you want us to. I mean, come on now. African nigga. Savage. Oh God, y'all savagely cunning with that cool word.
Oh my God.
Why? Because I would have been worse than him. I would have emptied it. I would, if I ran one of those countries, Honduras, any of them, even Mexico to an extent is doing it, and they shouldn't be doing it at all because they're getting rich off of us. They're getting rich. They shouldn't be doing it at all. They're going to stop immediately. But so many of these countries, I would do it. If I were the president of one of these countries, you know, and they're all smart, street smart people, I would have had them all. I don't know why Venezuela does it, but they have a lot of the jail population in our country. They probably couldn't get enough buses and planes. That's probably the only reason. But they're dumping jail populations, the criminals of the street, into our country. And there's only one thing that can happen, and it's really bad. And it's happening. And now you see it. And I said this 3 years ago when I heard about it. I said, this is only going to be bad. Think of the cruelty Kamala Harris is inflicting on the people of Pennsylvania. You live in a small town your whole life. You pay your taxes. You really are exemplary. You pay everything. You do everything. You love your town. You love your country. You know the town so well by name, you're just so proud of it. And suddenly she flies in thousands and thousands of migrants from the most dangerous places on earth, and they deposit them right smack in the middle of your community.
And if you say anything about it, you're racist. Ain't that crazy? It's like, if you say anything about, the immigrants they forced upon you like a dictator would, you're racist.
I like how you put that, Shice. You said, I don't mind a little change, especially in my pocket. I like
that.
I like that.
And you're a nice person, and you want to be politically correct. I see it very much in the cities, like the governor of Colorado. The guys are real stiff, but he's up talking, and he says, well, these are fine people. He doesn't want to say that they have AK-47s and they're taking over large portions of real estate. He doesn't want to say it. They want to be politically correct. It's happening in all of these towns that we're talking about because the mayors are afraid, and they're afraid politically too. They don't know, am I supposed to say this is good, or am I supposed to say, and Democrat mayors, every one of them is saying it's a wonderful thing, and not one of them believes it. But they're afraid to go against the stupid party that's in Washington. So now your schools can teach because the majority, they can't teach because the majority of students don't speak the language. The housing market is destroyed. Crime is rampant. The jobs are taken by migrants.
They got to hire translators for the students.
Yeah, because these students come in speaking Haitian Creole.
Usually when we let immigrants in, they either speak, like Spanish, which is a common language. If you go to the right state, you can get off just speaking Spanish only and still go to school and get an education. You just learn English along the way. But coming in not knowing no English, no Spanish, you just might be screwed. And then if it's forced upon us to teach you, it's just going to take away from the children that we're already kind of, mishandling.
Good point.
Legally imported to our countries. Your school classes, you can't get in. You can't get into your hospitals. Nobody can get into the hospitals. They're driving to hospitals 300-400 miles away. The media is desperate to stop us from having this conversation. The fake news, look at all of them. They have a lot of people. They have some of the big ones. They have some of the big ones. Wow. Oh, that's very impressive. Now, they have some good ones, too. But that's exactly why we must have this conversation. We have to have it because the media doesn't want to talk about it. They don't want to do anything that's going to embarrass Kamala because I don't know why. Number one, the country's going to die. They're going to die. They're already dying to a large extent. But if I get elected, they're going to do much better because we get higher ratings. We get the high. Greg Gutfeld got the highest ratings in the history of his show. Think of it. The number one show of the night, including networks. Nobody knows that. And maybe I think the number one show of the week. No, but they'll do much better, but they don't realize that. They haven't realized that yet. This isn't an attack on any group of people. It's common sense. We're really talking about, we're the party of common sense. We're conservative, all that. We are the party of common sense. That's what we are. That's what we are. We want to have strong borders, great education, school choice. Does everybody like school choice? We want to move the Department of Education. We're ranked at the bottom.
And shout out Aid, man, for dropping off that care package of $199, man. We appreciate you, Aid. Appreciate that.
Bottom of the list, the worst. We spend more money per pupil than any other country by far, and yet we're at the bottom of the list. Out of 40, we're ranked about number 40. And I'm going to close the Department of Education and move education back to the states. And we're going to do it fast. Maybe I'll have you do that. I'll use Lee. Maybe I'll have you. You could do it. That's not too easy. We'll get somebody great. We'll get Lee Zeldin is here with us tonight. I think that's the job for Lee. Or Vivek. Or we'll get somebody. We like Vivek.
Hey,
we need
Vivek for the education system would be cold.
I like that.
Vivek in education?
I like Vivek a part of Trump's cabinet in any way, shape, or form,
bro.
in any capacity.
Oh God, because at that point we know Vivek always tap him on the shoulder and be like, "All right, but hold on now."
All right, we're heading in the wrong direction. And like I said, it just makes Vivek's campaign come 2028 stronger. Like I served with Trump, I was on his cabinet, I did this.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, Vivek run, he already got my vote. It's like he has my vote pre-ordered at this point. If Vivek run for president, my vote's been pre-ordered.
Another Ohioan, man, he got us. I ain't gonna lie.
Man.
Somebody with a lot of energy, a lot of strength, energy, and intelligence. But it takes centuries to build the unique character of each state. And we are going to, and you know, when you do that, so the number 1 rated country is Norway. The number 2 is like Denmark, and you know, on and on it goes. Spend much less money than we do, and they have the finest education. In New York City, a few years ago with de Blasio, who was one of the worst mayors in history, by the way, he said, we're going to go with the Norwegian system. That didn't work out too well, okay? You know, when they start throwing the teachers out the window, that wasn't working out. They don't do that in Norway. Historically, they haven't thrown too many teachers out the window in Norway. But we're going to make it good. And you know what's going to happen is out of the 50 states, you're going to have 35, like different ones. Iowa will do good. A lot of the states will do very good. I can think of probably 30, 35 will be good, and 5 will be okay, 10 will be okay. You'll have 4 or 5 that will be terrible, but that's okay. We have to control it. But you'll have Idaho. You'll have Idaho will do a great job. They, you know, no debt, no this. They run a great state. A lot of places will have will have education that can compete with Norway and Denmark and this, but we'll have certain places, and it's the same places like Gavin Newsom, who is a terrible governor. You'll probably have a problem in California, but what you do is you give it to the local communities, and they'll have a great educational system. You don't want to give it to somebody like Kamala because she destroyed San Francisco and then destroyed the whole state. But reckless migration policy can change it very quickly, and it can destroy everything in its way, just like we've...
I mean, dog, if you can't look at San Francisco and be like, I ain't gonna lie, that's you, Kamala, then you're being disingenuous, low-key.
Fingerprints are all over it. Like, she literally kind of made her mark, for better, for worse, and dipped.
Yeah, bro, when we talk about who we're choosing for president, but we looking at resumes here, and Trump's resume is 10 times better than Kamala. One, he ran all of America, and Kamala just ran a small little section of America. And one ran it really well, which was a bigger task to run America, and one just drove it into the ground, which was a smaller task. And we're trusting her now with the bigger task?
I can't really sign off on that.
I mean, like, come on now.
And appreciate everybody tuning in, man. We got over 1,000 of y'all in here. Let's get the likes up, increase the reach on the video. We can get more folks in here from both sides. Love Trump, hate him, man. Let's get some more folks in here. Like I said, continue the conversation. And if you guys have anything you want to get off your checks, thoughts, comments, questions, disagreements, even jokes, go ahead and super chat in $1 or more, man. You know we got y'all. Another $5 super chat from True Trucker Joe, man. We appreciate you. Vivek, better watch it. I may be the youngest runner for president, or he may be the youngest runner for president, but he may be my VP after my 2026 midterm. So get out and vote.
Hey,
for sure. And like I said, yeah, we agree with Vivek. A lot of his policy was good. I like that it was progressive in a sense. It was
and for my
and still while still maintaining its conservatism.
And for my white people that says Noah. But he's brown though. All right, fine. We can JD Vance and then Vivek. Can we at least be second place? Like, can bro be brown and vice president at least? Like, can y'all take that concession, white people? Is that cool? I feel like that's okay.
Seen in London and Paris and Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Look at what's happened in London. Look what's happening in Paris.
Gotta be real, man.
If Kamala Harris wins.
And shout out our man Les Phillips for the
$50
super chat, man.
That's a baller alert, dog. We appreciate that, bro. Here's something that's sad. Illegals coming into this country get free health care. Ooh, a cell phone. And 100 to 500 times the money they get in their own country monthly. And here we are in this country, and we won't help our own homeless and homeless vets. That is wild as hell. You know, heard a stat the other day, man. We've incepted 3% of Haiti's population.
How the? I mean,
3% of Haitians whole country's population are over here, and he's not lying. They're getting benefits. And I speak to Springfield's situation because, like I said, it's personal to us as Ohioans.
Yeah.
They're competing with the resources that are already scarce.
Bro, the companies there, that's these factories, bro, they're selling them out. They're selling the people in Springfield out to the temp agencies that hire these immigrants. Bro, it's sad what's going on in Springfield, but, they'll put a blanket over Springfield, like I said, so Kamala could just win one goddamn point.
And Springfield, Ohio is just a microcosm of what's happening across the country. People can attest to, respectively, wherever you're at, you can attest to what's happening in your own state, in your own small city that's close to you, bro. Like, Springfield is already an underserved, hurting community, a population of, 60, 50,000? And they just dump, 15 to 20,000 on top of these people?
Like,
bro, I mean, legally, illegally, bro. I'm America first and Americans first, and you can't tell me that's helping people. You can't tell me that's helping infrastructure that's already hurting. There has to be another plan, bro. And as y'all know, our stance is, bro, we gotta help these people where they're at.
Yeah,
America's so friendly. America's everybody's big uncle, right? America want to help everybody. Why don't we help these people where they're at? Create better infrastructure where they're at.
Bro, why don't we go take our ass over to Haiti, build some infrastructure company over there, or whatever construction company, give them the damn jobs, but somehow, we got to make our back end,
and
of course.
And a lot of y'all don't know this.
But it's that easy.
Good point. But a lot of y'all don't know or don't speak on this enough. Instead of helping these countries, what do we actually do? We destabilize them. We hurt them.
We take the best of our brightest.
Our intelligence agencies fuck their country up through coups and destabilization. That's how these people end up on our doorstep.
And then we take their best and brightest so they can never stabilize. Their best and brightest come over here and be CEOs and all this good stuff when they could have been the leader of their damn country that could lead them to, I don't know, a constitutional republic like us.
Man.
Election, she will flood Pennsylvania cities and towns with illegal migrants from all.
We appreciate that. $2 super chat. Viva Trump.
Hey, appreciate you.
Yeah, because they trying to take that man out.
We appreciate that, man.
Over the world, and Pennsylvania will never be the same. You will never be the same.
Yeah, they're trying to take that man out. So yeah.
When I'm president, all migrant flights to Pennsylvania will stop immediately. By the way, all migrant flights. Not only to Pennsylvania, everywhere. No, but how about they get caught? We just found that out a few months ago. They're saying, no, we're fighting. In the meantime, people are just pouring in. No, we want to do it. And then we learned that the airplanes are flying. That means that, it's just a big con job. Remember this. For a long time, she's been talking about her experience at McDonald's. I worked at McDonald's over the French fries. It was so hot. I think I'm going to go to a McDonald's next week someplace. I'm going to go. Might not be in your place. I'm going to go to a McDonald's. And I'm going to work the French fry job for about a half an hour. I want to see how it is. But she said she worked and she grew up in terrible conditions. She worked at McDonald's. It was such. She never worked there. And these fake news reporters will never report it. They don't want to report it because they're fake. They're fake. They don't want to report it. She never worked at McDonald's, but it was a big part of her resume. They went to the different places. Did she work here? Did she work here? Did she work here? She said, we don't know who the hell she is. Leave us alone. We're making hamburgers. We will end the invasion of small town Pennsylvania, and we will end the destruction of America. It's destroying our country. This country is going to be better than ever before, but we have to do certain things, and we have to do it quickly. And this is one of the big reasons that we're leading in the polls in Pennsylvania, but I think we're doing a lot better than even the polls say. In the latest Emerson poll, we're up in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia.
Hey, yo. Look, I have a crazy comparison for y'all because y'all killing me with this. These immigrants are coming over and they're illegal. I'm like, you know what? Ain't it crazy how you can do wrong under legalism and just be like, okay, yeah, but it's legal now. I mean, yo, back in the day, we used to be able to beat our wives and it was legal, but was it right though? So just because we're able to fly in Haitians and just put them as legal at the detriment of the United States citizens. Like, doesn't make it right, though.
He said we can absolve it under legality all we want.
Oh, God. I mean, like, we was absolving beating women over legality. I mean, was that okay?
Pretty substantially. In today's latest New York Times, if the New York Times gives me a good poll, you know we're way up. The Siena poll. We're up in North Carolina by 3, in Georgia by 4, and in Arizona by 5. Those are swing states, very important. And a poll on a state that Republicans just haven't won in many, many years for president. You have a wonderful governor there who's really working, Glenn Youngkin. He's working hard. He's really pushing it hard. He's in charge of it, and he's doing a good job. A poll just came out in Virginia where we're leading in the state of Virginia. Leading if we win Virginia. If we win Virginia, I don't even know if I need Pennsylvania, but we want to get it anyway. We want to get Pennsylvania. Remember last time?
You do great.
So last time we did better than 60, but in 2016, we were leading by hundreds of thousands of votes in Pennsylvania, and they refused to announce it, remember? And then they announced Wisconsin or Michigan, which we won. But all night long, I said, when are they going to announce Pennsylvania? It would be impossible to catch us based on the numbers. If I lost every vote from then till the end, but they waited till 2 o'clock in the morning, you know? You know why they did that, right? They were trying to see if they could accumulate enough ballots. Very dangerous thing. This is a bad, bad system. And we're winning Pennsylvania, but despite the fact that I almost hate to say that we're winning, why don't I say we're tied so you go out and vote? Or we're down by 1. I always say, pretend you're down by 1. The point is you got to get a vote. We got to win. And we got to win, and can't take any chances. But here in Pennsylvania, you also need to vote for your next Senator, Dave McCormick, who I know for a long time. And he's going to defeat Bob Casey. He's going to stop inflation and secure our borders. Do you want to come up for a second? Do you mind? I love this guy. He's a military hero. He's a business hero.
And temp agencies get a cut off for every temp worker they send.
Yeah, if you know how temp agencies work, trust me, you'll see the play at work here.
It's low-key a spin on that. There's low-key, like,
and it's kind of crazy because you have to be from one of these temp-filled cities to truly understand
how
that
shit works.
Yeah, because they make more money not direct hiring these people because they can get into the temp agency, because the temp agency could do everything for them. Like, oh yeah, let me translate this for you,
and they
all
never
that.
have to hire them. They already said they cannot legally hire these people.
Yeah,
bro, you could be a temp work for 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as they want you to be one,
bro.
And you can't get hired, no benefits,
no nothing,
no PTO. My nigga, come on, bro. It's modern day indentured servitude.
And they make money off your hourly service. Like, oh yeah, they should be paying you, let's say, I don't know, like 23, but they're gonna pay you 17, and you know the temp agency makes that 5.
So of course these businesses and these employers are saying, yeah, we love the Haitians. What do you mean? Send more.
Yeah.
Send more.
That's what I'm saying. It's, you know, money over your own people.
Like, come on, bro.
And he'll make a great senator. Come on up, David. Say something.
Mr. President, thank you. All right. Well, Mr. President, thank you so much for that great introduction. And we're going to win the presidency right here in the Senate majority in the Keystone State. So thank you. And the reason we're going to win is because people in Pennsylvania feel like they've lost their economic security. Prices going out of control. The war on fossil fuels. They've lost their physical security. Crime in our cities. Illegal immigration. 4,000 fentanyl deaths. And people around the world, adversaries challenging us. So people in Pennsylvania want change. And what I tell them is, listen, it's a battle between common sense and these radical liberal policies under Kamala Harris. And Bob Casey's going to vote for her 99% of the time because he is a weak leader and a rubber stamp for this liberal agenda. And I say also, this is a race between strength and weakness. And when I talk about strength with G.T. Thompson and Sean Parnell, I say, listen, I was standing there at Butler, 15 feet away. I saw you get shot. I saw you go down. and I saw you come up with your fist and say, fight, fight, fight. That's why we're going to win. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. And he's a good man, I'll tell you. Very successful guy. He goes through a lot to do this. And Bob Casey, I can tell you, I was there for 4 years at the highest level. I met everybody. This guy does nothing for Pennsylvania. He's not going to help your oil, your fracking. He's not going to help anything. And David will be a warrior for your Commonwealth. He will be a warrior. Total warrior. So thank you, David. Thank you very much. We're also pleased to be joined. Oh, I have so many people here. I have congressmen, I have senators. It's brutal. You know, when you introduce people, you always...
You know, it'd be so crazy, though, because it's crazy how, like, the liberals kind of stick on that. Oh, the corporations are bad. They're against us, and all of a sudden...
Eat the rich, eat the rich.
Oh, God, but all of a sudden, when the corporations, like, go for your biased outlook, oh, yeah, they're doing the right thing accepting these immigrants. I'm like... Don't you think the corporations are lying then if it's at the detriment of the United States citizens that... Oh, well, we're just going to say this so, well, we can please our liberal overlords. We can please the donors and all that good stuff. Like, I mean...
Or if they stand to benefit from this cheap labor. Like I said, they can get these Haitian immigrants from these temp services. The temp services benefit and the corporations benefit. They never have to hire these people. So the temp service can keep making their money off these folks. And then the corporations can toss these folks to the side whenever they want a new set of... workers to come in, a new set of immigrants or a new set of Haitians to come in. So it's like benefiting really only the like I said, it's like a bureaucratic process. The people at the top stand to make the most money and benefit the most, while everybody on the bottom is just kind of like cogs in the machine.
Yes, and if you want to know what SET means, it means see everything through. It's really my initials, but see everything through, because I'm not doxing myself.
Miss a couple of them. But I'm going to apologize because I see somebody there that I think is a certain senator, but I'm not 100% sure. The eyes aren't what they used to be, I'll be totally honest. The brain is better than it used to be.
And, you know, success, excellence, and tenacity, of course. You know, that's also what SET means. Success, excellence, and tenacity.
See everything through.
Yep.
But the eyes aren't what they used to be. But you always get yourself in trouble. But I'm going to introduce somebody that's been amazing, Congressman Glenn G.T. Thompson, who's sitting with us.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, G.T. Thank you very much. Great job. He's a warrior. Former Congressman Fred Keller. Fred, thank you very much. I saw him sitting there. A great gentleman who's a real leader, State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe? Whoa. Whoa. Hey, you're popular, Joe. What a family you have, too. What a great family. Thank you very much, Joe. Mayor of Slippery Rock, J.D. Longo. Thank you, J.D. Great job. Thank you. Great job. And a friend of mine who's a warrior and a very strong guy, a tough guy, they had a bad deal with that election. It was terrible what happened. Sean Parnell. Sean, stand up. Yeah. They played around with 25,000 ballots. That was another unique one, wasn't it? What a disgrace that was. Anyway, we're 6 weeks away from the most important election in the history of our country, and here are the facts. Kamala Harris wants open borders. Okay. She will deliver rampant inflation, and she wants to pack the Supreme Court. You know that. Instead of 9 justices like we have now, Kamala wants to bring it up very substantially. Now, this is a number I heard 2 days ago, potentially to 25 justices, so she can rig the system, meaning not she, the whole party can rig the system, the party of communists. She wants to bring it up to 25. That's the first time I heard that number, but I heard it very loud and clear. She might as well have Congress. You know, Congress is supposed to be that, not the Supreme Court. No, they were very brave, the Supreme Court, very brave, and they take a lot of hits because of it. It should be illegal what happens. You know, you have these guys like playing the ref, like the great Bobby Knight. These people should be put in jail the way they talk about our judges and our justices, trying to get them to sway their vote, sway their decision. Kamala was an original creator of Defund the Police movement. Okay, so she was in Defund the Police for years. Anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. Can you imagine? That's where she came from. That's where she came from. That's her theory, and that's her way, and that's her policy. You know what the policy is? She's changed 15 policies. You know, over the years, I've been like a student of politics for a long time, but I was on the other side. I was writing checks all the time, right? But I was on the other side. But I've never seen anyone go 15 for 15. I've seen guys change one policy, maybe two when they were little ones. She changed everything. She loves oil all of a sudden. She loves the police about, when did that start? A few months ago. But let me tell you, they immediately go back to where they came from. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. These are great patriots, ICE. They take such hits. They are so tough and love our country so much. They get MS-13 out of our country. Under border czar Harris, Venezuela gangs, all these Venezuelan gangs have taken over entire areas of...
ICE agents gonna be posted outside your job. ICE agents gonna be secretly undercover in the temp agencies.
It's gonna be a major roundup,
bruh. I mean, it's gonna be wild what they do.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be crazy.
Different places
ICE agents at the benefits
in
office.
our country, and she supports free health care for illegal aliens while our hospitals and emergency rooms are being overrun by migrants who come up here because they say, come up and we'll give you. Look, I feel sorry. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but you can't tell people to come up. We're going to give you education. We're going to give you free health care because they're going to come up. And if you stop saying that, they won't come any longer. You can't do this. And Newsom does it, and all of them do it, and you can't do it. But migrants make it virtually unusable. I mean, the states become unusable, the school systems, the hospital. She lost more than, this is a number that's the worst number that you'll ever hear. I mean, think of it. Think of a big stadium that holds 55,000 people. She lost more than 325,000 migrant children. They're gone. Nobody knows where they are. Many of them.
Shout out Vladstein, $2 super chat. No taxes on taco trucks, man. Let's go. And Key, you have started something that you cannot stop.
I love it. I fucking love it.
Strive for extra tacos, man. I guess. You bastard.
Are dead. Many of them are in sex trade. Many of them, but many of them are dead. They've been trafficked. They've been raped. 325,000 children are missing. If one child is missing, it's too many. Facts. Think of it. Under her, 325,000 children.
Never go wrong.
As California Attorney, she will destroy our country. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, a term, deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as non-violent crimes. She said they are all non-violent. She praised the idea of,
I gotta hear that one more time.
Of an unconscious person as she redefined. California Attorney, she will destroy our country. As California Attorney General,
one more time, y'all.
She redefined child sex trafficking, a term, deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as non-violent crimes. She said they are all non-violent. She praised the idea of 70 to 80% tax. She wants a tax rate of 70 to 80%. Will you be happy paying 80%? I don't think so. She wants to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles, which will destroy the Pennsylvania way of life. And she even endorsed free sex changes. At first they said, you got to go back and tell me this. And this was recently. She endorsed free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention centers all over our country at taxpayer expense. You don't hear this on Oprah, do you? Think of that. sex change, you're detained. You're being held in a detention center, and you say, I want to change. I want to become a woman. And they have to give you the operation, which is an immensely expensive operation on top of everything else, $250,000 at least, and then all the drugs involved and everything else. She's sick. I'm telling you, if you put her in, I don't think you will either. Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam, will you put her in? I don't think so. Stand up, Uncle Sam. No, it's terrible. As DA and as Attorney General, she destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed all of California. It's like a different place. It's not recognizable. And now she's coming to destroy the United States of America, and we're not going to let it happen. We can't let it happen. She led the change in California law so that if you steal less than $950, you are not prosecuted. And if you steal more than $950, you're actually not prosecuted either. But how about this? The kids are walking in with computers. They're putting stuff, they're adding it up so that if it's less than $950, they go into a judge. They say, Your Honor, it's less than, oh, okay, case dismissed. How sick is this country? Sick? Less than $1,000, you don't get prosecuted.
Yeah, we gotta do a little bit more research on what he said when he said, "Oh, she doesn't let violent crimes not be violent." I'm like, bro, wait, can you even do that? I don't think you can. So we got to fact check Trump on that one.
She even lied about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. Remember, she said, "Oh, he's fine, he's fine." A great disservice to the American people because he's negotiating with Russia, China, North Korea. He's negotiating with people that are probably in a state of shock. They say, can you believe this? Because they're all at the top of their game. I know all of them. They're at the top of their game. And we are at the most dangerous point in the history of our country. We could end up in World War III because of this lunatic and her. She's so much worse. She wants to take away your guns and your rifles in violation of the Second Amendment. And she's a communist, and everybody knows it, and our country is not ready for a communist president and won't be for a long, long, long time to come. That's why less than 2 months from now, we are going to tell her that we've had enough. Our country can't take it anymore. Kamala, you've been a terrible vice president. You'll be the worst president in the history of our country, superseding even crooked Joe Biden. Kamala, you are a disaster to the United States of America. Kamala, you are fired.
All right, so we did actually find a video where who is it again? Republican Kevin Riley.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, sat down with Charlie Kirk and he pretty much exposed Kamala for calling sexually violent crimes non-violent crimes.
Yeah, so this is rape of an unconscious person, human trafficking with minors, and domestic violence are now labeled non-violent.
That's red.
crimes.
It's on red.
Oh, so my bad. So yes, Kamala Harris has called rape of an unconscious person, human trafficking with minors, and domestic violence non-violent crimes.
Bro, who the hell is she working for? Epstein?
You're fired. Get out. Get out. All right, so we have to talk business. I always thought women liked me. I never thought I had a problem. But the fake news keeps saying women don't like me. I don't believe it. I think, you know why? They like to have strong borders. They like to have safety. Nothing personal. I think they like me. But I make this statement. Thank you. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. But I think they like me because I represent something that's very important. I make this statement to the great women of our country. Sadly, women are poorer than they were 4 years ago, much poorer, are less healthy than they were 4 years ago.
Yeah, I can tell. All these women going to OnlyFans, so it makes sense. It makes sense that women are poorer, sadly.
Years ago, are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago, are paying much higher prices for groceries and everything else than they were 4 years ago, are more stressed and depressed and unhappy than they were 4 years ago, and are less optimistic and confident in the future than they were 4 years ago. I believe that. I will fix all of that and fast, and at long last, this nation and national nightmare will end. It will end. We've got to end this national nightmare. Because I am your protector. I want to be your protector. As president, I have to be your protector. I hope you don't make too much of it. I hope the fake news doesn't go, oh, he wants to be their protector. Well, I am. As president, I have to be your protector. Yes. I will make you safe at the border, on the sidewalks of your now violent cities.
I mean, let me ask the chat real quick, because, I mean, this, honestly, who do y'all feel safer with as a leader, Kamala or Trump? Now, I know Trump says some things. I know he can say some wild things. He can say some funny things. I get it, right? But as far as who do we have, or who would we feel safer with out the helm, giving the keys to the car to? Come on now. Kamala or Trump?
In the suburbs where you are under migrant criminal siege, and with our military protecting you from foreign enemies, of which we have many today because of the incompetent leadership that we have. You will no longer be abandoned, lonely, or scared. You will no longer be in danger. You're not going to be in danger any longer. You will no longer have anxiety from all of the problems our country has today. You will be protected, and I will be your protector. Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. It's all they talk about, abortion, because we've done something that nobody else could have done. It is now where it always had to be, with the states and a vote of the people. And it is and will be, with powerful exceptions like those that Ronald Reagan insisted on for rape, incest, and the life of the mother, but not allowing for Democrat-demanded late-term abortion in the 7th, 8th, or 9th month, or even execution of a baby after birth. Thank you. Thank you very much. Such an important topic. For 52 years, all legal scholars and experts wanted abortion to be with the states and to have a vote of the people. 52 years they fought for.
All right, we found it. We found the video where, my bad, but yes, we found it. We found the video where Charlie Kirk pretty much gets, what? Who did he get on the phone? Oh, yeah, Republican Kevin Kiley, Republican of California. Yeah, Republican of California. Pretty much exposing this situation. So let's get into that one real quick. Shout out Charlie Kirk for the knowledge, man. You gotta love it. You just gotta love it.
What did that do, and what impact did it have? Tell us more about Prop 47. What did that do, and what impact did it have on California?
Yeah, absolutely. So the sanctuary cities point is very important. She was for sanctuary city policies as the DA of San Francisco. And then, as you said, she actually helped to stave off federal action that would have stopped California from becoming a sanctuary state. But when it comes to the specific propositions that she facilitated as California Attorney General, Prop 47, and I'll also touch on what's called Prop 57, she was at the center of this by giving them favorable descriptions on the ballot, which is worth more than any amount of money when you're able to write the wording of the proposition in a way that will lead voters to think it does something different than what it actually does. So Prop 47, which has been behind the explosion of retail theft and open-air drug markets and fentanyl deaths to a large extent in California, just recently, the main architect of that initiative came out and said that he very much appreciated the favorable ballot description that Kamala Harris gave for that initiative as AG. And then even more egregiously, Prop 57 which came a couple years later and was this massive early release initiative that let tens of thousands of serious criminals out of prison early. She deceived voters into thinking that this was only going to apply to nonviolent crimes. In fact, she, on the ballot itself, characterized as nonviolent crimes.
Bro, she deceived voters. Pretty much she said, oh, no, it's only going to be nonviolent crimes and all that. But no, what she put under nonviolent crime, she won't tell y'all. Let's go back at, she got a new name. It's Kamala Epstein now. Kamala Epstein. So Kamala Epstein, this is what she let happen.
Yeah. Just recently, the main architect of that initiative came out and said that he very much appreciated the favorable ballot description that Kamala Harris gave for that initiative as AG. And then even more egregiously, Prop 57, which came a couple years later and was this massive early release initiative that let tens of thousands of serious criminals out of prison early. She deceived voters into thinking that this was only going to apply to nonviolent crimes. In fact, she, on the ballot itself, characterized as nonviolent crimes such as rape by intoxication, rape of an unconscious person, human trafficking with minors, assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, drive-by shootings, the list goes on. She said these are nonviolent crimes in order to deceive voters into releasing the offenders from prison.
I mean,
Wild.
Like, bro, for real?
This is who y'all want as president of the United States?
And so am I wrong for calling her Kamala Epstein at this point?
Crime is already an issue nationwide. And you telling me her lackadaisical policy in California is going to get her elected? Hell no, not for me. Not for me.
Bro, there's no way. There's no way Kamala Epstein is on this right now. That's what she did. This is who y'all support? Miss Kamala Epstein? Okay. But weird ones, though. But weird, I guess the white supremacists, the traitors were un-American. I mean, okay, Kamala Epstein supporter. Okay.
Republicans, Democrats, liberals, and conservatives, everyone wanted abortion out of the federal government and into the states.
Not my president.
6 brilliant and very brave justices of the United States Supreme Court were able to do that for you, and they did it. It will never move back to the federal government. We'll never have the votes to do so, and nobody should want it to, because it must now have that very important vote of the people, something sought for many, many years. I have always defended and supported IVF fertility, and so has the Republican Party, and we gave you and give you total support on IVF. Don't let anyone tell you different.
Wasn't it Michelle Obama who said that Trump was for a federal ban on IVF because she used IVF to concept her kids?
I mean, I never knew that part. I thought I missed that part in the DNC.
Oh yeah, it came straight from his mouth.
Straight from her mouth. Yeah, I know. I seen the recording. I'm like, well, I didn't know. But bro, they say they say it's supposed to be in Project 2025, but it's not. So not only did Trump disavow Project 2025, but Project
2025 themselves
don't even agree with that.
Wild as hell.
So they're really just making stuff up as they go.
But hey, that's what we here for, to correct some of these fallacies that y'all see going along in this campaign.
Man, ain't it crazy? Like, let's go.
We are much stronger than the Democrats. We want beautiful babies in our country. We want you to have your beautiful, perfect baby. We want those babies, and we need them.
We're not babies, we're family.
Man.
And shout out True Trucker Joe, man, another $5 super chat. Last shout out, look in the chat for me, Joseph Langan for Congress, Texas 17.
Hey, I'm weak. All right, shoot, look out in the chat. Joseph.
Oh, shit. You making a run for Congress, bro?
Hey, let's go.
Hold on. Oh, shit.
Hey, man, if you serious, man, we'll just have you on the show, G. We got you.
Shout out, bro.
Hey, just hit the email, man. We got you.
Hey, wow. Yeah, shout out, man. We love when our supporters are doing big things.
And I will protect women at a level never seen before. They will finally be healthy, hopeful, safe, and secure. Their lives will be happy, beautiful, and great again. And it's my honor to do so. It's my honor to do so. because that's all they talk about. Our country's a mess. It's a mess. The borders are bad. The trade is bad. The inflation is bad. It's the worst time in your lives in our country. We're being laughed at by everybody in the world. Everything is wrong with our country. Nothing's right. And all they talk about is abortion. The fact is, for 52 years, they've been trying to do what we did. And the votes are all taking place in Ohio.
It takes a certain type of delusion to think that you think Kamala's going to win, but Kamala don't even think she's going to win. Bro, Kamala just admitted in her own speech that, yeah, we're down in the polls. We're behind.
Sure did.
And y'all still say, but you going to win, though. I'm like, bro, like, the delusion is real. Like, are you serious? Like, did she really get y'all like that? Like, she got you. She got y'all.
Took place in Kansas, and it was more liberal than people would have thought. But it's taking place all over the land, and the vote's going to change, and it's being negotiated. But it's the vote of the people, and it's with the exceptions. We want to have the exceptions. Some people have to follow their heart, but it's hard not to have the exceptions. It really is. But that's all they talk about. The country's falling apart. We're going to end up in World War III, and all they can talk about is abortion. That's all they talk about. And it really no longer pertains because we've done something on abortion that nobody thought was possible. And I give those three brilliant, if you think about it, and it.
So we're going to pull up some supporter requested videos real quick. First, we got yours, True Trucker Joe. Just go to the street real quick.
Gotcha. All right, man. We appreciate y'all for sticking there with us, man. Don't worry. We got it for y'all. Which one? Here we go.
Scroll down. Right there.
This one?
Performance issues. Shout out True Trucker Joe for the video suggestion. This is a hit piece on Trump, apparently.
Dang, man. We like to look at all sides. I love it.
Donald, it's just not working. You know it. The country is laughing at you. Eating pets? Really, Donald?
Oh,
that's all you got? It happens, Donald. Even the best shows lose their audience and get canceled.
You know what's crazy? It's the condescending white female voice.
Man, even the best shows lose their audience and get canceled.
Oh, my
Didn't
God.
y'all coin cancel culture? Like, get the hell out of here.
I mean,
Nobody
for
going
real.
for that.
It happens, Donald.
I like you, though.
Even the best shows lose their audience and get canceled. And you are never the best show. 3 million more voted for Clinton.
God bless you!
7 more for Joe Biden. Now you're tanking in the polls. Let's face it, Donald, your ratings suck. Look around. All these people like Chris and Susie, you're paying them more money than they ever made. You think they really care about you? What do you think will happen when you lose? You're headed to court. They're buying beach houses. And when it happens, Ron DeSantis is going to laugh his ass off. Nobody likes you, Donald. You were useful until you weren't. Eating pets? Sorry, Donald. You're canceled.
Useful until you weren't is a little scary to say.
Project. Huh.
Down.
All right. Well, yeah, that was a little bit cringe, Trucker Joe. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, hey, though, that it was an all-out assault. I'd be like, damn, the condescending white female voice is. I'm like, wow.
And then we got, scroll down some, right there, Idiocracy, which, this one right here, actually, is a full movie, actually. Funny enough, Vlad, it's a movie. Now, I seen a joke about them considering the documentary, but it's
Human evolution was at a turning point. Natural selection, the process by which the strongest,
fair use, of course,
the smartest, the fastest reproduced in greater numbers than the rest. A process which had once favored the noblest traits of man now began to favor.
And shout out, man, Gerard, man, $20 super chat. We ain't seen you in a minute, my man.
What's going on, Gerard? One of the members, one of the mods, and a proud supporter. Appreciate having you in here, bro.
Man, big dog.
Different traits. Most science fiction of the day predicted a future that was more civilized and more intelligent. But as time went on, things seemed to be heading in the opposite direction, a dumbing down. How did this happen? Evolution does not necessarily reward intelligence. With no natural predators to thin the herd, it began to simply reward those who reproduced the most and left the intelligent to become an endangered species.
Having kids is such an important decision.
We're just waiting for the right time. It's not something you want to rush into, obviously.
No way.
Oh, shit, I'm pregnant again!
I got too many damn kids. Thought you was on the pill or some shit.
Hell no!
Must have been thinking of Brittany.
Brittany? No, you didn't.
Brittany.
There's no way we could have a child now. Not with the market the way it is now.
I might have to watch this.
That just wouldn't make any sense.
Come on, here, bitch! We don't care about shit.
That is so true, bro. I remember it was Anton Daniels, that he's a millionaire right on YouTube. Go check him out. And it was funny as hell because he said, "Oh, I only want one kid and that's it." But these poor families are having like 5, 6, 7 kids. And
that is true. That is true as hell. And you can actually go out in society respectively and see that.
Yeah, like rich people have less kids, but that's not
rich,
smart.
like the higher IQ.
The higher IQ have less, but that's where I kind of doubt your IQ level because I'm like, wouldn't you want a more high IQ citizens?
But there's this skepticism that kind of is common with those types that you see. Oh, I don't want to bring a kid into this world. We're in such a fucked up place.
Oh, so it's a negative mindset that the high IQ have pretty much. It's a pessimism that comes with a high IQ. Like
you kind of see it. It's more common among those types where it's just like, I understand, but this world is so bad. The economy, the state, the current climate. You don't really want to bring a kid into this.
I wouldn't consider them high IQ. I consider them cowards.
I got the word cowards.
Yeah, well, there must be something he likes over here.
Ooh, I'm right next door. Hey, let's go, my man, bro, out here with the women. Like, of course, there's a
emotional damage.
No, I might have to watch this. This looks kind of funny.
My man,
shout out, Vlad.
Well, we finally decided to have children, and I'm not pointing fingers, but it's not going well.
Oh, wow.
And this is helping.
I'm just saying that before I have in vitro, maybe you should be willing to...
It's always me, right?
Well, it's not my sperm count.
Yeah! I'm gonna fuck all of y'all! That's my boy!
Cleavon is lucky to be alive. He attempted to jump a jet ski from a lake into a swimming pool and impaled his crotch on an iron gate. But thanks to recent advances in stem cell research and the fine work of Drs. Krinsky and Altshuler, Cleavon should regain full reproductive function.
Get your hands off my junk!
Unfortunately, Trevor passed away from a heart attack while masturbating to produce sperm for artificial insemination. But I have some eggs frozen, so just as soon as the right guy comes along,
And so it went for generations. Although few, if any, seemed to notice.
At the dawn of the 21st century, the Army began a top-secret experiment.
Meet Joe Bowers, our first subject for the human hibernation experiment. As you know, this is highly classified. However, if successful, we believe humans can be stored indefinitely.
However, the trial run was prone to human error.
See you in a year.
And Joe slept slightly longer than expected. Half a millennium, to be exact. From Mike Judge, creator of Office Space and Beavis and Butthead.
Oh my God!
If you were the smartest person in the world...
This goes in your mouth. This one goes in your butt. Hang on a second. This one goes in your mouth.
And we're stuck with the dumbest people in history.
If you have one bucket that holds 2 gallons and another bucket that holds 5 gallons, how many buckets do you have?
2? What would you do?
Excuse me. I'm actually supposed to be getting out of prison.
You're in the wrong line.
I mean,
I'm the smartest guy in the world? Says who?
The IQ test you took in prison. You got the highest score in history.
Even smarter than President Camacho.
Ladies and gentlemen, the president of America! In the year 2505.
We got this guy. He's going to fix everything. So you smart, huh?
The ordinary will be considered extraordinary.
I thought your head would be bigger.
Idiocracy.
For the smartest guy in the world, you're pretty dumb sometimes.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, that might be worth a watch.
I mean, yeah, because you know it's funny. I think Moon did something on like Idiocracy tried to warn you.
Really?
Yeah, he definitely did do something on that. Now I see where he was coming from. Like it makes sense.
All right.
Let's see here. What is? Okay, cool. Let's go into JD Vance. We only have 4 good 40 minutes.
I am thrilled to have so many great Patriots. I'm grateful to all of you for joining us today. I'm especially grateful to have my lovely wife, Usha. Usha looks great in that dress, honey. I love that dress. Thank you. We've also got some other distinguished guests here. I want to give a shout out just before we get started.
Steph, we're gonna
we have
look
got
that up right now.
Congressman Greg Murphy. Where's Greg at? Greg, thank you for everything, man. Thank you for your leadership.
Got you, Steph.
You all have an incredible nominee for Attorney General in the state of North Carolina, Dan Bishop. Thank you, Dan. We also have Republican nominee for Labor Commissioner, Luke Farley. Where is Luke at? Raise your hand. Luke, thank you, man. And then we've got Republican nominee for North Carolina Auditor. We have got Dave Bollock. Where's Dave at? Thank you, man. So we have got 43 or 42 days to the election. And North Carolina is one of our most important states. And I got to say, North Carolina is becoming like a second home to me. But North Carolina is a second home to me, and it is going to be the state that turns this country red. We're going to send Donald Trump back to the White House, and we're going to do it thanks to the great patriots of this state. Now, sometimes, my friends, politics is complicated, but this race is about as simple as it could be, and you can tell that it's simple because Kamala Harris, more than any candidate in the history of presidential politics, is running away from a record instead of to a record. And there are all these different takes, all these different spins we can put on this race, but I think the most simple and the most direct is that Donald Trump had a record to be proud of and Kamala Harris has a record to be ashamed of. So we're not going to promote her. We're going to say...
Hey, Steph, we found the report and the article on it. If we're talking about the third
now, it's funny, Kamala is as afraid of the American media.
So, we can discuss it if you want to, but yeah, we can't really find a video to react to.
Yeah, it's by Time Magazine's Iran, Trump, and the third assassination plot. I'm like, well, it makes sense. They've been trying to push everything on Iran for a minute now. I think U.S. News apparent, Trump assassination attempt, three lingering questions.
Wasn't it a Lebanese company who was making those pagers or who was altering those pagers?
It was Israeli. Yeah, it was Israeli that altered the pagers, that put a little bit of C4 in them, and then triggered them to blow up through a Pacific number. Yeah. Taking
Even though most of the media is friendly to Kamala, as she is some of the most hostile leaders all over the world. And I happen to believe that if you have a vice president who is terrified to speak to the American people and terrified to give an interview to the American media, that she belongs nowhere near the Oval Office. I mean, think about this. How can we trust Kamala Harris to represent us in front of the most dangerous regimes in the world if she won't even sit for an interview with the American media? Now, I say that, and I admit that I'm a little biased here because part of the reason I think Kamala Harris should do some interviews is because the American people deserve it. But part of the reason I want Kamala Harris to do some interviews is because every time she opens her mouth, I think Donald Trump and I gain about 100,000 votes. So... And I don't know of the few interviews that she has given. I don't know if it's one or two, but it's not that many. It's funny to try to have her answer what her actual plans are for the American people. You know, the press back here, we've got some reporters and we'll take some questions in a little bit, but the press will ask Kamala Harris, what is your specific plan to lower the cost of groceries, to lower the cost of housing, which of course have gone up wildly under the policies of Kamala Harris? And you know what she'll say? She'll say, well, I grew up in a middle-class family, and I know the struggles. Or she'll say, you know, when I was a little girl, my parents had a very nice lawn. She'll say anything but what her actual plans are to lower the inflation that she caused. She'll say anything other than talk about how she's going to fix the problems that her administration led to. She will do anything to avoid answering the very simple fact that Kamala Harris has made the American people's lives worse. And on November 5th, the state of North Carolina is going to say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong.
I don't even think they want her back in San Francisco, to be honest with you.
Now, let's just go through the ways in which Kamala Harris has made the lives of North Carolinians worse off. You know that it costs over $1,000 more per month to afford the same things that you would have afforded 3.5 years ago. That's more than $12,000 a year just to afford the same quality of life as when Donald Trump was president. Now, that's not it, of course, because everything has become more expensive under the policies of Kamala Harris. She casts the tie-breaking vote on almost $4 trillion of wasteful spending, where she taxed money from the American taxpayer, sent it off to China and to foreign regimes all over the world, printed money we didn't have to give it to other people, and now the American families can't afford basic middle-class necessities. You go to a grocery store, the price of eggs when Donald Trump left office was about $1.50 a dozen. The price of eggs, the average now, is close to $4 a dozen, thanks to the policies of Kamala Harris. And I'll tell you, I know this very personally because my kids, we got a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, and they eat a whole lot of eggs every morning. So I feel it as much as anybody. I see it as much as anybody because we are, you know, it takes a lot of food to feed 3 hungry kids. Now, we took our boys, actually, I'll tell you a story. We took our boys with us on the campaign trail just a couple of days ago when we were in Pennsylvania. And we went to a Hispanic grocery store in Reading, Pennsylvania, and my 2 boys came along with me. And it illustrates how, you know, sometimes kids, their personalities are just inborn, you know? Because we took our 7-year-old boy and our 4-year-old boy, and we go to this grocery store, and I was so proud of my 4-year-old because he set a goal for himself that he was going to do 100 reading lessons with his mama, and he actually accomplished that goal last Saturday. So we're very proud of our 4-year-old. Give him a round of applause. So I say, boys, you can come on the campaign trail with me, and we're going to get you anything you want at this grocery store. And of course, the 4-year-old wants a candy bar, but the 7-year-old, I'm literally talking on camera about the price of eggs and the price of groceries in this grocery store. And my 7-year-old's like, Dad, we need to get a dozen eggs. And I'm like, son, when I said you could get anything, I meant like a Snickers bar or an ice cream. And he's like, no, Dad, you cooked the last 3 eggs this morning. If we don't get eggs, we're not going to have any more eggs. And the 7-year-old, he's got his mama's personality. Eggs. Very practical, worried about whether we have enough eggs. And right now, all across our country, we've got a lot of families that are cutting back because of Kamala Harris's war on affordability in this country.
Damn,
and
Dad,
Donald Trump and I believe in a
about
very simple principle, my friends. We believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to afford a nice life for your American family. It's that simple. And it's... And that is not that hard. We just got to get better leadership and common sense economic policies back in the White House. We got to get.
And who's more for families? Who's more for families? The 2 men with strong, large families who both support them, or Kamala, who has no kids, and Walls, whose family has literally came out and made a Walls for Trump campaign slogan.
I mean, bro.
Hilarious, bro.
It kind of lets you know who's un-American and who's actual American. Or who's for America and who's against America and who can build the economy and who can just destroy it.
And who stands for family values. Like, Wall's family apparently ain't fucking with him, and Kamala don't have one. I mean, and I'm not saying that to admonish her. She literally did not create a family.
Yeah. Bro, she literally just married 10 years ago at 49 and just those 2 stepkids of hers.
And if you dig into her past, like she was kind of living that hot girl lifestyle.
Oh God, bro, if you dig into her, bro, if you look at the kids, her stepkids, I mean, bro, we talking about liberal as can be. I mean, stepdaughter out here posting with armpit hair.
Oh, man, that's sick.
Yeah.
That's sick. It's kind of like them photos you see, people's kids going away for school for 4 years. They leave so innocently, looking so sweet.
So Kamala ain't never raised no black children, but she's raised white children.
Wow. Ooh.
And that don't offend nobody in the black community.
Ooh, but she says she's black. She get on the NABJ and say like, yeah, I don't have to. I'm not expecting a black vote just because I'm black. I have to earn it. Like, hold on. What's black about you? You got white kids, white stepchildren.
I'm like, bruh, you didn't even want to create your own children.
Your mom's Indian.
Yeah.
Your father's a Jamaican national.
Yeah.
Not a Jamaican by blood or by heritage, but a Jamaican national. Like, what's black about you?
Oh,
Can't fool me.
Yeah, you definitely
Get Kamala Harris out of there and put Donald Trump back where he belongs, leading this great country and pursuing common sense economic policies.
Y'all do know there's other races of people that go to these HBCUs, right?
Bro, and isn't it funny? Isn't the black communities like kind of supposed to be a little more of like a below poverty? That's where the black community is. Like that's where you get I don't know, where you get the most out of the black community, or where you really see what the black community is kind of at the bottom.
Yeah.
So her always being at the top, how can she,
resonate with the people?
Yeah, because we call a lot of, I'm gonna see the black bourgeois out for that, but we don't want to call her out. And I'm not really for that. I'm not really for calling people out because they're rich. But I'm just saying, be fair. And let's be fair here. Especially let's be fair to this, Hindu black woman if we want to place her as that.
Don't give her a pass, especially when she pulls on that. She's playing the identity politics. So once you look into it.
Let Kamala have been a black man, bro. This whole black white woman shit wouldn't even have went. She wouldn't even have got the vote. Bro wouldn't even have got the vote.
Nah, facts. Facts.
Come on now.
Now, let's just tick through a few more things. Gas prices are up over 30%.
Oh, Gerard, you missed it, bro. We just covered Yuri Bezmenov, and we kind of went into some of this cultural subversion, this destabilization, all that good stuff, man. You missed it.
Thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Groceries in total are up about 25% in the state of North Carolina, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. A gallon of milk now north of $4. Ground beef was about $3.50 a pound when Donald Trump left office. It's now close to $6 a pound thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. My friends, we could do so much better. And to the folks watching on TV or who will see clips of this is not hard. There are some things in politics that are hard, some issues that are complicated, but we just need to get back to common sense economic policies so that American families can afford to feed their children the food that they want. American families, we want American families to be able to afford to buy a home again. Think about this. The American dream, it means different things to different people. To me, it always meant becoming a good husband and a good father. But to a lot of families out there, the American dream doesn't exist without home ownership. People want to own a stake in this country that all of us love. Well, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, housing is 56% more expensive than it was just 3 years ago. Now, I know a lot of us know young Americans, young families, our kids, our grandkids, and we just want them to be able to afford that American dream of homeownership. But thanks to Kamala Harris, it's not happening. And we got to remember, it's not just because Kamala Harris cast that tie-breaking vote on trillions of dollars in new spending. It's also because Kamala Harris let 25 million illegal aliens into this country. And as much as the media doesn't like to talk about this, when you let in 25 million...
It's like a famous quote I love. Everybody want to be a nigga, but don't nobody want to be a nigga.
Million people into your country that shouldn't be here, and you have them compete against Americans for scarce homes, that drives housing through the roof, and that's exactly what we've seen. This border invasion has made homeownership unaffordable for the majority of American families. And I happen to believe that we ought to have a president who says American homes go to American citizens, not to foreigners who don't even deserve to be in this country in the first place. here's the other problem. We talk about the border crisis, because that is maybe the most significant unforced error of Kamala Harris's administration, is we have got 25 million illegal aliens. Now, you know what kind of stress that puts on the municipal budget of Charlotte? You know how hard it is to afford to provide housing and health care for your citizens when Kamala Harris lets in millions upon millions of people who shouldn't even be here. And that is exactly what she has done. Thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, you've got a lot of American families and a lot of American cities that can't afford to provide basic necessities to their citizens. But it's also just a huge problem for crime and public safety. Now, a lot of you know my personal story. A lot of you know that I grew up in a working class family and I was raised by my grandmother. I called her Mamaw. Like a lot of Appalachian people, I called my grandmother Mamaw. And by the way, let's give a shout out to all the great grandparents in the room right now.
That's what it sounds like. A lot of white
Come and take care of kids. We love you. But think about this. When I was part of the reason my mamaw raised me is because my mom, God love her, struggled with opioid addiction for a big chunk of her early life. And there are so many great blessings that came from having my grandmother raise me, but one of them is I just had safety and stability that I wouldn't have had without her. Now, I'm proud to stand here today and say that my mom has been clean and sober for almost 10 years, and we're so grateful for it. Thank you. And for those of you who are struggling with addiction, or those of you who have families struggling with addiction, there really is hope in recovery. But there's only hope in recovery if we give people that second chance that we know all American families are eventually going to need from time to time. And I remember as a teenager, my mom had taken something that she shouldn't have taken. And I was so terrified that she was never going to wake up from this coma. And I was in the hospital and, a few days, we didn't know what was going to happen. And I remember just begging, good Lord, Jesus, please let my mom wake up this time. Give her another chance. And that time, thank God for me, my mom did wake up. And we did get that second chance. And she eventually got clean and sober, and now we're in a great place. But we know that with the deadly fentanyl that's coming across the southern border today, Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels turn this state and turn this country into a drug trafficking zone. I really believe that if the poison Kamala Harris lets come over the border in 2024 was coming over 10 years ago, that we wouldn't have got that second chance with my mother. And so we say to Kamala Harris, to every illegal alien, to every person who has contributed to this border crisis, we need a president that's going to go to war with the Mexican drug cartels, not invite them to do business in this country. And that's why we're going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. My friends, this is not rocket science. You go down to the southern border. I've been twice, by the way, and our illustrious border czar Kamala Harris has been all of 0 times. You go down to the southern border and they'll tell you, we just want to do our jobs. We want a president who allows us to enforce the border to keep this country that all of us love safe. We just want Donald Trump. We want Donald Trump because he's going to make it possible for us to enforce the border. We want Donald Trump because he's going to make it possible for us to keep these drugs out of our country. And we want somebody who says to law enforcement, we've got your back, instead of trying to tear us down. That is what we get with the President Donald Trump, and that's why we got to put him back in the Oval Office. Now, here's something that really bothers me about the American media. And like I said, I'll take a couple of questions here afterwards. But what I've noticed from the Kamala Harris campaign, it's not just that her border policies are a total nightmare. It's that Kamala Harris thinks that you're a bad person for thinking that she's doing a bad job. And you see this in some of her messaging over the last couple of weeks, where we've talked about the unbelievable toll that has been caused by illegal immigration. There are communities in the state of Ohio where car insurance rates are going up because the migrant flood that Kamala Harris has let come into our country has made the streets less safe to drive. And of course, that means the car insurance rates go up too. We've got local services, local schools, even in this state, even some of our small towns in the state of North Carolina, where they've had a massive influx of children who don't even speak English. And I've got nothing against those children, by the way, but when you drop a bunch of kids into our rural school districts that don't speak English, then who suffers? It's the children in those districts who deserve to get a good education and aren't because of Kamala Harris.
And you know what's crazy? They're pushing these immigrants on rural areas, and they know let's be real, the temperament of some of these people.
That is crazy.
I mean, like, you know,
they're asking for these.
Like, bro, they're looking for smoke. They're asking for smoke. They're literally putting these Haitians, mostly where white people are, countries, hell, white people.
Rural folks.
Not all of them are racist, but we got some racists in there.
Like you right. You said you know the temperament of these people naturally and historically. You kind of find the more non-inclusive white folks in these areas.
And you're antagonizing them? I'm like, dog, why don't you go put them where all the liberal whites are? Like, bro.
Inner city.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like, we probably wouldn't be, okay, never mind. We would be complaining if they was in Columbus.
I mean,
I don't know. Maybe.
We're better suited to get the influx of folks than I would say like a Springfield.
We'd be way better with those immigrants in Springfield. Actually,
they fit in, honestly.
Yeah, they fit in over here in Columbus. We actually got some Haitians over there that could probably help them out. Not you put them over there in one of the most rural places in Ohio, majority white people, and then think it's going to work out well.
And again, Springfield is just a microcosm of what's happening across the country. So I'm sure everybody in the chat, respectively, depending on where you stay, can attest to the same issue that's happening in Springfield. Like, they're putting these people in cities that are kind of already underserved, and the residents are just... They're hurting, bro. They're hurting.
Next thing you know, they're gonna start putting Haitian families in KKK neighborhoods, and they know they there.
Man, they
we know this KKK chapter there. That's where we're gonna put all these Haitians over there, and let's see what happens.
See how it works out.
Like, man.
Harris's policies.
It's like if we vote Kamala,
and I happen to believe that we are, my friends. I think that we're the most compassionate country in the whole world, and I don't want to change that. But for American leadership, our compassion must start with American citizens. It must start with people right here at home. And you know, Kamala Harris, she doesn't want to debate that. She doesn't want to debate the costs of the migrant invasion. She doesn't want to debate these issues. She'd rather censor you. And the main tool of censorship under today's Democratic Party, under Kamala Harris's leadership, is to call all the people who are complaining about this migration problem a racist. Even though, by the way, many of the people who are complaining about her open border come from every walk of life and every skin color in our country. Well, I think we should send a message to Kamala Harris, and we ought to stand up for the hardworking Americans who are mad about the border because it's made their communities less safe and it's made their lives less affordable. And our message to Kamala Harris is, how dare you call people a racist for wanting to close down that wide open border? Our message to Kamala Harris is, how dare you call the citizens of your own country bad people because they don't want a flood of illegal migration in their country? Kamala Harris, how dare you attack the citizens of your own country for not wanting their children to die of fentanyl overdoses? Kamala Harris, how dare you call...
We literally live 40 minutes east of or west of Springfield. When you say mixed, what do you mean? White and black? Is that mixed to you? That's all that was in Springfield. Literally, majority white, minority black, and then their mulatto babies.
Low key though.
Bro, we in and out of Springfield. We know folks from Springfield. Drove through Springfield our whole life. Like, you low key can't tell us.
I'm be real, just like Springfield, damn near the land of the light skins,
bro.
Like, hey, you want to find a white girl, man? Go.
So if you're trying to paint it,
black guys, go to Springfield.
Exactly. So if you're trying to paint it as some melting pot, it was never that. G. It was never that. Ever.
No, I mean, whoever told you that, straight lie.
Majority white, minority black, and their mixed children.
Bro, the melting pots in Ohio is Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Dayton.
No, whoa. Well, Dayton nowadays,
Nowadays, Dayton, and that'd be pretty much be it. That's it. Those are the only melting pots in
the larger cities, bro.
That's it.
Call the citizens of your own country bad people. You're a bad person for causing this border crisis. We are not bad people for complaining about it. me just talk about one final issue, my friends, and then we'll take some questions from reporters. You know, a lot of this stuff is, like I said, it's not always easy. Politics is not always wave a magic wand and make these problems go away. But the affordability crisis, because Kamala Harris refuses to answer the question of what she would do to lower the price of groceries and housing, of food and everything else for American citizens. Donald Trump and I have a very, very simple answer, and it starts with energy. It starts with a very simple principle: drill, baby, drill. You want to lower Americans' prices. Because here's what Kamala Harris has done in the name of environmental policy. And of course, we all believe in clean air.
And shout out my man Les Phillips, man. Man, talk about the ducks in the parks in Springfield, Ohio are missing. Yes, it's true. Talk about the ducks in the parks in Springfield, Ohio.
They're migrating. You know they're going to Florida. It's that season. I'm like, bro, but what about the accounts of people literally walking on the trails in the parks and seeing Haitian migrants holding ducks by their necks?
Yeah, like,
and the police reports to match.
Bro, what police reports to match? And then they give the disingenuous claim of, well, we didn't find no evidence. I'm like, bro, they took it to their house and they ate it. If you're looking for evidence on the trail, like, what evidence are you looking for? A trail of feathers? Like, what, a trail of feathers that lead back to the immigrant's house? So we go like, oh, there you are. It's like, no. They ate the motherfucker. They ate it. Nothing. And if... You know what? This is exposing some of my heritage. But if you know Caribbeans, they eat the bones, nigga. We crack the bones and suck the marrow out, my nigga. Like, what are you talking about? There's no evidence of these ducks. There's gonna be no evidence of these ducks. I promise you.
Shit was good, boy.
Boy, if I know these Haitian people the way I know my peoples, there ain't nothing left. Ain't nothing left.
That shit was good, boy.
And water. We want our children to grow up in this beautiful country that is clean of environmental toxins. But what she has done is, in the name of environmental policy, she has encouraged the offshoring. She's encouraged us to ship all of our energy and manufacturing jobs to China, which is, by the way, the dirtiest economy in the history of the world. If you care about energy and you care about the environment and you want a clean environment, but also if you just want American jobs, unleash the American energy sector, unleash the American energy worker. Stop shipping this stuff overseas. We got plenty of it right here at home. Let's get it from our own territory with our own workers.
Well, this is like a protected city asset. You can't just kill those things.
And if we do that, my friends, we're going to lower the cost of everything. Because everything, Donald Trump says this all the time, everything requires energy. You want to talk about why our farmers are struggling? Because everything from the diesel fuel that they use to the fertilizer they use has gotten more expensive because of Kamala Harris's energy policies. You want to talk about why groceries are more expensive? Let's talk about the fact that our truck drivers are paying way more for diesel than they were 3 years ago, and they're, of course, the ones who are driving the groceries to the grocery store in the first place. You want to talk about why all of our manufactured goods, our construction equipment is more expensive? It's because it takes energy to make this stuff, and you jack up the cost of energy, and you're going to make Americans poor. So to Kamala Harris, we have one final message on the economy, and I've got some advice for you, Kamala, on how you can answer this question.
Something going around in the chat. I hate overt racism. I hate overt prejudice, but I think everybody naturally, inherently has their prejudice towards all folks. Like, it's learned behavior. You grow up seeing certain things, certain patterns, and it's only the recognizing of that kind of forms your view. But I do think that shaming people for having their natural prejudice is wrong. Like, everybody kind of feels like a certain type of way, not necessarily that you would carry that out or look down on folks for it, but like, bro, we all have jokes, we all have like certain beliefs. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't like overly shaming it, right?
I mean, like, bro, if I seen a white guy walking down the street, he's about to walk into a group of black people, I wouldn't be offended if he walked to the other side. I'm like, well, makes sense. Just like if I was walking down the street and I see just I'm gonna be real with you, a bunch of skinheads, they got the tattoos and everything. I'm going like,
I'm going the other way.
Yeah, y'all got this one.
Bro, it's all cool. And I think that accepting that in ourselves and the people around us is better than trying to shame it out of folks.
Yeah.
It's not nothing racist about that, honestly. It's just a recognizing a pattern.
And we're not saying that you couldn't have walked past if nothing was gonna happen, but let's be real, we all have that kind of precaution.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think nothing racist about it.
Self-preservation.
Yeah, like, it's only racist until you start saying, man, bro, them
damn N-words, or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like all them skinheads are worthless to society.
Right,
They should
right.
all just die. Like, that's where the racism becomes. Like,
thanks.
Question about your specific plans. No more word salad about how you grew up in a middle-class family. Unleash American energy, unleash American workers. That's how you open up this country, and that's how you lower prices for American citizens.
That's going too far.
Yeah, like, until you call for the
subjugation and elimination of a race.
Yeah, then you're racist.
Yeah, facts.
So I'm going to take some questions in just a second, but I want to, especially now while everybody's standing up here, I want you to take out your phones, and we're going to ask every single one of you to play your part. Because look, we're never going to have the biased media on our side, and we're never going to have, Kamala Harris lies about Donald Trump every single day and twice on Sunday. But what we do have is the truth, and we have all of you. So what I want every single person to do is to try to commit to getting 10 people to the polls. And one of the ways that we're going to do that is by talking about this rally, this moment on social media. And so if you would, take a photo, take a selfie, take whatever photo makes the most sense, and then post it on social media with the caption, "This is why I'm going to vote for Donald J. Trump." And if we do that, we're going to reach far more people than any reporter or any Kamala Harris campaign could want to reach, because you all have power. And here's something else. I want you to go to this website. I want to read it because I want to make sure I get it right. Swampthevote.com. Go to swampthevote.com and find out how you can volunteer and how you can help us. A dear colleague of mine in the United States Senate will often say, we need to get out there as Republicans and we need to vote 10 times. And that makes people a little uncomfortable because they say, well, we're Republicans. We don't vote 10 times, we only vote once, because we believe in every legal ballot counting, but only once. But here's how you go out and cast 10 ballots legally. You get yourself to the polls and you get 9 friends and family. That's how we do this in the legal and the right way. And here's the final point about this. Look, we have got 3 ways to vote now. Early voting, vote by mail, and voting on election day. And look, I am a firm believer that we ought to have election day in this country and not election season, but we are where we are. So we got to take advantage of all these pathways to vote. Because if I talk to 100 people who plan to vote for Donald Trump on 20...
Shout out Kings, you got a $5 super chat from our boy, one of the mods, one of the OG supporters as well. Like the video, man. And he ain't lying, man. Double tap that screen if you ain't here, man. We got over 1,500 of y'all in here, man. So if you ain't here, appreciate y'all tuning in. But double tap the screen, or you get 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. As well as if y'all got any thoughts, questions, comments, jokes, disagreements even y'all want to get off y'all chest, super chat in $1 or more, man. We got y'all. We'll read it aloud on stream.
In 2020, 95 of them voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, God.
But then 5 of them, a kid got sick, and so they had to go pick him up from school. Or mom had something, so they had to go pick mom up and deal with some of her issues. Or, maybe they just had a late night at work and they didn't make it. The best way for us to beat the Democrats in November is to get out there and vote. So do everything you can, drag everybody across the finish line, and we're going to take this country back because of all of you. God bless you all, and thank you. So, I want to, again, thank you all for being here, and I know that we're a little behind on time, so I won't take as many questions as I normally do, but if we can, let's start with the local reporters. I unfortunately can't see it because the lights are so bright, so if you've got a microphone, just shout a question and I'll answer it.
Hey, Senator Vance. Right. Senator Vance. Nick Oxner at WBTV. I want to ask you about Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. The Lieutenant Governor was with you on stage, with you and...
Being smart.
Trying to ask the question, if you'll let me ask it. The Lieutenant Governor was on...
I know I get this.
Senator, the Lieutenant Governor was on stage with you and the former president at your August 21st rally in Asheboro, but he's not here with you today. He wasn't with the former president in Wilmington in the wake of the CNN investigation. What is there something disqualifying about the comments uncovered by CNN that wasn't disqualifying about any of the previous comments he made? Is that the question?
Look. Here's my view on the lieutenant governor. First of all, what he said or didn't say is ultimately between him and the people of North Carolina. The people of North Carolina are going to make that decision. Now, look, I've seen some of the statements. I haven't seen them all. Some of them are pretty gross, to put it mildly. Mark Robinson says that those statements are false, that he didn't actually speak them. So I think it's up to Mark Robinson to make his case to the people of North Carolina that those weren't his statements. And I'm going to let
That's
him.
why I was booing his ass.
God, my bro.
Oh, you from where?
Oh,
Get
bro.
this guy out of here.
Like, dog, you didn't even ask the question. You made a statement for real. It's like, okay. That's what you asked him. Like, was that a question or did you just say something?
A disingenuous one.
Make that case. But look, I got to say, this entire episode illustrates something that is fundamentally broken about the American media. You've got in this country right now a record number of Americans who are dying of fentanyl overdoses thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. You've got a record number of young Americans who can't afford to buy a home thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. And you've got a record number of Americans who are struggling to buy groceries thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. The media ought to focus on Kamala Harris and her failure. More interested in pursuing policies that correct the problems of Kamala Harris. A sex scandal in North Carolina is between the lieutenant governor and the people of North Carolina. They're going to make their decision, and we support them.
Senator Vance, Julie with WCNC Charlotte. I'm curious about the debate, how you're feeling ahead of it, how you're preparing, and should this be the last debate of the election cycle?
Well, look, I think one thing that's true about the debates, and whether it should be the last debate of the election cycle, is that Donald Trump accepted a debate on Fox News and Kamala Harris ran from it. And if you think about the difference, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump did a hostile debate with CNN, a network that's not friendly to him. He did a hostile debate with ABC where, remember, the moderators fact-checked him multiple times and didn't fact-check Kamala Harris.
And what was that document that was leaked about how they literally skewed the interview against Trump, even down to the camera angles and the lighting? Go ahead, Seth.
It was an ABC whistleblower that was going to come out with facts that, yes, they were kind of rigged the debate.
It's like, bro.
Yes, they knew the questions that was going to be read. They knew they was going to fact check Trump. They knew they weren't going to fact check Kamala. And then the crazy thing is he wrote a whole affidavit to it. The man wrote an affidavit explaining everything they did, even down to the lighting of putting it in Trump's face so it increased his heart rate.
Completely verifiable, by the way.
Like, it was, completely verifiable. It's like, it's kind of scary. And as he was writing down to go confirm these things, he died. Yes, in a car crash. On the way. Look it up. ABC whistleblower dies in car crash, bro. On the way.
And everybody
said outrageous things. Remember,
shout out Candace. And PBD.
Kamala Harris, just a few weeks ago, you had American troops who were nearly killed in an attack by Iranian militias, and Kamala Harris had the audacity to say there are no troops in active combat. Where was the fact check from ABC for that? And look, if Kamala Harris wants to go on Fox News or wants to do some hostile interviews, we welcome her to do that. But what the campaign, what me and
some of y'all truly don't believe in, like, oh well, Kamala never said anything wrong. Everything she says is the truth because it's Queen Kamala. Honestly, it's Kamala Epstein in my eyes, but difference of opinions. I think we just need to go ahead and, I don't want to have y'all too long on the subject, so let's just go ahead and wrap it up here.
I'm not signing a ban.
He will sign a national abortion ban.
It's a lie.
I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban.
Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion monitor.
What she says is an absolute lie.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Nowhere in America is a woman
And shout out Les Phillips, another $5 super chat. 25,000 in new home buyers from Kamala. That's gonna work, right? LOL, that was the only policy Kamala talked about for her policies during that debate. And you know what's so funny about that $25,000 kickback to new homeowners? Bro, the median cost of homes has risen 125 grand during the the Biden and Kamala administration. So what's 25 grand to 125 grand that every house has risen to? Like, they've priced a lot of us in our generation out of buying homes, honestly, and the 25 grand is supposed to offset that.
No.
I mean, you want to talk about generational health, you want to talk about assets to leave to your kids, assets for wealth building. Bro, a lot of us have been priced out, and she want to kick us $25K back on our tax returns. Like, bro, get the hell out of here.
Carrying a pregnancy
back to the
term
lies.
and asking for an abortion.
The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mothers.
Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
It was a different term, and it was a term
Kamala
that related
Epstein
to
me,
energy.
bro.
We're going to put a one.
Cares.
Bro, she's Kamala Epstein to me. I don't care.
Chlamydia hair ass.
Bro. Kakala. Kulika.
Comrade Kamala. Fucking
Kamika.
Kamala.
Kamula.
Oh yeah,
Bro.
that's pretty tasty. I actually like those.
Ooh. See, man will mispronounce it all day, and she'll still be Kamala Epstein.
100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Let's remember Charlottesville. There were fine people on each side.
Very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. Let us finally pass an assault weapons ban and universal background checks and red flag laws.
Yeah, but she ain't lie though. So she told no lies. She just told nothing but truths. It's like, bro, come on now, lie again. Come
They
on.
couldn't have fact checked her that night, huh?
Honestly, bro, there was 30 fact checks we could have brought up for you. 30 fact checks we could have brought up for Kamala.
It just shows the.
Donald Trump, we're going to keep on doing is going everywhere and talking to everybody. We talk to the hostile media, we talk to the friendly media, we talk to the national media, we talk to the local media, and we do it because we think the American people deserve leaders who.
They always say like, okay, well, are you going to take those tariffs? Are you going to take in them immigrants?
Y'all got that spare bedroom.
We'll take the extra cost on tariffs for Trump's, but if Kamala gets selected, you go ahead and accept these immigrants into your homes.
Yeah, y'all got that spare bedroom. Y'all got that space in y'all basement.
I mean,
go ahead and clear that up.
I mean, hey, I'll accept higher prices over immigrants in my crib, baby, any day of the week.
Go ahead and
try
dust
to
up
earn
that
their
bed in
vote
the spare
instead of
bedroom.
expecting it to be given to them.
What about the attic?
Next one.
Senator Vance, thank you so much for answering questions. I am
Thanks.
Casey Jones with WCCB. I want to ask you, you're talking about hostility. So looking at how things are going in Springfield, Ohio right now, where you made claims that Haitian migrants were eating pets that have since been debunked. There are threats to the community. Things are hostile. Knowing that America's so divided right now, would you change anything about the way you spread those now debunked false claims?
Well, what I have a responsibility to do in Springfield, Ohio, or any constituency in the state of Ohio, and if, God willing, the American people honor me by making me their next vice president, this will be my responsibility for the whole country. My responsibility is to listen to the people that I serve and not a biased media.
Ooh.
And that's what I'll keep on doing in Springfield, Ohio, or anywhere else.
I mean, to that woman who asked that shit. But nah, for real though. Come on now. There's really people suffering out there, and you're over here trying to call them racist. It's crazy. And then it's a biased media because y'all only covered it up because Trump called it out. And you only covered up because Kamala's been terrible on the border, and this is a result of it. And anything to cover Kamala's back, like I said, disregard an entire group of people so Kamala could win a point, or so y'all can make fun of Trump. It's disgusting, but this is what y'all do.
And I liked his point about what exactly did he said when they try to say, "Oh, you lied about the cats and the dogs." He was like, "No, I was trying to draw attention." What exactly did he say?
Bro, he pretty much said, Dana, no, Dana. I said I'm trying to create the attention to bring to Springfield. He said, I didn't create no story. I'm creating the attention towards Springfield.
I love that because, like I said, Springfield, one of our more poor cities. Like it's not the destination spot in Ohio. It's already an underserved community, population size of 50 or 60,000. So these people, I'll be honest, essentially they don't really have a major voice. So yes, they kind of did need Trump and Vance to call on the issue that's hurting the community.
Bro, when their own city manager and mayor is gaslighting them?
Nah, that's not an issue.
Like, oh, we're not suffering from it. But, and, if we bring attention to it, our property values go down. So why would I go ahead and hurt my bottom line? Like, what?
We don't get that funding, that federal funding that sends these people here. Huh?
Bro, there was a whole town meeting that was held where everybody was calling out these people. Everybody was calling them out. Their own citizens were calling them out. Everybody's going like, bro, you sitting up here with suits and all, but we got all these Haitians running around. Like, what's going on here?
Facts.
Like, who paying y'all?
Somebody getting paid.
Yeah, somebody check their bank account, man. Check them transactions.
One thing I've learned, and I really do think it's a difference between me and President Trump and the Kamala Harris campaign, is that we listen to people and we try to understand where they're coming from. And to think about this, that I've learned this in just 2 years in the United States Senate. When there was a train disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, a lot of residents.
Man, shout out droning into scenery. Man, my man. He said white liberals. Malcolm X said, yeah, the white liberals.
Oh, yes, Malcolm X did mention that, actually. He did mention the white liberals. That kind of was a part of his thesis.
And what's so scary, though? The same people he warned us about is the same people that the black people decided to follow. The same people that are oh so great Malcolm X, which he was. Like, shout out Malcolm X. But the fact that we didn't listen to this man, the fact that we followed the white liberals anyway. I'm talking about the black community. I'm talking about us. Look what we're doing right now. You're following the white liberal woman. And who's following the white liberal woman? The black woman. And who's following the black woman? The black man, for some strange ass reason. Wild. But okay. Appreciate you joining in the scenery.
Came to me and told me a lot of things.
Damn, they're disrespectful to his memory, but
it ended up being not totally true. They were based on
black men. No, for real. It's damn near disrespectful to Malcolm X's memory that we do this. Well, not me, but I know there's a lot of black men out here that want to follow the black woman and follow a black woman all the way into the White House that's not even black, so they played the race card on y'all. But hey, it is what it is, right?
Rumors, but most of those things ended up being based on reality, and they were treated like enemies by the American media for daring to complain about what's going on in their country. And I'll tell you, I promise that as your next vice president, to the American people, to the people of this great state of North Carolina, I will always listen to you. Even when the media attacks me, I will listen to you about what's going on in your communities, because that's what a leader ought to do. And the final point that I'll make there is that everything that's going on in Springfield, Ohio, first of all, it comes from Kamala Harris's wide open borders. A small town in Ohio, 20,000 migrants into that community. It has stressed every local service. I wish the American media was half as interested in the stress on the local schools, the stress on the hospitals, and unaffordable housing as they are in debunking a story that comes from the residents of Springfield. And the final point that I make on this is it is interesting to me to listen to the American media where they will descend on a town. I've had constituent inbound from inquiries from Springfield, Ohio, just in the last couple of weeks where, you know what they'll say to us? They'll say, hey, this thing's going on in our community. Could you help us investigate it? But please don't put my name out there publicly because every person who speaks up has 15 news media reporters show up at their doorstep. And to all of the reporters who are listening to these words, whether they're national reporters or local reporters, did you ever think about listening to people instead of harassing them? Did you ever think about telling the truth instead of accepting the word? Did you ever think about listening to people speak their truth instead of listening to some bureaucrat and assuming that everything that they tell you is true? Journalism in this country is increasingly a disgrace. It's about investigating the truth, and unfortunately, far too few reporters do that today.
So instead of investigating, like, the source, which is Springfield, you're investigating the people who are bringing attention to it. I mean, I get it. I kind of get it. But if they're bringing attention to this story, you want to prove him to be oh so false, then why aren't...
damn research.
Bro, ABC has not stepped in Springfield. CNN has not stepped in Springfield. MSNBC has not stepped in Springfield. They're not even consulting the people. They're not. So, like, what are y'all really trying to say here? That the media is not biased? Think about it. They don't want to go nowhere near the city, then what else could it be?
I think Trump has a planned scheduled visit to go out there. So.
And come on, bro. You know these liberals hate rural Americans. You know y'all liberals hate the country folks. So it's like, let's be real. Like, yeah, y'all kind of have a little hatred going on for these people. But then you want to frame it as them having hatred for the Haitians. Which there may be hatred on both sides, but hey, man, you got to check yourself as well here.
Yep, Vivek did go there. Actually, we covered that.
Yeah, Vivek was, bro, shout out Vivek.
Yep.
He definitely did cover that.
Senator Vance, thank you for taking our question. This is Kelly Kendall from WXII. You just called North Carolina a second home to you, but you also said that you want to leave this situation between voters and Mark Robinson. So I just want to give you one more chance here. Will you continue to support Mark Robinson in this campaign?
Look, I'll continue to support the people of North Carolina. That's what my job is as their next vice president. It's not to tell them.
Okay. He's saying Fox went to Spring. Of course, Fox will go to Springfield.
All right,
because they actually want to know,
not ABC,
bro. Because they know. They know it's real, and they don't want you to know. And if they just sit there and write stories saying that, oh, Trump is deranged for saying it, y'all gonna believe it.
And you made a good point. Like, why don't they just go out there, do some journalism?
I mean, bro,
do some reporting. Like, these people obviously have a story they want to tell. They showed up at city town hall meetings, literally complaining, like, bro, this is happening, this is happening.
Why the hell is TikTok and YouTubers doing more research than the media? Like, why are we listening to the citizens more than the media?
They don't want to cover it. And then they want to call you fringe or they want to call you conspiracy theorist when that's all you have to go off of. You have to do your own investigative journalism and come up with your own theories when these major media networks, these legacy media networks who we should all be able to turn to for unbiased, or even if it's a little bit biased, we should be able to turn to for a sense of information, right? Yeah. They won't even go there. Come on now.
Look, I spent so much time in this state, and I love this state. It is beautiful. You guys have one of the rare... Thank you. We have one of the rare combinations of beautiful mountains and beautiful beaches right here in the state of North Carolina. You ought to be proud of it. I joke with my wife that Ohio also has mountains and beaches, and she says, well, the hills of southeastern Ohio don't count, and Lake Erie doesn't count as a beach. So you guys kind of have us beat on the beachfront. But look, the people of North Carolina, when I'm here, and this is the second event I've done today. You know what I hear about? I hear about concerns regarding inflation. I hear about affordability. I hear from young people who want to be able to afford a home and worried they're never going to be able to. I hear heartbreaking stories from people who say, you know, my parents, they got married and they worked and they were able to afford a home to raise a family in, and I'm worried that's never going to be true for me and my children. Those are the people whose problems I am focused on, not a sex scandal and not something that I think is fundamentally the voters of North Carolina are focused on the right issues, and that's what our campaign is going to focus on, too. And let's do one more question before we hit the road.
Hi, Senator Kit Maher. I just want to clear up, does a Trump campaign still endorse Mark Robinson? And number two,
Appreciate you, man.
Go ahead, kid. Go ahead.
Yeah. Second question is about your debate prep. It's reported that you are enlisting the help of Tom Emmer to sit in for Tim Walz. Could you talk about that choice and how you're preparing for the debate?
Yeah, well, look, Tom Emmer is a great representative from the state of Minnesota. He has not helped us out yet, but I think that we are going to try to call on him in the next couple of weeks as we really start to, think about how to make our best case during this debate. But look, on the Mark Robinson question, Kit, you've heard me answer it now 2 times. I've been asked, I think, 5 questions. Now, three of
it's annoying calling out certain truths or just calling out certain shit you see and being like, and people just responding with like, oh, you're a Trump supporter. Oh, you're MAGA. Like, whoa.
You're racist. It's like, how?
I just noticed something and called it out, and now y'all over here labeling me, pushing me over to this side. Like, it does kind of make you like, man, fuck y'all. Like, what the hell?
I mean, bro, come on now. I know what a racist is. You're not just going to reframe it just because I don't believe in what you believe in.
There was somebody saying in our comments, like, all Trump supporters aren't racist, but all racists are Trump supporters.
I was like,
oh man,
that was hilarious.
With that one, they had me with that one. I was like, huh?
Okay, bro, you got
it. Those questions have been about what Mark Robinson did or did not say 20 years ago on a message board. As I've said, that is Mark Robinson's case to make to the people of North Carolina. I'm not going to make it for him. And the people of North Carolina, they get to be the judges of whether they believe him or not. It's really that simple. Now,
I'm just like, bro, we welcome all people in here. It don't matter if you're on the left, the right, conservative, liberal, Vance, Walz, Kamala, Trump, doesn't matter, man. And we ain't no MAGA fanboys. We ain't no Trump almighty worshipers. Like, it's just election season. Everybody giving their take, everybody giving their opinion. And I feel like that's why we've been so successful here recently. And that's honestly why a part of the reason why the engagement's been so high is because we offer a neutral ground where both sides could come in, talk their shit, get their shit off their chest. It doesn't matter. Find common ground where there is something. We can disagree to agree on the other points. No matter what side you're on, man. It's all about just being informed as we head into election season. This is a perennial time in our country's history. We just all need to be informed as we head to the ballots in November.
I really cannot believe that the American media is so much more focused on this than on the struggles of their fellow citizens. What happened? But I really cannot believe that the American media is so much more focused on this than on the struggles of their fellow citizens. What happened? What happened to speaking truth to power? What happened to investigating the truth? If the American media wants to focus on a sex scandal, there are plenty of supermarket tabloids that are welcome, that would love to have you. Let's focus on the real issues that affect North Carolina. And final point I'll make on this. Look, people have found, somebody just behind me said Bill Clinton. That's a good point. Bill Clinton spoke at the Democratic National Convention. How many questions have been asked about his very interesting history? But what I'm focused on is not Bill Clinton or Mark Robinson's history. It's how to make the lives of the people of this state better.
All right, Gerard, catch you, bro, in the next one.
You can't talk too much about them Clintons without catching okay? Or you can't take out the Federal Reserve or put or put a APAC under the FARA law without a. There's all things you can't do without catching a.
One thing I wish that I could do for every single person in this room, even the journalists, is I wish that I could take you on our campaign plane and give you the perspective that I've gotten of this country in the past 7 weeks. This is the coolest, other than being a wife to this beautiful lady here and a father to our 3 kids, the greatest honor of my life has been running for this office of Vice President of the United States. And I'll tell you, you see this country through an incredible perspective when you run to be its next vice president. I mean, from the beautiful deserts of Arizona to the mountains of Western North Carolina, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world, and we ought to be proud of it. I believe we've got natural resources that the Chinese and the Russians would literally kill for. We have an incredible, bountiful land in addition to having the most beautiful country in the world. And I believe we've got the best people and the best workers anywhere on the face of the earth. The only thing that is broken about this country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. Let's fire her and send Donald Trump to the White House, and let's do it together. God bless you guys. Thank you all for having me.
All right. And all right, as we get to the next video, man, if you got any question, comments that you want to make, jokes,
video suggestions,
go ahead and send it in through a super chat. And if you want a poll, $1 and up, you can make a poll for the chat, man. You know, we got good, over 1,000 in here. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, let's keep it engaging, man. It's been a fire stream. We're having fun over here. Hope y'all enjoying it on y'all end as well.
Man, so Trump, he's speaking to the farmers once again, my man. Let's go.
About it. He said, and he suggested to me,
anybody sends shout out the farmers.
Thousands of people a year, comes through the southern border, now the weakest border in history. It was the best border we ever had when I was there. We built hundreds of miles of wall and everything else, and it was the best border. Now it's the weakest. I had a handshake deal with him. It was going to happen very quickly, and then this side didn't do anything about it.
The reason I don't like going to these political pundits sometimes or the media is because I kind of want to hear from the person themselves.
I make my own opinion.
Yeah, and you can't tell me nothing about what they said if I'm like, all right, what interview you said that on? Like the J.D. Vance. Oh, he said he was creating a story. I'm like, what interview said it? Oh, the CNN with Dana Bash. I watched that whole thing, the whole 16 minutes. Like he didn't say that.
Let me make my own opinion. I don't need this or that pundit's influence, or I don't need their interpretation of what was said. Like, let me make my own shit.
Yeah, let me be an independent thinker. Let me hear that person out for themselves. That's why we listen to Kamala, Walls, and everybody else, because I want to know what they're saying for myself, and I want to come to my own conclusions.
No, facts. And we appreciate the super chats, man. We got $10 from Otis, man. He ain't got too much to say, just wanted to show some support, man. We appreciate that here at S.E.T Media. Then we got another $5 from Les Phillips, man, one of the mods, one of the supporters. We appreciate that, bro. Here's a poll. Are we better off now than you were 4 years ago? All right. Good question. We're going to get that started for you. Definitely like to see what you guys think on that. Appreciate that.
He said, and he suggested to me, anybody sends fentanyl to the United States, it's the death penalty. They get the maximum penalty. They would have done it, and then we had an election that didn't exactly work out too good, and it was a disgrace, frankly. And that deal went, and a lot of other bad things happened, like Russia attacking Ukraine, October 7th, inflation. A lot of bad things happened, the horrible way we got out of Afghanistan. So many things happened that wouldn't have happened, but it did nevertheless. But as to the farmers, we have a deal in place that China is supposed to buy $50 billion worth of our product, and they are not living up to it, and they were living up to it. And every farmer I spoke to a lot of them recently in Iowa, and they're having the same problem. They're not doing well. They're not doing well. They were doing great during the Trump administration. I think you would say that. Were you all? I hope you. This is always dangerous to do, but I hope you'd say you were doing well, because you're not doing now. I'm hearing it from farmers all over the place. And one of the big reasons is they haven't enforced the deal with China. And that deal was really a penalty deal to China, because they took advantage of you for 25 years, and it was like a penalty. And, Biden and Harris, they're never going to enforce anything. That group is a disaster. It's a disaster for our country in so many ways, but certainly the farmers are one of those ways. So I think either Rick, or are you starting off, Rick? Why don't you start?
Well, first of all, Mr. President, we really appreciate you being here as part of the Protecting America Initiative. We at Protecting America Initiative see China very clearly, as we know you do. China has quietly but strategically worked against us whenever we are distracted by wars or COVID. China goes in and absolutely tries to distract the American people. They work quietly. They go after our local and state politicians. They go after our manufacturing. And there is no question that they are looking to, at some point, leverage that investment and that activity. I've seen it very clearly at the UN, where the Chinese are very duplicitous. They have a permanent veto at the Security Council, but they also work with the G77 developing nations. They get money from UNICEF just to feed their people while actually acting like a superpower at the UN. They are duping so many people. We know from your administration, Mr. President, you were not duped by China. You saw them very clearly, but for the past 4 years, while America and America's Democratic-controlled White House have been distracted by wars, China is getting into our farmland. And we have to be able to see China very clearly. So we want to thank you for being here, and Lee is going to take us off into Q&A.
Well, thank you, Rick. Like Ambassador Grinnell said, President Trump understood the Chinese Communist Party threat and protected Americans from the CCP's attempts to infiltrate America. It is great to be here with the 45th and our next President of the United States, Donald Trump. China now owns 349,442 acres of agricultural.
And we covered this before on S.E.T. Key Media. Like Steven Crowder, he made a video exposing how, yes, Chinese immigrants come over here and get funding from a Chinese loan service.
Through the southern border, by the way.
Yeah. And you know what's so crazy? They open weed farms. They get farmland and open weed farms. That's literally what they're doing. I know, yes, China.
Fraudulent businesses.
Yep, fraudulent businesses, fraudulent names, a fraudulent loan service.
It's crazy. It's actually like a funneling system.
Yeah, they're getting it off somehow, some way.
Land in the United States. That is up 82% from 3 years prior. America's food supply and the farmland that enables it is critical to our national security interest, especially due to China's aggressive ventures into the U.S. food supply. While in the White House, President Trump took on China in many ways that stood up for American farmers. In 2018, he signed a law requiring the federal government to review CCP purchases of land around critical infrastructure, airports, and military bases. That is why we need President Trump back in the White House to pick up right where he left off and go even further. Another one of President Trump's greatest accomplishments was the groundbreaking United States-Mexico-Canada trade agreement that replaced NAFTA, improved supply chain resiliency, and put America's farmers first. The USMCA provided new market access for U.S. agricultural products, a fair, non-discriminatory pricing plan, and improved grading standards for products. It has been reported that the USMCA trade deal led to $2 billion in annual increases for the U.S. in agricultural exports to Canada and Mexico, with an overall increase of $65 billion in gross domestic product for farmers and ranchers. Contrast that to Kamala Harris's lack of support for U.S. farmers and weak stances on China. At the time, then Senator Harris voted against President Trump's USMCA trade deal, voting against America's farmers. Harris also opposed President Trump's necessary tariffs against China, and most recently cast the hybrid.
You probably make the argument for the last 3 election cycles. People have literally just been voting against Trump.
Yeah, it'd be against their own interest. But, oh man, if it's good policy coming from Trump, you know what's crazy?
Orange man bad.
If you took away the faces, right, and you read off policies to a, to a Kamala supporter, AI policies, right? I guarantee you they would agree with Trump's rhetoric if they didn't know it came from Trump.
If it wasn't attached to orange man bad, they'd come and be like, oh shit, it's kind of snapping. No tax on OT?
Yeah.
What, no tax on Social Security? Hold on. Salt deduction?
Bro, just take out his voice and put it in some AI voice, and I guarantee you they're gonna agree with it.
Breaking vote for the Biden-Harris scheme that has our auto industry out to China. That's what brings us here today, to discuss what Pennsylvania farmers need from the leaders to combat the threat that they see every day from China. President Trump is here with us today to listen to those concerns, to offer his remarks on China's influence over our food supply. And President Trump, if it's okay with you, I'd like to introduce some of our panelists who are here.
I'd love that, yes.
Our first speaker here is Todd Reamer. Todd is a cattle farmer from Westmoreland County. Todd?
Hello, I am Todd Raymer. I own with my wife a beef cattle, cow-calf operation right here in South Huntington Township.
My man.
My concern today is with foreign entities buying up American farmland while young Americans can't afford to or even get started. My dream was to buy a farm. I was fortunate to find a
recording equipment.
Finally, in 2010, I was able to quit my full-time off-the-farm job and devote all my time to the farm. Something that is rarely achievable now. I know there are young farmers out there who really want to aspire to own their own farm and ranch, but they can't afford to do so with the high costs of the farm, the ranch, and the equipment to get started.
I mean, like, bro, yeah, it really is, dog. Yeah. You can have your own mini farm and be low-key good. Bro, and if you're working,
I'm talking about six-figure earner up to $1 million, up to millions.
Yeah, low-key, and it's so crazy. But you just gotta buy land. But that's the thing, all assets went up under inflation, so land's overly expensive right now. Building a house would be pretty damn expensive right now. So yeah, honestly, there is a lot to low-key start up a farm.
No, for sure. It's definitely not a cheap thing to do.
Oh God, then you gotta wait for the animals to reproduce and all that wild stuff.
Costs a lot of money to maintain. A lot of
we all hear the word sustainability. To stay sustainable, we need to give Americans a chance to own farms and ranches, so they can continue to produce the safest food supply in the world for generations to come. And perhaps a solution could be maybe to offer a retiring farmer or a rancher an incentive tax break if he sold his farm to a farmer or rancher, American farmer or rancher. Also, if I may, I understand that China now owns major meat processing plants. They hold the contracts on production barns, and they even own feed milling plants all in the United States. I believe that it is Americans should control their own destiny when it comes to food production and the future of it. It's a life of hard work and heartbreak, but I know there's some young farmers out there that can carry the load if we can give them the opportunity. I had an uncle who was a lifelong dairy farmer, and when I was a kid back in the 70s, he had a bumper sticker on his GMC Jimmy that read, "No farmers, no future."
Man.
That was 40 plus years ago.
We're gonna feed America.
Since then, technology and crop yields have changed for the better, but the message on that bumper sticker has not changed.
Goods are a good part of our
no
exports.
Future,
don't just think it feeds us. Like, we send this shit out to the rest of the world as well. Like, it's a good part of our economy, our GDP. Like, we need farmers, bro. Like, farmers are quintessentially what has been synonymous with kind of what's made America great. So funny enough is Make America Great Again, and Trump over here supporting farmers. But like, yeah, farming is a component of what makes America what it is.
If we get our farmers good, doesn't that ultimately bring down food prices in a way?
Come on now.
I mean, like, hey, if we make things easier on farmers,
they're definitely a part of the chain that kind of affects food prices for sure.
Yeah, because I remember the whole reason why the German farmers were uprising because, well, the government tried to make them pay more for oil, more for gas. I mean, Germans, bro, they got some raw ass tractors to where it takes a certain type of oil that was like 70 cents a gallon. Yeah, so they was eating. And then they tried to switch them to our oil with the diesel oil, which is $3 and something cents a gallon.
Oh, they said hell no.
Yeah, bro, they started leaving manure on the courthouse steps.
Yeah, them Germans know how to protest.
Yeah, they.
There's no future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Matt Carr is here. He's a third-generation farmer of dairy, corn, soybeans, and alfalfa from Westmoreland County. Please welcome Matt Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to be here. Like I said, like I was introduced, I am a third-generation farmer. I would consider myself the young farmer that Todd is talking about. And I am a small dairy farmer from Westmoreland County. We currently milk 250 head of Holstein cows twice a day. It is more than a job. It is a lifestyle, as you know. But I would like to talk now
Some jobs are a lifestyle.
What agriculture means to this country. Currently is 30% of the jobs and 7.43 trillion in economic impact to this country. Like you had said,
Talking about we don't know about farming. What I just said.
You are pushing through to China for dairy products to be sold there. That is a huge market, and I would see that is a large area that we could expand into and continue to push to try to achieve those goals that you talked about. With that, in 1992, there was 130,000 dairy farms in the United States. That number is now down to 26,000. We are currently losing the small dairy farms, especially in Pennsylvania. Our dairy farm numbers are down 8% from 2022.
What is the difference in production? So you have far fewer farms. Well, what would you say is the difference in production?
Production is
similar?
In Pennsylvania, I think it's down a little bit.
It's down from those days?
Yeah, the farms are getting bigger. The number of cows are still very...
But the overall total production you think is down from what it was when they had so many farms?
Oh, no. Total production across the U.S. would be up.
Is up.
Yeah. But we are losing the small family farm like myself.
I know that, yes.
Gotcha. The big farms are getting too big, and I mean, I think
your mom and pop farms,
yeah, they're dying out, and that's because BlackRock, Bill Gates owns a lot of farmland in America, and that's for a reason now. But that is also a reason he's buying up so much big farmland. I think he's what if he's doing this on purpose to drown out those guys? Like, isn't that like damn near what you kind of call like a farming monopoly? Like, don't you gotta bust those up?
That's just un-American.
Yeah, it is un-American. Like,
what about the free market?
Yeah, like you know what this is doing, right? You can let them buy the farm and invest.
Dairy margin is the margin that we have in order to make a living and a profit is extremely tight. Our input costs are up. So is there a way for America we talked about manufacturing. Can we manufacture our own and not rely so much on foreign inputs in order to address what we need in order to survive into the future?
Thank you, Matt. Great job. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Nick Stafiri is a hay, beef, and pork farmer from Fayette County. At this time, I'd like to introduce Nick Stafiri.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Nick Stafiri, as they said. I'm from Lower Tyrone Township, Fayette County. My family owns a small 120-acre farm where we specialize in freezer beef and hay. My story's a little bit different than everybody around the table. I didn't grow up with a farm. I married the farmer's daughter, so I kind of got that on the backside.
Very smart.
My mother-in-law was a full-time farmer in our operation. My father-in-law, myself, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, my wife, everybody else had a job off the farm. From 1954 to 2015, we milked 50 cows a day, twice a day, no hired help. It was all on them. My mother-in-law decided to stop milking in 2015 and transition to freezer beef and hay. I'm going to be a little bit different on my story here because my wife and I are both energy workers. So with the energy transition in Pennsylvania, our focus and our ability to have take our financial resources and put those back into the farm has been tremendous. Without that energy job, we wouldn't have been able to better our farm and better our situation. Without my industry and my work family, the opportunities afforded to me, especially like this today, wouldn't be possible. And as you sit here today, you're sitting on atop of the Marcellus and the Utica shales. Right. The most prolific shale plays in the world are underneath your feet. My family depends on my salary and my wife's salary, and those salaries are dependent on pro-American, pro-energy policy.
Damn. Okay.
With this pro-energy policy would allow operators to develop abundant clean natural gas from below our feet. Appalachia produces roughly 30 billion cubic feet of gas per day. We could double the amount if we were just given the opportunity. Common sense policies that allow for infrastructure to be built here. Pipelines. We need more pipelines. Doubling our output would be the equivalent of putting 10 million barrels of energy on the market for the world stage. Providing opportunities for families to remain farming, because guess what? We pay those royalties. We pay billions of royalties a year to landowners, just like everybody that's around here at this table.
Right.
And, you know, due to the ups and downs, I want to tell you a little bit of a personal story of mine. Due to the ups and downs of the commodity-based business, 4 years ago, I was faced with an ultimatum. And that ultimatum was, do I chase my corporate job or do I stay here and work on the family farm? My wife and I, we made the decision not to move to Texas. We made the decision that it was family first, that it was legacy over money. So our conscious decision to raise our two beautiful daughters as fourth generation on our farm is the best decision we made in our relatively young lives. There has been no greater honor than to represent my family, my industry, and the pivotal role we play together. The intersection between agriculture and industry, it's a tight-knit one.
Hey, dude, these ain't no broke
we need the farmers just
these
like
guys ain't broke. They got money.
They want us to provide the energy. And responsible natural gas development should not be a partisan issue. It's a common sense issue. So I want to thank you again for allowing me to speak with you today. It's been an honor, and I really appreciate it.
So thank you very much, Nick, and it's great. So without your job, which is a good job, an energy job, but if you don't put Trump in, you're not going to have any energy jobs in here. They're not going to let you frack. They're not going to let you frack. You know that. She's never said frack in her life until just a short while ago when she realized her poll numbers were dying in Pennsylvania. They're not going to let you or anybody else frack. And so I just want you to be aware of that when you go and cast your vote. I'm not too worried about the people around this table, I must be honest, but you never know. But everybody's aware of it, and I think Pennsylvania's aware of it based on polling that we're getting. You can't let them do it because I didn't realize you were so dependent. Even a farmer would have to be dependent on the energy. But you take that energy out, you take that income out, it's a whole different story for Pennsylvania.
Completely.
And we're not going to let that happen. We got to win the election. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mana Papafavare, the CEO of General Carbide.
We're talking about a possible farming
Thank you so
boom.
much. So again, my name is Mana Papafavare. I'm the president and CEO of General Carbide Corporation. We are a 56-year-old manufacturer of carbide and steel tooling components and assemblies for lots of industries that include oil and gas, ammunition tooling, and agriculture, to just name a few. We're a fully integrated supplier, so we start with our own graded powders all the way to making our finished tools, which we've transformed over a period of years.
Great.
This company was started by my father, Primo J. Papafava, when I was just 5 years old. He was the son of Italian immigrant parents. He enlisted in the Air Force to be a navigator, graduated from Carnegie Tech, now Carnegie Mellon University, with a degree in chemical engineering, and then went to work for a variety of businesses, ending up in a carbide company. He worked his way up, and eventually he started his own business. When he started the business, I was just 5 years old. So I'm very proud of our history. My mother and father taught us a lot, and I lost my father now 22 years ago, and my mother is now 5 years gone. But they taught me about hard work, integrity, and responsibility, as well as respect, charity, and compassion. I'm not as hardworking as any one of these farmers here, I can tell you that, but I do work hard. When my father passed away back in 2002, I was left with the responsibility of carrying on our business and taking care of 250 people that work for us in Westmoreland County. But by the time that COVID arrived, we had grown to 350 people with 3 different businesses in 4 states, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Michigan, and Hawaii. And even though we were deemed an essential business or a sustainable business by 3 of the states, still General Carbide lost 60% of its business in a very short period of time. Unlike a lot of other companies that kind of rolled into the corner and waited it out, that is simply not our style. In fact, one of...
All right, we're going to go ahead and transfer to Pierce Morgan, something a little bit more, I don't know, sensational.
A little more lively is that farmer conversation. It was informative, but we're going to keep it in there.
Can try to appeal to Republicans. Kamala Harris can try to appeal to Republicans, whether it's the white dudes for Harris videos or try to talk soft when it comes to gun issues. Take Bernie Sanders' word for it. Just last week, appearing on the Sunday shows, saying that she's only moderating her position on a myriad of issues just to win the election. This administration has always taken a horrific America Last approach to affairs on the world stage. You can sit there and laugh, but we're as close as we've ever been to World War III.
Joe Biden is no longer running the country. I mean, the idea he takes that call in the middle of the night and has to press a nuclear button. If I was an American, I'd feel extremely concerned.
Pierce, I think that this is maybe the most disingenuous framing that I've heard from you.
Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. Is that Trump made a particular point of saying that and then became meme central.
I really am not a huge fan of trying to actually focus on airlifting some word that someone said and making that the story.
What do you think of what Janet Jackson said, that she's not a real black woman?
The ultimate irony in this is the person who has wielded that like a weapon for her entire political rise has been none other than Kamala Harris.
The Harris campaign has so far been a masterclass in control.
You gotta get a real
Kamala is a
Hindu
manufactured
conversation
product of the Democrat machine, not so much a charismatic leader as a series of talking points projected onto a large surface and played on a loop. That's why it's no surprise to hear that she's skipping the annual Al Smith charity dinner, a white-tie gala at which the candidates traditionally roast one another in the final weeks of the campaign. Trump was in bruising and boosterish form when he faced Hillary Clinton at the same event in 2016.
Really?
Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me."
I mean, when it was okay to laugh.
And I very politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office."
Well, Kamala Harris knows she'd get plenty of more of that.
I get it now. I bumped into me and said, "Pardon me." I was like, "We'll talk about that when I get into office."
I'm weak. Oh, yeah, that went over my head. I ain't gonna lie.
That is hilarious.
That went over my head.
Trump produces insults
That
the
is
way Levi's make jeans, and crowds tend to lap it up. At a time when both campaigns are trading barbs on whose rhetoric is pushing America to the brink of catastrophe, breaking bread and sharing humor would be a very good look, but the Harris camp doesn't want to take the risk.
Yeah.
Instead, it prefers stage management, a glossy and
Harris ain't
cynical
got no
charade
jokes.
in which even unscripted moments
What
seem...
do you mean, Harris? How are you black and ain't got no jokes?
That is true. Like, you can't be black.
Come on now.
Can't be.
A real black woman to be like, "Oh yeah, let's go to that dinner. Oh no, I got him. Oh, I mean, oh no. There's no way. No way.
You need that black card, baby. You need that
Come
black
on
card.
now. You avoided a roasting of Donald Trump?
Like, what? That was your time to shine.
Bro. And everybody says she wanted to debate. Crazy, bro. She can't even do a roast competition. The wilding out performance y'all wanted, she avoided.
She running from the smoke.
Well,
Trump got more jokes than you? Like, damn.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
powerful.
my house, they're getting shot.
At the debate
I'm a
when you
gun owner. Tim Walz
I
is a
did
gun.
not know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
powerful.
my house, they're getting shot.
Okay,
Yes,
but what about
yes.
us?
I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
But
My staff will deal with that later.
I mean,
Wow, Cool your jets, Rambo's little sister. We know what Harris really thinks about guns.
Yo,
He
Pierce.
said, "Whoa, Jamal, don't grab the knife."
Like, oh man.
Oh man, shit funny. He
Oh, you
said,
gotta
"Cool
love
your jets, Rambo's little sis."
Like,
hilarious.
Ironically, I probably agree with her about a lot of it. This apparently charming and spontaneous rebirth as a rootin', tootin' Second Amendment superfan is an obvious tactical pitch to get back to the centre ground. She knows progressives will vote against Trump no matter what she says, so she has no problem chucking him under the bus in the pursuit of power, just as she's now abandoned almost every single one of her positions from the 2019 campaign when she pitched herself to the left of Bernie Sanders. The million-dollar question, actually it's probably $100 billion question, is whether it will work. Can the US presidential candidate make it all the way to the Oval Office without ever really saying what they'll actually do or what they really believe?
I mean,
well, I know the answer.
I mean, if Pierce can see it, and bro, come on now, you know, Pierce, he's pretty fair. Let's be real. Pierce is pretty fair. Yeah, he'd be condemning Trump and condemning Kamala, and
you condemn Hamas.
Well, yeah, and do you also condemn Hamas? You know, if you're ever on Pierce Morgan, first thing I'm doing is Pierce. I condemn Hamas, okay, bro?
Now we can move forward, Pierce.
All right, let's go.
Answer, and we'll come to it. But first, let me tell you, I grew up in a middle-class family. Joining me now is the Democratic Congressman for California, the Harris campaign surrogate, Ro Khanna. Congressman, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Kamala's campaign surrogate?
Thank you.
See it.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your fair coverage also in the Middle East.
Well, thank you.
Oh, wow.
No, I try and be fair on all sides. I try to give everyone an equally hard time, and you'll be no exclusion to that rule. Look, there's no doubt Kamala Harris has done a much better job in the few weeks she's been the nominee than Joe Biden was doing. I completely can see that and accept that. Also, no doubt to me that she won the debate with Donald Trump, and I thought played him very skillfully, exposing the narcissistic streak, which always lets him down. However, she is ducking the media. She's barely done any interviews, and now she's even ducking the Al Smith dinner, which I've always loved as an antidote to all the nonsense that goes on in election campaigns, and particularly this year, when you've had such incendiary rhetoric that two lunatics have actually tried to assassinate a former president, Donald Trump, who's trying to become president again. I would have thought that we'd never be a better time to have Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapping jokes with each other in a good-humored way. Why is she not doing that?
Well, she should do it. I agree with you that humor can help diffuse tensions. It's important for us to be able to talk to each other, and I think she should do more media interviews. Look, she's had an incredible run. She gave a phenomenal convention speech. People make fun of her for saying that she's grew up in a middle-class family, but people don't know her. She has to be repetitive about her biography, but that's gotten to a point of a tie race. The next 5 weeks, I believe that she should be out there. She should come on your show. She should be all over the place, and I think if she does that, she'll win.
Well, just to be clear, she's welcome anytime. I've only met her once. I met her at a Haiti, ironically, given all the news about the Haitian community in America. I met her at a Haitian fundraiser in Los Angeles. I thought she was very nice, very smart, very personable, very charming. But I have to say that looking with my cold, calculated journalistic head on, I see someone who quite clearly, when she first ran for president in 2019, was a progressive left-wing politician and has now moved dramatically, as fast as she can, it seems, to clamber to the centre to make herself electable in a national general election, recognising that last time it all crashed and burned very quickly. People are seeing through.
Like, I low-key think that, the Harris camp is sensitive right now. Like, anything to avoid a bad performance.
Yeah.
Anything that risk a bad performance.
Backlash, pushback.
Anything, because they already know they're down on the polls. They know they're down on the polls. That's why they're not taking any risk.
So, like, Piers made a great point. They're clamoring to the center, trying to swing those moderates or maybe the people who are kind of like, about Trump, because she knows, like, that ultra left-leaning Bernie 2.0 ain't gonna get her in there.
Yeah, let's be real. Like, we all knew that one. Like, if you thought it was...
You stupid. The flip-flops. The big question is whether she can somehow limp over the line without people really holding her feet to the fire about it. Do you accept that?
Well, I think she ran in 2020 as a pragmatic progressive. I say this as someone who was co-chairing Bernie Sanders' campaign. She was not where Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders were. But look, I've known Vice President Harris for 20 years. She is incredibly thoughtful. She's well-versed in policy. And what I would say to her is this. Your consultants and those folks, they're going to go on regardless of whether you win or lose, and they'll go on to the next campaign. But this is your shot. This is your shot at history. Put it all on the line. Go out, share who you are, share your vision, take the questions. I think that the American people will like what they see and respect what they see, and don't listen to the consultant class. I mean, they're going to be fine either way, but this is your campaign.
No, I completely agree. And I also think it's important for American democracy, which she talks a lot.
Somebody out of Kamala's camp is damn near admitting that, well, she's not taking any leadership of her campaign. She says, it's your campaign. Do what you want. But people, pretty much, I guess Kamala's advisors are pretty much
the advisors, the overlords, the funders, the
handlers,
donors,
all that.
They got more say in the campaign and probably the direction of where America will go than she does.
Bro, and here's the one
it's
thing.
indicative of who really is running her shit.
And here's the one thing about that dinner, bro. It'd have been a one time for Trump to take the gloves off. It's like, now I can eviscerate you and nobody can say nothing.
The guise of comedy. Gotta love it.
A lot about wanting to safeguard that the American people get to see what this candidate is really like. I mean, that should be the very least that should.
I remember when Obama did it too.
It's always a funny time.
Yeah, it was great, but Obama had jokes.
Happen in what is a long campaign. Now, admittedly, she can't have as long as Joe Biden had, but she still had she'll have had 4 months by the time this election takes place. That is more than long enough. I mean, the UK general election lasts 6 weeks. So 4 months seems to us to be like an eternity.
After 4 years?
Well, what I tell American politicians is they need to do some of the UK press. I once did a left-leaning UK press, and they were harder on me than Fox News because I wasn't calling Joe Manchin corrupt. And I think having a tough press, having tough questions, that's the essence of democracy. And when you go on, even if people disagree with you, they respect you. And that, to me, is, in our country, it's somehow become that everything is about building the base. No, I still believe in persuasion. I still believe in an exchange of ideas. That's what makes us the greatest democracy in the world.
What did you make of this whole Janet Jackson furore, where she told the Guardian newspaper here in the UK about Kamala Harris, she's not black. That's what I heard, that she's Indian, her father's white. That's what I was told. There was then a bizarre thing where somebody issued what appeared to be an apology from her, but turned out not to be her spokesman. So therefore, we have to assume at the moment she has not apologized for these comments. What did you make of them?
I think it's a distraction. I think the incredible thing about America is what Frederick Douglass said in 1869, that we're going to be this composite nation. Remember, Frederick Douglass in 1869 defends not African Americans, but after being enslaved, defends Chinese immigrants' right to come to America. And he says in the free air of America, what will happen is the best of people's traditions will survive and the worst will be discarded. And Kamala Harris embodies that, and she's an embodiment of the American dream, and she shouldn't run away from that. And she should put Donald Trump on the defensive and say, in this country, regardless of your religion, regardless of your heritage, if you believe in the Constitution, if you believe in the Declaration of Independence, you're an American. That was Reagan's vision. So I think what Janet Jackson said.
I keep saying, bro, Kamala is scared to do what these young kids say today. Like, oh, what did they say? Oh, you're scared to come outside? like, come on now.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the youngsters.
Just a distraction.
The YNs, as they call them.
Yeah. The YNs, I
guess.
Man. And un-American. I mean, Piers, Lincoln had this challenge in 1858 when he gave the July 4th speech. He had to say, how is a German-American, French-American if you can't trace your heritage back to the Revolutionary War? And Lincoln answered it definitively. If you believe in our principles, you're flesh of the founders. That's what Kamala Harris, that's what the Democratic Party believes. That's why we believe that the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, who are helping, as Governor DeWine has pointed out, revitalize that town, is not anti-American. It is American.
There was an interesting interview with another musician, Pharrell Williams, who told the Hollywood Reporter, I don't do politics. In fact, I get annoyed sometimes when I see celebrities try to tell you who to vote for. There are celebrities that I respect that have an opinion, but not all of them. I'm one of those people who says, what the heck? Shut up. Nobody asked you. And he said this after Taylor Swift, of course, probably the biggest music star in the world, if not ever, right now, came out and very emphatically endorsed Kamala Harris. Does he have a point? And the reason I would ask that is I remember Hillary Clinton, when she was busy calling half of Trump supporters a basket of deplorables, but she was also having people like Beyonce and other superstars up on stage in that last sort of final run of that campaign in 2016, offering their superstar support. And it clearly didn't work. In fact, it was seen to have been very encouraging.
That was kind of smart because, like, bro, how do you collect a political ideal to your character as a person? Like, ain't that crazy? They literally connected, liberalism means you're a good person, conservatism means you're a bad person. It's like, how did y'all connect political ideal to character?
They painted the connotation of the word right before our eyes. Like I said, like, that's really wild how people could just change the definition of words like that and attach like those feelings and those moods towards those words. Because I never felt like being a liberal or conservative defined who you are. It's just a political ideology.
As Trump says, there's good people on both sides.
Yeah,
on both sides.
Yeah, there you go.
Voters in middle America, because they looked to these people who thought we're all just a bunch of rich, entitled, spoiled celebrities. Why would we want to vote for your candidate? Is there a danger here with Kamala Harris falling into that trap that by lassoing herself to Oprah, to Taylor Swift, to these others, that she might be falling into that trap that Hillary fell into?
Well, look, I'd much rather have Taylor Swift endorse me than not. Donald Trump, let me tell you, he wanted Taylor Swift's endorsement. He tried to have AI fake it. But here's the thing. Those endorsements can help generate turnout. They can generate enthusiasm. But you know what people in Michigan need to hear? They need to hear about...
And generate voter registration. I think there was a stat that after Taylor Swift had tweeted, or I think she made an Instagram post that she was endorsing Kamala, like 414,000 new registered voters signed up after she made that endorsement.
Yeah, well, the idolization of celebrities is crazy in America.
But there is a direct correlation with who these celebrities support and voter turnout, registration, and ultimately results.
Damn, that's
scary, bro. But that's why I always said, like, the left low-key doesn't always have that going for them. All the celebs, all the entertainers, they're low-key on that side.
Yeah, that's true. When the celebs in them are so one-sided, it make you look at them different.
Low-key? Bruh, makes me just respect them. I'm just like, bro, y'all are sellouts.
I mean,
y'all the real... Bro, they want to talk about sellouts? They want to talk about coons?
Bro, and here's just a crazy thing.
Tap dancers?
I would respect if all the celebrities at least half and half, maybe 60-40. But the fact that most of them lean to the left, it kind of just like, all right, what's the word of the day? Sellout? Coonery, like
tap dancers. Y'all want to talk about
tap dancing?
Like, bruh,
I'm
y'all
like,
are the ones that'll really do whatever for a bag. Never critically think about what you're being told. The shit that they tell y'all they're gonna do, but never do.
Man,
you want to call motherfuckers sellouts? Like, bro, y'all are selling for a bag.
Bro, y'all selling out what? The poor liberals. The rich liberals are speaking to the poor liberals, talking about, they're gonna do better for you, and they never do, and y'all should accept that and keep voting.
Just so they can get a payday. Like, what do you always say? Follow the bank account. Follow the transactions.
Like, check that man's bank account.
Man.
On manufacturing. They need to hear about what are you doing about Stellantis that's shipping plants to Canada and Mexico, and how is Vice President Harris going to bring back those manufacturing jobs like Joe Biden has done by having government financing of new plants, by having government procurement, by having a reasonable tariff rate. That ultimately people need to hear what is your vision, and the other things is the icing, but it's not the cake.
Bro,
Donald Trump
is so played. Kid Rock is so played. Nobody's busting Kid Rock shit, but we can't sit here and pretend like Quavo and Megan Thee Stallion aren't relevant. Ultrally culturally relevant.
So wait, he tried to compare Kid Rock to.
Like, come on, bro. All the leftists, all the entertainers, the biggest names in entertainment, music, and sport. Steph Curry came out, bro. Steph Curry came out and supported Kamala. I was like, damn. I was like, damn. And you know LeBron probably ain't gonna say nothing, but come on, come on.
You too.
Like they got all of those big names on that side, bro. We can't play like that doesn't influence voters' results.
Bro, it's like, damn, bro. Remember that line that Julius Caesar said before he died? He said, "Brute et." You too? It's like, yeah, Brutus. You too? Like,
They got
damn,
them all,
Steph.
bro.
You?
Yes, bro.
Bronny?
Yes. Yeah, bro, they got them all, bro. You know they got, bro. He ain't came out and said nothing, but you know who LeBron probably voting for. Bro, him and Trump was beefing back in the day. You remember they had like a little tweeting battle back in Trump's first presidency?
Yeah, that's true.
But he just wanted to. He came at all the basketball players because I think, what was it? The USA didn't go to the White House after the celebration.
Oh, yeah.
So like LeBron called him a chump. LeBron tweeted that he was a chump.
I'm like, bro, you just did something untraditional, and he's a chump. Like, doesn't that sound like y'all was in y'all feelings being the chump?
So they were all kind of going back and forth with Trump. So I ain't gonna lie, ain't none of the NBA players probably fucking with Trump, at least publicly.
Man, emotion.
So you got all the entertainers on that side, bro. And you know these people, like you said, they idolize these folks, and they'll buy whatever product or service they sell to them, or whatever political candidate as well. Sick.
Says if he doesn't win.
And didn't the Bible say something about idolizing, people, statues and all that good stuff? And it's crazy how people idolize these celebrities and just follow them wherever they go.
Bro, y'all follow these motherfuckers off a cliff.
Bro, y'all follow these celebrities more than y'all follow the Bible or the Quran. Actually, it's crazy. Some of y'all follow the Bible or the Quran because of your favorite celebrity.
He's done. That'll be it. He won't run again.
Can I?
A, do you believe him? And if he does, is that the end of MAGA? Or would it just be that there'd be a new kid on the block coming through espousing the same kind of stuff?
I do believe him, and the reason I believe him is he has an eye for television and entertainment. The Apprentice only ran 12 years.
Really endorsed Trump. Like, I'm really trying to figure out like what influential celebrities. Like, I'm talking about. You talking about some of the biggest names ever: Oprah, Steph Curry, Meg Thee Stallion, Quavo.
I mean, I think he got Elon Musk, and Aiden is the best one I can give you. Aiden Ross and Elon Musk are the best cosigns I could probably give you, because one for the youth and the other one because, it's Elon Musk.
I'm not gonna say they don't have the same level of influence on their following. It's just that you can't really when you compare they tip the scale on that side. I'm not gonna lie, they got way more.
Low key.
You want to talk about the few the right has? Okay, I'll acknowledge them.
No.
Amber Rose, Kid Rock.
If you want to talk about the pull on the youth that the Democratic Party has, it is unmatched,
bro. But for every conservative or right wing influencer, there's probably like 5 or 10 left wing ones, liberal ones. Come on, bro. The entertainment industry is liberal, just naturally. Ideologically.
I mean, bro, look at these.
When you bring politics into it, of course they align on that side.
I was trying to watch that one. What was it? Deadpool
versus Wolverine.
Bro, I was trying to watch that shit with my girl, bro. That shit was so damn liberal, man. I mean, bro was talking about I don't see gender. Deadpool talking about I don't see gender. I'm like, what the hell are you stating that for? And guess who it was made by, bro? It was made by one of them boys.
Brimless, Tiny Hat, Lord Voldemort's. Yes, the people who really got the most say in what goes on.
And I think he knows he's towards the end of his act. Someone had once said it's sort of like Elvis at the end of his time. Not that I'm comparing Donald Trump to Elvis, but the point is people who are in show business, their acts run out, and his act is running out. That's why I think Kamala Harris can win this campaign. I also think that the other people who, quote unquote, have the MAGA air don't have his showmanship and haven't had his humor. And I disagree vehemently. I voted to impeach Donald Trump twice, but they can't pull off what Trump has pulled off. So I do think it will be a turn of the page from the MAGA movement.
Roy Conner, great to have you on our Sensor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And put a good word in with Kamala for me for that interview.
I'm happy to. You were very fair.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, joining me now is the co-host of Steve Bannon's War Room, Natalie Winters, and the host of No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen, which is, of course, Brian Tyler Cohen. Well, welcome to both of you. Brian...
Key, are you really all right to because like I said, I prefer black women. So
of course, but come on, bad, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, all right, well, hey, for my white guys, so, what do y'all rate this?
Let me know something.
What do you rate her, guy? For my white guys.
Oh God,
there's a lot of confidence from a lot of people around Kamala Harris. I don't think I'd be feeling overly confident right now, because although the national polling looks quite encouraging, the swing state polling looks very, very tight. And I'm hearing that the numbers that we're not seeing suggest the Electoral College is still more likely than not to edge towards Trump. What's your take on this?
Well, I think that Kamala Harris herself says that she's the underdog in this race. I think the mentality from day one has been that she's not entitled to anything. You'll remember, I can't remember exactly where this happened, but she was asked about her support with Black Americans, and she said, just because these people are Black doesn't mean I'm entitled to them, which of course stands in stark contrast to what Donald Trump thinks, which is that he's entitled to everybody's vote just by virtue of him deigning to be in that race. So I think that, you know, from the very beginning, it's been clear that she is going to work to actually get the votes of every single demographic group, regardless of whether they're similar to her by virtue of skin color or political party or whatever it is.
What about when she's on a stage with Oprah Winfrey and suddenly morphs from one of the most anti-gun senators in modern American history to sounding like she's Rambo's little sister? You come from the woman who wants to get rid of guns.
No, you're right. No, that's a fact, actually, because they take their health very seriously. For those in the chat, you know who you are. Republican women and those that are sensible are hot. You ain't lying, bro. I can respect a woman in black, white, any race, honestly, that got conservative values. They probably take good care of their health, understand that health is wellness. And shit, if you... Bro,
and they're not like these liberal women out here with armpit hair.
If you look at religion, which a lot of conservative women are, your body's a temple.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and they're more likely to work out. I mean, you go to the gym, you most likely find conservative women.
Yeah, that's a great take.
On God, man. Make sure you like my, you know.
Like my man
just sounding like she's Rambo's little sister. You come to my place, I'm gonna shoot you. Are we supposed to buy into this incredible, transformation from the woman who wants to get rid of guns to the woman who packs one and wants to shoot people that break in?
Well, hold on. There's a big difference between having a gun in your house for self-defense or thinking like a handgun in your house for self-defense and then thinking that we should just have a proliferation of AR-15s that are readily accessible and available to anybody over the age of 18 in this country when they're the weapons that are used in mass shootings day in and day out. And conflating the two is doing a massive disservice to the efforts of people who are actually working to make kids safer in this country.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but I was very surprised about what she said. I mean, Natalie, were you convinced that suddenly this candidate that you assumed was the big gun grabber in the Senate now wants to proudly talk about her ownership of guns and her willingness to use them?
Absolutely not. This is just a continuation of the performative activism that we saw, I think, unfold most poignantly at the DNC, where you suddenly had the Democrats embracing patriotism, the American flag, something that they haven't done for a while. And frankly, the issue is, and it's why Kamala Harris hides on the campaign trail, is the fact that the same protesters, whether they're outside the DNC, whether they're on college campuses, it's the same donors, it's the same supporters, it's the same dark money network groups that are funding both sides of the Democratic Party. So Kamala Harris can try to appeal to Republicans, whether it's the white dudes for Harris videos or try to talk soft when it comes to gun issues or put out things like camo hats, but that doesn't reverse her long track record of not just having policies that don't square with swing state voters, but truly being a radical. And don't take my word for it, take Bernie Sanders' word for it. Just last week, appearing on the Sunday shows, saying that she's only moderating her position on a myriad of issues just to win the election.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, that is...
AKA... Stop the cap. Stop the cap, Kamala. You just saying what you needed to say.
Surely indisputable. If you look at her positions in 2019, when she first ran for president, and compare them now, the number of not just flip-flops, just open, blatant U-turns is extraordinary. And one of the reasons she's not doing big interviews, if she can possibly avoid it, is she doesn't want people reminding her of this remarkable journey she's gone on from left-wing progressive to centrist.
Pierce, what she said when she was running a primary campaign in the previous election is not how she would govern now when she's had the experience of 4 years being
we shouldn't have believed
the vice president.
We shouldn't have believed it.
It's that people have their positions when they're running primary campaigns in previous election cycles.
When was she lying
evolve.
to us, Brian, is my point. Should we have believed her in 2019? I mean, we're not talking about someone in their 20s. We're talking about somebody who's 60. So she was in her mid-50s and an American senator when she put these positions forward in 2019. Are we supposed to now accept that she was lying then, and that wasn't what she really means or believes? And then that comes to the issue of credibility. Or do we accept that now she doesn't mean what she's saying now? She just wants, as Natalie said via Bernie Sanders' interview, she just will do whatever it takes to win.
Pierce, people run primary campaigns and try to figure out their lane in the Democratic Party, and their positions evolve over time when things change in this country. Right now, she's had the experience of 4 years as vice president, recognizing how to properly run an economy, how to properly protect healthcare and expand its access among Americans, how to properly make sure that we have common sense gun safety restrictions, how to properly actually pass legislation that Donald Trump pretended he would pass. You want to talk about evolving positions? Trump predicated his entire 2015 campaign when he was running as a fake populist on a jobs boom, on passing an infrastructure law, on having a healthcare reform bill that would make healthcare less expensive, Pierce. Hold on, less expensive, Pierce, and more comprehensive. He didn't pass any of that. Not only did he not pass it, he didn't try. He used all of his political capital in office not to do any of those populist things that he promised when he was running for office, but rather to just pass a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires. That's what he actually cared about. And that's what he did when he actually had the power. So it's ironic that we're talking about what Kamala Harris said in a few months when she was campaigning in a primary. Donald Trump had the ability to actually govern that way, and he squandered it.
But you're missing a point. She's also had that ability because she's been the vice president to Joe Biden for nearly 4 years. So,
but the vice president doesn't dictate policy. You know that.
She's a senior part of the administration. She's one heartbeat away from running.
It's Joe Biden's administration.
As we've now discovered, she's one heartbeat away from running the country, which many people think she currently is, given the state of Joe Biden. I mean, Natalie, how plausible is it that she can continue to duck the media, duck the Al Smith dinner, not really make herself accountable on the flip-flopping, and present herself as a page turner, a new page based on the fact that as if almost she wasn't part of the administration for the last 4 years. I'm the breath of fresh air. I'm the promised land. To which my response would be, well, where have you been for the last 4 years?
Well, and to that point, I think it's profoundly ironic that we're already going back to 2019 to 2020 to focus on her statements in the primary. She has 4 years as a VP with, frankly, not just nothing to show for it, but just botched Afghanistan withdrawals, abysmal policy records on the border. So even if you want to go to her, post-transformation, apparently she's no longer radical. If you want to look at her record now, someone who gloats and touts the fact that she was the last person in the room when it came to making decisions on the Afghanistan withdrawal, and someone who's, so proud of her record on the border, she won't even embrace her border czar moniker. I don't really think you...
And quick pause for the cause, man, because we got 1,500 plus of y'all in here right now. So if you're in here right now, I don't care if you're driving, walking, taking a night jog, man, go ahead and stop real quick and like the video. Double tap that screen, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner, and let's keep it engaging. So if you got any thoughts, comments, questions, video suggestions, or polls you'd like us to start, go ahead and super chat in $1 or more, man. We got y'all, man.
Appreciate y'all for tuning in.
You even have to go back to the primary to look for evidence that Kamala Harris is not a candidate that has a solid track record to run on. And that's squarely why she's dodging the mainstream media and, of course, hostile media networks, too. But you're going to see the Democrats continuing to roll out endorsements from out-of-touch Hollywood elites, or, frankly, the, national security officers. It started out with, the 4 anonymous ones that tried to smear Trump as the Russian agent. Then in the 2020 election, it was the 51 anonymous intel officers who said that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. And now it's, a couple hundred, I guess that's how desperate they are, national security officials that they have to wheel out to prop up this candidate who is essentially an empty vessel that is being, pushed and shepherded by the most radical elements of the Democratic Party, and is only moderating right now because they admit it. They are engaging in a campaign to go after Republican voters.
Why didn't Donald Trump say all this at the debate when he had the chance with, tens of millions of Americans watching? Why did he get sucked into her trap which clearly worked. She won that debate. Whatever anyone else tries to spin it, I can tell you categorically she won it. And she won it because she played to his kind of narcissism. And he wasn't able to articulate all the things you've just said about her own positions and the weaknesses of those. And I think that was a mistake. Do you agree?
Well, I mean, it's precisely why I think Trump wanted to have a debate on Fox. He wanted.
You could spin it as narcissism, or you could spin it as, like, I don't know, like pride in his, well, I ain't gonna lie, in his followers. He's like, what you mean? You're pretty much saying my followers don't show up for me? And they be here in front of me all day. Some of them can't even get in. What? So, yeah.
And Trump does have a diehard base. I don't care what you say about the man. Like, this, bro, you've met a Trump supporter in your life that is crazy about that man, Trump.
So, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. To low-key kind of, come at his crowd size. And when somebody in his crowd even died, I'm like, yeah, I could see where you kind of tipped the scale, my man. And they knew to play that hand. They really knew it because, well, somebody died in your crowd. A supporter died in your crowd. And let's just play on that. I'm like, damn.
Wanted to have questions that would have teed up actual substantive conversations.
Yeah, but he could have done it there.
Sorry, what was that?
Well, he could have done it in the last debate. I mean, everyone knows Trump's a great debater. All he had to do was whatever question he got asked, he could have just directed his answer straight at her and asked her all the things you've been talking about. But he didn't.
President Trump tried to drive the conversation more towards immigration. I think he, whether it's trade, immigration, or foreign policy, there's sort of issues that are both on the same side of the same coin, or rather two sides of the same coin. But I think Kamala Harris did maybe rattle him a little bit by getting him to talk about rally size and crowd size. But, I think the broader ideas of Trumpism talking about immigration, and I think for my co-panelists to say that Trump didn't deliver on anything with regard to the populist agenda is just patently false. I think Kamala Harris is trying to do a cheap astroturfed version of that now. But that's why Kamala Harris is running for cover, whether it's ABC debate moderators or scared to have debates on Fox News, because if she's actually pressed on her immigration track record, which I guess she's apparently not, the borders are, she knows she can't answer for it.
I mean, Brian, look, it's going to be a very tight race. Every pollster I talk to says it's going to be right on a knife edge, right to the conclusion here, which is not unexpected given the way the last few elections have gone. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, do you genuinely believe Kamala Harris is going to win?
Yes, I do believe that Kamala Harris is going to win. I mean, look, we all have limited information that we're going by right now. All we can really look at is the polls, is the momentum. At that point, we try to glean what little information we can. But I think that what I said at the top of this segment still stands, which is that Democrats are the underdogs. Donald Trump does have the incumbency advantage to some degree, even though he's not the direct incumbent, but was prior to this. And I think that it's incumbent on Kamala Harris to do what she's been doing, which is to reach as many people as humanly possible, to continue crisscrossing all of these swing states. She's done about 35% more rallies, her and Tim Walz together, 35% more rallies and events than Donald Trump and J.D. Vance has, which I think may actually be a smart strategic move by the Trump campaign, considering every time he goes out on stage at either a rally or an interview, he decides to open his mouth and insert his foot.
Out of interest, Brian, who do you think is running the country?
Trump derangement syndrome.
Is it Joe Biden?
I like how Trump likes to go past the Trump derangement syndrome at a certain point. Like, all right, come on now. We know you're biased, but we ain't gonna let you lean too hard into it.
No, or is it Kamala Harris? Or is it Jill Biden?
It's Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden.
Well, I'm going to play two clips and ask you that question again. The first one is where President Biden forgets the name of the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, at a press conference at the Quad Summit on Saturday. He forgets he has to introduce him. Take a look.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next?
I'm weak.
Who's next?
I'm weak. Who's next, goddammit?
About to get mad.
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Weak. Dude, bro, he's talking about who's next like it was supposed to be some regular, and it was the Prime Minister of India.
Right behind him, too.
And this is why nobody respect the Prime Minister of India saw the president make a fool of himself live on stage. And this is the man that y'all was going to vote for over Trump.
It's to the point where, and I've been saying this since it happened, why when he stepped aside from the upcoming race, didn't he step aside from presidency? If he's not fit to run for the next 4 years, That's almost admitting he's not fit to run now.
And y'all just buying it? I mean, at this point, bro, y'all buy anything the left sell you at this point.
I got a beachfront property in Ohio.
So I want to thank you all for being here.
I'll be loving to sell y'all.
Who am I introducing next? Who's next?
I mean, it's the Prime Minister of India, sir.
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Got a cover.
I mean, completely excruciating, especially given that Modi was standing next to him and is one of the most famous and important and powerful world leaders imaginable. But the second clip is even more bizarre. It's Jill Biden apparently taking control of cabinet. Let's take a look.
Today at the top of our meeting, Jill's going to give an update on the House initiative, White House initiative to fundamentally change the approach and fund and how we approach and fund women's health services. So I'd like to turn it over to Jill and for any comments she has, and it's all yours, kid.
It's all yours, kid. I mean, what? Not honey, not sweet, like nothing, not baby, no nothing. But kid, you called your wife kid. And shout out to our first female president, man.
You know, sometimes the White House.
Jill Biden.
She said the head of the desk.
At the head of the desk. Yo, man, it's too late for Kamala. It's too late. First female president, Jill Biden. You may not know it, but now you know it today. I know black women. Y'all thought, but we were fooled. We were fooled once again by the left. Once again, man. It's really your first female president is Jill Biden.
Joe became president. I knew I wanted to keep shining a light on the issues that I'd worked on for so many years.
It's just very bizarre, Brian, to watch both of those and not conclude that Joe Biden is no longer running the country. I mean, the idea he takes that call in the middle of the night and has to press a nuclear button. I'm sorry. If I was an American, I'd feel extremely concerned. His wife seems to be running cabinet, and he doesn't seem to know what day it is.
Pierce, I think that this is maybe the most disingenuous framing that I've heard from you. Having Jill talk about an initiative that she worked on, or having Joe not know the exact run of show, doesn't mean that he forgot Modi's name, and it doesn't mean that Jill is taking over cabinet meetings. And you know that. Again, this is really bad faith framing. With that said,
well, that's what you hang on, Brian. That's what hold on. You guys said for 2 years. Hang on. You guys, let me just respond to that. You guys said for 2 years that Joe Biden was absolutely bang on, whip smart, leading the country, nothing to worry about. As people like me were writing endless columns and saying stuff on air that he clearly was not up to running the country. And eventually the Democrats admitted, actually, you know what? We can't defend it anymore. The debate was a debacle. He's out. They stabbed him in the back. And now it looks to me like America's rudderless. But don't tell me that I can't cast aspersions over these clips given the nonsense that went on for 2 years.
Given the fact that Jill is talking about an initiative at a cabinet meeting and talking about the fact that Joe Biden didn't know run of show at one of the thousands
Why would he articulate that so loudly, so embarrassingly?
Donald Trump, in his right mind, thought that Tim Cook's name was Tim Apple and thought that Erdogan was the president of Hungary. So when are we going to do segments on that? Just because you don't know every single detail. Here's the thing that and I know that you don't like to call yourself right-wing media, even though all of your framing is right-wing.
I'm not.
Here's the thing that I don't understand is that every time
bro, it's like I said, it's like, bro, they automatically frame you as right-wing if you just have one criticism of the left.
That's all it is.
That's what it is. Like, you just can't sit there and criticize your own party without them saying, what are you, a Republican now? I'm like, no. Nah. Still on your side, I just got some critiques here. Like, what's going on?
Can I not?
Man, apparently, hey, man, that's how I got pushed out the left or the Democratic Party. I was like,
asking the wrong questions.
Yep, asking the wrong question. They was like, oh, yeah, you're a Republican and you're a low-key a bootlicker. You're a white supremacist now, or you like to spread white supremacist ideology.
You hear enough of that, and you're just like, man, fuck y'all.
Oh God, like, bro, fuck y'all niggas. I don't care.
Like, what the hell?
Oh, fuck it. I'll just say what I want to say.
Donald Trump has done the same thing, if not leagues worse, than all of the small mistakes and errors that Joe Biden makes, but we never talk about those because it's just baked into the cake that Donald Trump is going to say crazy things.
Well, no, it's not that. It's not that.
And because he's graded on such a curve in both this country and international media more broadly, it just comes and goes like a fart in a hurricane when he says that the president of Hungary is Erdogan, for example.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. The point about Trump is he's 78, but has the energy of a 60-year-old.
The energy. This guy is so brain-addled. He thinks that Nancy Pelosi was in charge of the Capitol on January 6th. He thinks that Jeb Bush got us involved in the war in the Middle East. He thinks
that admitting that she should have.
Yeah,
that video at,
bro. Oh, yeah. Let me see. I know it's in our archive. It is in our archive. I know exactly where it is, actually. All right.
She felt like she wanted to be warned so she could have better prepared. Yeah, that was her responsibility.
Yes, it was, but I believe
Trump only told his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else, and then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, "I know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard."
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building.
Because this man lied.
To peacefully
and lied over there.
Patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now.
Right, hold on now.
We have to have
Before
peace.
you say we capping,
we
hold
have to
on.
have law and order. We have to respect our great
Hold your horses.
people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. Should we call the Capitol Police? The National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with? They thought that they had sufficient resources. No, that is not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Lie number 17.
So maybe not in direct charge, but she herself literally just admitted to taking responsibility for not having more National Guard on site or taking a more aggressive approach in defense. So, come on now.
Whoa, that woman's guilty. There we go.
I mean, he spends most of his rallies talking about
what you just said.
Hannibal Lecter. He spends most of his rallies talking about Hannibal Lecter, about magnets, about sharks. I mean, the notion that this guy is in his right mind is laughable.
And yet 80 million people nearly voted for him in the last election, 10 million more than the first time round.
Said we was capping,
and they're more than likely to be
even more
likely
for Joe Biden.
More than likely to be a higher number this time. Natalie, over to you.
And even more people voted for Joe Biden, and that's the number that matters.
Both those clips that you still think that President Trump has the incumbent advantage over Kamala Harris, which I think is a tacit, if not outright admission, that the 4-year track record of the Biden-Harris regime is nothing to actually run on. Those are your very own words. And sure, we can just play sound bites or clips.
The incumbency advantage just means that he was the direct president, not Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is not the direct president.
Approach that the Biden regime has taken geopolitically. Sure, Biden might stand up there. He doesn't know Modi's name. Whatever, even if you choose to overlook that, which I don't necessarily think, again, looking at Biden holistically, how he is health-wise, I do not think he is all there. That administration has failed time after time when it comes to any region of the world. We're as close as we've ever been to the brink of World War III, but specifically with the Quad Alliance, the Biden administration isn't even strong enough to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party and say that the reason why we're meeting with the Quad right now is because we want to tackle Chinese Communist Party and China's broader quest for global hegemony in the region. They won't even say that to Politico. It's only on hot mic tapes where you hear Antony Blinken mutter the word China, and that's their framing of the Quad Summit. Joe Biden can't even stand up there and call out China, I would argue, because he's way too compromised because of the business deals of his son. But even if you put that aside, this administration has always taken a horrific America Last approach to affairs on the world stage. You can sit there and laugh, but we're as close as we've ever been to World War III. And meanwhile, quite literally yesterday, you have Zelensky touring ammunition factories in Pennsylvania, which is just a continuation of the Biden-Harris strategy that they secretly announced last year, saying that the way we're going to sell Americans on supporting the Ukraine war is by saying that more aid packages to Ukraine actually boosts the manufacturing base here in the United States, and it's good for American jobs. So nice to know that Zelensky is now a de facto surrogate for the Harris campaign, but their foreign policy approach has never been about American people. That's why it's so woefully unpopular. So when Joe Biden stands up there and forgets the Prime Minister of Modi's name, the reason why it resonates so soundly with American people is because we're tired of being lectured by the so-called elites and experts in the room, all those very same people who told us that if President Trump became president, the world, the world order, the kind of neo-globalist world order would just automatically collapse. It didn't. That's what happened. It was all projection. That's what's happened under Joe Biden.
Brian.
I think it's rich. First of all, for somebody aligned with Donald Trump, who has been kowtowing to the world's autocrats and dictators, to lecture anybody on the left about the world order. If Donald Trump gets in power, the first thing he's going to do is cower in the way that he did in his first term to Vladimir Putin, Xi, Erdogan, and any of the other autocrats who he can have pet him, because that's what he likes to do. Second of all, I think it's also ironic that there's this claim that, for example, the Biden-Harris administration hasn't governed effectively in this country. We have 16 million jobs added. We have the strongest economy in the entire world. We have the lowest unemployment rate in half a century. We have a record high stock market right now. And all of the legislation that
That's a lie, because the Feds dropped a point. They dropped the interest rate a point and the market still went down. Like, what do y'all? It's like they're literally ready to lie to y'all face. Like, that's what they're ready to do.
Biden-Harris administration was able to pass what stands in stark contrast to what Trump was able to pass.
But why is it? So why,
from the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the gun safety law, the infrastructure law?
Why is it when she was asked at the debate, question one, are the American people better off after your term in office with Joe Biden? She didn't answer the question. And the reason for that is that the majority of Americans in all the polling do not feel better off, because the raging inflation throughout.
Even here at S.E.T Media, man, I'm looking at the chat and we're looking at, shout out Les Phillips, because he's the one who low-key super chatted in for the poll. We got 596 votes. 76% of y'all voted 4 years ago I was better off. Only 24% of y'all voted, nah, I'm good now. I was better off now under Biden. And I'm thinking, I don't think y'all know what I was talking about. We're talking about financially, not emotionally. But I think I might have missed that one.
The administration, 4 years
the
in
reals,
office.
not the
The
feels.
raging administration, I don't blame them for all of it, of course. But the raging inflation has made the cost of living for millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Americans extremely difficult. So when they keep hearing the boasts about jobs and the economy and best in the world and blah, 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 actually what they think is, I can't afford to feed my kids. And that's why there's a disconnect between what the rhetoric coming out about, we're so great for your economy, when they're not feeling it. And that could be what in the end swings it to Trump.
Which is, I mean, you just answered your own question. The reason that she's not bragging about the economy, even though I'm content to, because I think it's important that Democrats do that, because while Donald Trump was bragging about losing 3 million jobs and a 6.3% unemployment rate and a 3.4% economic contraction, I think we do need people out here acknowledging reality, and that is that we have a stronger economy, leagues stronger than when Donald Trump was in office. She was very right to go out there and say, and not beat her chest over what the Biden administration has done, the Biden-Harris administration have done economically, but instead say that there's so much more work to do, that people are still hurting.
There's only one reason, Brian,
come
on. There's only one reason why a presidential candidate of an incumbent party presidency, in other words, a Democrat nominee this time, there's only one reason she wouldn't boast about the economy.
Yeah, make sure y'all check into the poll, man, because I ain't gonna lie, the way we've been running these polls, we didn't need to send in our own results, and then guess what? Trump would be up.
Roaring away in the euphoric way you talk about. And that's because she knows people don't believe it.
I mean, are you saying that people don't believe the facts that I just said about the economy, that we have 16 million added jobs? I'm saying,
by your own admission, she won't boast about it because she knows that is not what people are feeling in their own lives. The majority of Americans are really struggling with the cost of living crisis. So there's a massive disconnect.
Which is why it's important to talk about what she's offering for the future. That is why she gives a vision for the future.
I've watched her interview. She says she just talks in word salad nonsense. There's no actual concrete policy. She said, "I'm from the middle class. I know people." Hang on. She said, "I know people who like their front lawn." Well, we all know people who like their front lawn, are proud of their lawn. But all she says is, "I'm proud of being middle class. I'm going to make all your lives better. And by the way, it's going to be joyful." Well, I'm sorry, but if I'm struggling to feed my kids, right, I don't want to hear this word salad stuff. I want to hear concrete policy. And whatever you think of Trump, there is a belief amongst his supporters that their lives got better economically, notwithstanding the pandemic, which ravaged the end of it. But certainly before the pandemic hit, Trump's economic policies had a material effect on many Americans where they felt they were better off. And that's the difference.
Piers, a $50,000 tax credit for small businesses that are created, a $25,000 $25,000 to first-time home buyers, going after price gougers. I mean, there are actual policies here. Meanwhile, if you ask Donald Trump what his thoughts are on childcare, you're going to get a 2-minute rambling diatribe where he strings together words that alone may have some meaning, but together just sound like the unhinged.
Like I said, bro, if you took Trump's voice out of it and you replaced it with AI, bro, I damn near need to make a test. Somebody run a test. Take a liberal and take one of Trump's speeches, right? And then take Trump's voice out and have the AI read the speech in just like, I don't know, somebody else's voice. And I bet you they go like, hold on, this man cooking. What is he? Wait. Oh, he cooking. Ain't he funny?
When you attach it to Trump's name and face, though, they hate him.
You attach it to his voice as well, bro. No, just completely detach Trump away from it and just take his words alone. Let's see what they think actually.
Incomprehensible screeds of someone whose synapses may be firing but aren't actually meeting him on the other side.
Natalie, I mean, it's interesting to me because on the one hand, you've got a candidate who's been in office with the president for 4 years now, but doesn't want to boast about the economy's performance. And on the other hand, you have a candidate who was president who very happily boasts about his economic record when he was president. Again,
try it. Go ahead and put Trump through AI. Somebody post a video on YouTube and let's see what happens.
Facts.
I mean, come on now. Let's try it. Because I really do think y'all got Trump derangement syndrome. If you see his face, hear his voice, no matter what he says, it's going to be incoherent to you. You're just going to say it's incoherent. So let's try to take the man away from there. Let's try to take the face, the voice, and let's give y'all the AI voice. And I bet y'all clap along and start going like, hold on. Hey, shout out AI.
Notwithstanding the once-in-a-generational pandemic. Could that in the end swing it Trump's way? I've got a feeling it might, especially in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, these kind of places, where a lot of working-class people and middle-class people are really feeling the economic pinch. They don't think the economy is roaring, but they believe Trump might get it going again.
Well, I'm just curious if the numbers that he's referencing are pre or post revision, because it seems like the Biden-Harris administration really has a problem when it comes to the Bureau of Labor statistics coming out, showing that I believe it's the last 6 or so job reports they've had to revise down most sizably. What was it? The 877,000 jobs that they had falsely reported that never actually existed. And
the Department of Labor came out and corrected that.
I mean, shout out young lady for having her facts, because at this moment it is a one of them moments.
The 877,000 jobs that they had falsely reported that never actually existed. And if you actually drill down into these numbers, again, I think why you see American people actually flocking to the Trump economic policies, so many of these jobs have actually gone to non-citizens or people who are green card holders and not actual American workers. So it might not be outsourcing directly to other continents, but in some ways it's a continuation of sort of that establishment, decades-old policy of doing that. But it seems like the Harris campaign, the best thing that they can do is do cheap ripoffs, sort of intellectual property theft of the Trump campaign, whether it's the tax on tips or anything to that ilk. But I think the question remains, like we've been talking throughout the entire thread of this discussion, if all of these ideas were so great and they wanted to implement them right now, why hasn't Harris done anything? Why didn't Biden ever task Harris with doing anything on the economy? The only areas she's ever allegedly been deputized to enforce have been the border, which she failed abysmally on, rolling rolling out internet programs and broadband. There's absolutely nothing to show for that. The only track record she has a solid, I think, performance on is wasting taxpayer dollars. So I don't trust her to be advocating or negotiating on behalf of American families when she can't even secure the southern border.
Okay, well, we're going to find out. Interesting debate. Thank you both very much. Brian, I've got to leave it there. Hold your thought for the next time. There will be a next time. And again, I'm not a right-wing media guy. I honestly want to hear both sides go at it.
I mean,
that's how
every time a left-winger is kind of losing a debate, they always say, oh, well, we know you're right-wing. I'm like, every time they try to call Pierce right-wing, I know, oh, you're just losing the debate at this point.
Literally, that's all that. The only thing they have left is to say that.
Yeah, because, bro, the right doesn't do that.
No, they don't.
Bro, only the left hops on here and be like, oh, well, if you disagree with me, you're a right-winger. It's like, dog, what?
The right will just continue to push back, but the left, like you said, it'll just be like, oh, here's your right wing, you're conservative, meaning.
Right, come on.
I see these debates. And if you can convince me, good on you.
Thanks, Piers.
Well, joining me now is the former Republican candidate for president and the author of new book, Truths, The Future of America First, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Hey.
Vivek, how are you?
It's good to see you again. How are you?
I'm good. Last time I saw you was in Las Vegas in a massive glitzy ballroom.
Yeah.
You were the rising superstar of the presidential race. And I want to play a clip. This is where I asked you about whether you would end up being a Trump advisor. And you said this to me.
I look forward to working with Donald Trump when I hope he's my advisor. Frankly, my mentor in my first year in office. That much I will take. But that's how I think this is going to play out.
You managed to say that you thought Donald Trump would be your advisor as president with a straight face there, Vivek.
I do. I think he's somebody who has a lot of experience. I don't want to start with a standing start. I want to build on those 4 years of experience.
No, I can
pick
see.
up where he left off,
just
but
to
take
explain,
the agenda to the next level.
No, I can see why you would want him as an advisor. It's just the idea of Trump playing second fiddle to anyone, I think, is highly unlikely. I couldn't help but notice that you weren't wearing a tie in that interview, and I no longer wear a tie. So I want to thank you for the sartorial guidance that you gave me, even without spelling it out. But secondly, I actually like your answer there because it showed real confidence. I said to you at the time, and I meant it, I thought you were a breath of fresh air in the campaign. But right now, we're talking within hours of Trump announcing in an interview that if he loses, he won't run again in 2028. Are you seeing this as the moment, perhaps, given that he's gone public with that, where your own aspirations turn to potentially running in 2028?
Look, it's one of the things I found, Pierce, in my life is that every time I make a detailed career plan for myself, it never goes according to that plan anyway. But when you're guided by your true purpose, the plan tends to reveal itself. And so for me, I'm guided by the same purpose that led me to run for president in the first place. I do think we're in the middle of an identity crisis as a country. I think we have badly lost our way, a crisis of national pride that runs deep, especially in the next generation. And so my mission is to fill that vacuum however I can. I'm working hard to make sure that Donald Trump's elected as the next president and that we're able to hopefully revive not just our economy and fix our border, but revive our sense of national identity too. So yes, there's the next 4 years, and then there's the long future after that. I'm actually pretty optimistic that Donald Trump is going to take the White House. So the scenario he was asked about, I don't think is actually going to be one, if things continue to go the way they are, is going to be the one that transpires. But regardless, I'm guided by my purpose, and that's a big part of why I wrote this book as well. For me, writing is one of the things that actually helps me reflect, and that's part of why I put this book together, and we're taking things step by step.
There are 10 chapters. They're all truths, and you cover a wide-ranging series of things from religion to climate change to the border crisis to the gender debate to how government should be formed, the nuclear family and the importance of that, racism, you talk about reverse racism being racism, and why nationalism isn't a bad word. So a very wide-ranging book, and you always articulate yourself extremely effectively, I think. When you finished the book, did you conclude that there are more things good about America than bad? In other words, yes, there's a lot to be fixed, but at its core, is America still the number one country in the world for you?
The answer to that question, upon reflection on the other side of writing this book, Piers, is actually yes. And the beauty of the United States of America is that we are.
By the time the left wing is done misquoting that book, they'll call it the new Mein Kampf, okay? So just prepare for that spin. Just prepare for it.
A creedal nation. We are a nation founded on a set of ideals.
I'm predicting that
and that's what's
spin.
different, I think, about American national identity versus the national identity of most other countries. Japan, Italy, other great countries have a national identity founded on their ethnicity and their shared heritage by way of even a genetic lineage. In the United States, it's a little different. We're bound by that common set of ideals. Do we fall short of those ideals, and have we fallen short of those ideals for a long time, Piers? Of course we have. But I would rather live in a country that has ideals and falls short of them than a country that has no ideals at all. And that, to me, was the common thread throughout all of the chapters in this book. It is sprawling in its scope of different individual subjects we cover. But the thing that ties them together is that the United States of America is still founded on a set of ideals that even to this day, even in this supposedly divided environment, actually still unite most Americans. The other thing I realized through writing this book and through my presidential campaign as well is that myth of national division is really just that. It's a myth where 80+% of people in this country, I've discovered, actually share the same value set in common. But the problem, Piers, is that they're afraid to talk about it in the open. And so one of the things I try to do with this book is to help overcome that culture of fear, to arm everyday Americans with the type of arguments and facts they can bring to the dinner table in their conversations with their friends. And yes, I do say the word friends on the left, be it their family members or their friends. That's how I think we get our country back, is actually through unfiltered, open dialogue. And this book hopefully gives, especially people on the American right or center right, the ability to have that courage.
See, I agree with you.
The argumentative toolkit that I've gained to use it.
Listen, Vivek, I totally agree with you. I think the bedrock of any free democratic society is the ability to debate things with your fellow Americans or Brits, wherever it may be, in a passionate way. And at the end of it, shake hands and go and have a drink or a cup of tea or whatever you want to have. But I'm looking at what's happening in America. And I think a lot of it's fueled by social media and the tribalism that goes with it. But I see a real toxicity in the debate where people are just, families and are being split in two by their political beliefs. We've now seen one of the two candidates, Donald Trump, have 2 assassination attempts on his life in the space of 2 months. This is pretty terrifying. And it just says to me that this toxicity I see on social media all the time is filtering down to people who have maybe disturbed minds, and they are prepared to act on it and to actually put a bullet in a candidate's head. That's scary.
It is frightening, and the reality, the most frightening part about it, Piers, is that how normalized that's quickly become. After the first assassination attempt, a month later, it wasn't in the news. After the second assassination attempt, 48 hours later, it wasn't in the news.
I mean, staggering.
And so the fact that has become, the fact that we have become anesthetized to responding to the extreme itself is, I think, one of the greatest concerns. On the other hand, a careful study of American history shows that we've been through tough, and dare I say, even tougher times before. Think about where we were in 1968. You have JFK having been assassinated. Then you have Robert Kennedy assassinated. Martin Luther King assassinated in the thick of the Vietnam War, loss of faith in our country. And yet, we emerged stronger as we have so many times on the other side. So I don't believe in fake optimism, but I do believe in a true optimism that our history teaches us is real in a nation founded on those ideals. I tried to bring that to the fore in my presidential campaign. There's a million things I would do differently. I ran as the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. Learned a ton from the experience.
That was positive for him.
Part of this book was synthesizing a lot of those learnings with the benefit of some distance from that campaign, but while it was still fresh, to lay out why I still actually do believe, not in a fake politician way, but in a true way, I actually do believe that our best days can still be ahead of us. But it starts by speaking the truth in the open. It starts with actually allowing every American, regardless of their political belief, to express themselves. Because I do think the path to truth, but also the path to peace in America runs through more speech, not less. And that's a big part of what this book gives people the permission to do. The things I say in here, back in the 1990s, when I was growing up in the Midwest, I would have told you in the 90s, don't buy this book because the things in here are too obvious. They're too boring. You don't need to read them. Today, the problem is actually the opposite. Many of the things I say in the book, the same things, are too controversial in today's environment. But the way we get there, and I've learned this, is people are just hungry to be heard. I went to Springfield, Ohio just a few days ago. It's close to where I live, and I spent a lot of time in Springfield growing up. I just said on social media I was going to show up. We had a room full of not only 350 people, we had about 2,000 people RSVP, hundreds of people literally lining.
And the only politician for her to talk to the people.
Yep.
On the right. Instead of just telling you that they're racist.
Came in a hostile environment, too. There was a few people that pressed him.
I mean, that is crazy to me. I mean, I always say it's so crazy how we kind of just, well, everything good the right does, we just throw it to the side.
Yep.
Bro, Biden didn't even go visit the 13 Gold Star families. Come on now. Trump had to.
Veterans.
Bro, Kamala, bro, none of the left-leaning like publications, none of them went to go talk to the Springfield people. Had to be J.D. Vance and Vivek. I mean, who's really for the people at this point? Like, is it really that hard to tell? I mean,
the street outside. It just tells me there is a hunger for people to be heard, to feel heard.
What is the truth, Vivek? I was going to ask you about Springfield.
They're unable to do it.
Well, I mean, given the fact you grew up around there and you know it very well, you went down there, and my take on it, for what it's worth, is that there are obviously a legitimate series of concerns when a local area like that suddenly has a situation where 20% of another community are basically propelled into there in a very short period of time. That's going to have an impact on any society anywhere in the world. We've seen similar things happen in the UK. But that actually Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to a degree, that Trump in that debate, by going on about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs with no real evidence to support any of that, certainly not on any widespread scale, when in fact there's a much more nuanced debate to be had about the benefits of the Haitian community in Springfield. I've seen many of the local business people talking about them very favourably, and about some of the negatives, perhaps, of the way you integrate that volume of people from a community into an area like that. How do you feel? I mean, you're from there. You've heard the local people. I mean, do you agree with me or disagree?
So look, I learned a lot just by showing up. And that's one of the lessons I would advise anybody in politics or anybody in life. Show up for yourself. There's no substitute to actually facing people in a room without TV screens in between. Right. During that trip, I actually met with Haitian community leaders in Springfield. I met with city officials. Then we had that town hall where, I mean, the response was overwhelming in terms of people wanting to be heard. I'll say a couple of things about the media, all right? I do think that the media has a relationship with Donald Trump where what they do is they love it. They like to pick one thing he said around the periphery of an issue and to use making the story about that word he might have chosen to sweep under the rug the substance of the actual issue that we otherwise would not have been talking about, which is the influx of large numbers of people to the United States, to places like Springfield, under temporary protection.
That's the point that Vance was making. They're creating attention around an issue, right? That's what they're doing. They expose what nobody else would be looking at or no American would be considering, because Springfield is, like I said, a small, underserved community. Ain't nobody, bro, even Ohioans is kind of just like Springfield, like, eh. Like, bro, so nationwide, y'all ain't even heard of Springfield until Trump spoke on it. So they created energy and attention around the actual real life issue. And I mean, honestly, like I said, Springfield being a population of 50K, ain't nobody speaking up for Springfield. So honestly, they really should be thanking Trump.
Oh, no. And nobody's speaking up for a rural area that, I don't know, the America's trying to get y'all to dislike.
And like I said, Springfield is just a microcosm of what's going on across America. So everybody can low-key attest to like the influx of these immigrants and how it's kind of hurting some communities.
Status, but staying in a way that was never actually imagined. I actually have an entire chapter about this in the book. It felt funny going to Springfield because I'd written the book before. The book just came out this week about the effects of temporary protected status on heartland communities like Springfield. It's funny having written about that to see it play out in real life. But what I'll also say is, if we're going to apply that same standard of airlifting what somebody has said, it's interesting, Piers, how that same media has not, for example, fact-checked Kamala Harris, who in that same debate and afterward has said things like women are bleeding in parking lots, unable to get access to abortion. There isn't a single example of a woman bleeding out in a parking lot in a healthcare clinic. And so if the media wants to play the game during politics under heated moments where someone's going to say something and airlift that and make that the story, at least apply the standard.
Well, no, listen, I don't
evenly.
disagree with you. I felt
ask.
she was not fact-checked nearly enough for my liking in that debate. You know, when she started talking just about stuff like him saying that all white supremacists were good people, all this kind of stuff, there was going to be a bloodbath if he didn't win, when everyone knows he was talking about the car industry. Right. All that kind of stuff was incredibly disingenuous. But, you know, I would...
But no, none of the Kamala supporters ever want to admit that, he didn't say that. He never said nothing about, how he support Nazis or anything like that. He never said anything about, a bloodbath after the election. No, he's talking about completely different things. And for some reason, y'all just let the left take y'all. That's why I said, that's why we listen to these full speeches and the full conversation here, or the full context. Because we can't trust the liberal media, and we definitely can't trust what people say, especially if they're left-leaning.
Pick you up on one thing, which is the reason people focused on the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, is that Trump made a particular point of saying that on that stage with no evidence to back it up, and then became meme central around the world. I mean, you can't go on social media for 5 minutes without it. So he was his own worst enemy there, where there was a legitimate issue in which he's been very strong in many people's eyes about the southern border, about the influx of illegal migrants and so on and so on. But when you start banging on about migrants eating cats and dogs, you lose a lot of the independents that you might be trying to persuade to vote for you in November. That would be my point.
Yeah, here's my perspective on it, Pierce, is that we aren't talking, and nobody was talking about a major problem in an American city that's close to my heart. I spent a lot of time there as a kid, and I live less than an hour away now. Now the nation, at least because of a lot of efforts, I tried to show up there, and others who have at least now paid attention to what's happening in Springfield, we have a chance to talk about the actual issue. So whether it's from the left or the right, I really am not a huge fan of trying to actually focus on airlifting some word that someone said and making that the story at the expense of missing the actual story. When I'm in Springfield, that is a story of what's happening in America. And it is nuanced. You're right. It's not just about illegal immigration of people sneaking across the southern border. These are policy decisions that the Biden and Harris administration have made. I'd rather they defend the policy decisions, because at least then we could have an open debate saying that the compassionate thing to do after the earthquake in Haiti was to bring those people here. What impact is that having on the community? I actually met a Haitian man whose story was particularly compelling. I spent some time with Haitian community leaders. He's a physician. He went to medical school for 8 years in Haiti. He was actually the target of kidnapping plots by local gangs such that he had to leave. His medical license is invalid here. He paid and put himself through nursing school, and he's now actually a nurse and working hard in Springfield. That's an important story. And with those Haitian leaders, I had an interesting exchange, Piers, where I shared with them a view that I thought was provocative, but it is my view, that I don't think even through legal immigration, the United States should allow anybody into the country if they're likely to be consumers of the welfare state, if they're likely to be the recipients of government aid.
Good point.
I told flat out to a room full of Haitian leaders in the community of Springfield that was my belief. And I'll tell you what their response was, at least for those community leaders, was they thought about it and they said, okay, that's at least that's a reasonable policy perspective, which is actually what many on the American right, along with me, believe. But we don't get there unless we're able to have that open dialogue. And so we each have...
Yeah, and I brought that comparison up too. I'm like, because they're legal immigrants, but it's hurting the American people. It's hurting the economy, so it's wrong, right? It's legal, but it's wrong. But for some reason, just to win an argument, y'all gonna say it's legal. But let me take y'all to back in the day. Like I said, when we was able to beat women and all that good stuff, it was legal, but was it right?
Sick man, but he's cooking though. He's cooking. You ain't wrong when you're right.
Like, I'm just saying though, it's like, just because it's legal now, is it right that we're doing this to our own people? I mean, just because beating our women was okay at that time, was it right? There we go. Think about that.
Have a role to play in saving the country. The way I'm trying to play mine is to spawn those open conversations and honest conversations, not fake unity, not kumbaya fakeness, but real, difficult conversations. It's a big part of my motive for not only the way I ran my campaign, but also for writing this book and hopefully continuing that chapter in the next few months in a different way.
On divisive issue, been a lot of chatter about whether Kamala Harris is a black woman. Janet Jackson came out and said to the Guardian newspaper, she's not black. That's what I heard. She's Indian. Her father's white. That's what I was told. What do you think of what Janet Jackson said? And what do you think about those on the right, and there are some, who fuel this idea that she's not a real black woman?
Well, I'll say one thing is I haven't heard of Janet Jackson's comments. Here's the deeper issue when it comes to this issue of racial identity and identity politics in America. The ultimate irony in this is the person who has wielded that like a weapon for her entire political rise has been none other than Kamala Harris, favoring racialized policies, even on that debate stage with Joe Biden, making up really what was an artificial tale that she was somehow the person who was the brunt of segregation in America, standing up to Joe Biden as part of America's racist past. She's the person who's actually weaponized this issue of identity politics. And my view is the best way to stop discrimination on the basis of race in America is to stop discriminating on the basis of race in America. John Roberts, the Supreme Court Justice, said it well. I agree with him. And so I'm dead set against identity politics, whether it be from the right, from the left. I don't want victimhood politics, identity politics, period. Move our nation forward. And I do think that part of the reason you're seeing these debates consistently swirl around Kamala Harris over the years is that when you weaponize your race and gender, to use that to actually create, in the name of anti-racism, more racism, it's no surprise that she finds herself at the center of controversies relating to more identity politics. Conversely, if Kamala Harris had never made that a core part of her political rise or her political vision for the country, favoring racialized policies that she's favored in the past, then I don't think that she would be at the epicenter of this controversy either. So it is another one of those instances where the actual real debate we need to be having is about the policies of affirmative action and group quota systems and whether we want to embrace identity politics in American politics. I don't. People like Kamala Harris do. But using some sort of on the periphery statement that Janet Jackson or Donald Trump or whatever said on a given day to substitute for the real debate.
It's funny because, back in the day when, like light-skinned people, we used to be like, hey, are you black?
Yeah.
Were we racist back then? I mean, when you looked at a light-skinned, like, I don't know, a Hispanic person, like, are you Arab or are you, like, Latina? Were you racist then? It's kind of crazy now that we look at Kamala ask the same question, now you're racist.
No, I don't think so. We're just asking the questions that need to be asked.
Oh, God. It's kind of funny how we can no longer ask that question.
If you was racial, if you were or have been ever considered to be racially ambiguous, you've probably been asked that question all throughout your life.
Oh, God.
Man, where your people's from? Where you from?
And was every one of those people racist in your eyes? Like, come on now.
Which is whether or not we believe in colorblind policies in America. I do. Kamala Harris apparently does not. And that's the debate we need to be having.
You told Fox News we railed against the Democrats, but without offering an alternative vision of our own. No, I'm very worried we're going to be in for a rude surprise.
Man.
Like, if you ask, you're racist for asking? Like, nah. Can't tell me that.
And shout out my man Les Phillips, man.
Can't wait to have y'all on the radio. In the words of Booker T, you guys are good.
Man, appreciate you, bro. We can't wait to hop on there, man. Just let us know how we gonna do that call.
Yes, sir.
Video
man,
call.
We'll get with you in off stream through the email, bro. Appreciate the offer, and we'll hopefully, bro, we'll be able to set that up soon.
Yeah, we'll hit you up as soon as we hop off. Gotcha.
Surprise this November, unless we fix that starting right now. Do you feel the same today? I mean, do you feel it's really important that the Republicans get their policy ducks in a row and offer a genuine vision for the country that's going to be the thing that gets you over the line?
I do think that's a requirement for us to win decisively. And that's why I've been so vocal about this. I think the reason we did not have a red wave in 2022, Piers, wasn't just because of Donald Trump or abortion or the issues that they tried to blame. The real reason I think we didn't have that red wave is that we have to articulate our own vision of who we are and what we stand for, not just what we're against. We can't just be running from something. We got to be running to something. And I said it before, that we're in the middle of this identity crisis as a country. This is an opportunity for the conservative movement to step in and fill that void and say, this is what it means to be a citizen of this nation. Not some nebulous citizen fighting climate change somewhere, but a citizen of the United States of America. That we believe in meritocracy, that the best person gets the job, regardless of their skin color. That you don't apologize for excellence, that you get to speak your mind. We talked about that, free speech and open debate. We believe in the rule of law. I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. Your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. Self-governance, that's a radical American idea, with due respect to your side of the pond on this, right? The people we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government. These are beautiful, distinctly American ideals, and I think the conservative movement has an opportunity to fill that vacuum with our own alternative vision. If I'm being honest, I think we still yet have a better job left to do. And if we do, I think we're going to win this country back. But if we're looking back in January, God forbid, and saying, oh, we blew it just like we did in 2022 with a red wave that never came, I think that will be the lesson that I think we'll be having to have learned again, is that we have to offer not just criticism of the other side. You got to do some of that in politics, but that is insufficient. It's not alone enough. We got to offer our own vision for the future of the United States of America. And for my part, I'm seeing this in Donald Trump's rhetoric today, even relative to years ago. If you listen to him carefully at the rallies, he's doing a great job of identifying, not just making America great again about going to the past, but this is the vision I certainly favor. We want to make America greater than it has ever been, to make America greater. That is part of American exceptionalism. That's the character of our country. And the more we're able to not only speak to that, but to be able to deliver then the policies that are going to get us there, that's what's going to lead us to success. And I'll give you my promises. I'm traveling and crisscrossing the swing states of this country, really all the states of this country, as best I can. I think that reaching that next generation is also a big opportunity. It's one of the things I'm trying to do with this book. It has some controversial elements in the book, no doubt. But if you're speaking truth, or at least speaking your mind, you're going to walk into some controversy from time to time. But I actually think that actually allows us to really heal our bonds through at least authenticity and honesty, rather than sweeping that under the rug.
Final question. In July,
Vivek just takes you away with his speech, low-key. I got to give it to him.
Yeah.
Like, you just hear him out, you're like, God damn, he's so articulate, and he's low-key bringing down some good points.
Well-spoken and a fluent speaker.
Mike, can you imagine if Vivek getting on, Kamala Harris in a debate?
She would get cooked. She don't want to see that, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of people Kamala Harris don't want to see, trust me.
Weighed up the possibility of filling potentially the U.S. Senate seat of Senator J.D. Vance, who, of course, if Trump wins, may well become vice president. And you said, to be frank, I would strongly consider it if I was asked to serve, but I also want to have a serious conversation with President Trump about the other ways that I could have an impact on in the country. Would you rather serve in his administration at a senior level or be a senator in that eventuality?
Look, I think there's a few different paths open. What you'll mostly hear people speculating about for me, or things I'm being recruited for by people bottom up, is everything from the governor of Ohio to being the senator of Ohio that still fills J.D. Vance's seat, if that becomes vacant, all the way to a senior post in the administration. I'm planning to turn to that soon after November. As I said earlier, if we're plotting and making plans for myself, it's probably not going to go exactly according to that plan anyway. But if we're guided by the purpose, and right now...
Hey, Vivek for Ohio governor, man. Hey, yeah, that'd be lit. Shout out Vivek on that one. That'd be lit.
There's a very defined milestone of winning the election.
I just need that.
Focused on not just helping Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, which I am, but also senators and down-ballot candidates where we need lasting majorities in the House and the Senate if we're actually to govern. And I do think a lot of those Senate candidates, really need to catch up to Trump, who's overperforming them in their respective states. That's where my focus is. It's about 45 days till the election. So achieve that goal after we've done it on November 6th, when we wake up, hopefully, to a victory. We'll turn to pretty quickly to what my next steps are. But, we're waiting for that. No point in spinning my wheels in advance. But multiple of those paths are open, and I'm looking forward to exploring them in another month and a half.
Well, I think you would be a very effective senator. I think you'd also be a very effective person at a high up level in the Trump administration, if there is one. I think you're good for politics, Vivek. I said this to you last time. I think it now. I think young people in particular, I think you resonate with them. You're talking a language they understand. And it's an interesting book. I don't agree with all of it. You wouldn't expect me to, but I found it provoked a lot of interesting thought processes in my head. And it challenged some of the things I believe.
And I agree. Young, entrepreneur background, forward thinking while still holding firm in conservative beliefs.
Yeah.
I can respect Vivek's policy and his view and the direction I think he would take America in.
Hey, I'm down with it. Like I said, you got my vote pre-ordered on that.
2028. I'm with it. I'm with it. He had RFK, Tulsi Gabbard in there. I ain't gonna lie. He cook it.
God, man. Let's see. I think, he did something with Ben Shapiro.
What exactly, when you say the future of America first, I think this is sort of the question you're asking, is what that means. Because what America First, to me, has always been, at least MAGA, what that's really been, is more of an anti-left impulse than a cohesive political program. It's always been a bit of an empty vessel that's that requires somebody to fill it. And when Trump was president, he filled it with his policy. But can you have a movement that is a vessel kind of waiting to be filled? What do you make of America First?
What?
So I'll give you my...
Yeah, but what's so funny, bro? Why does Ben Shapiro never have a suit that fits him? I don't know. It's just like, dog, everybody go up slick, clean suit. Like, bro, just get a suit that fits you, dog. That's all you got.
My perspective on this, and even in sort of titling the book "Truths," I want to speak hard truths in all directions here.
If I know, bro, could have been cut.
So I think America First, this modern wave of it. I mean, the expression's existed for a long time, right? Dating back, Reagan used it. It's existed for a long time. But the modern version of it, I think, is a rejection of blithe neoliberalism, which I share in common in rejecting a lot of the failures of blithe neoliberalism as it relates to both the intersection of foreign policy and economic policy and also immigration policy in the United States. That's the heart of it. And that's actually what propelled Donald Trump in 2016. This idea that somehow we were going to export Big Macs and Happy Meals and spread democracy to places like China. The idea of democratic capitalism, that we could use capitalism as a vector to spread democracy abroad. It just didn't work empirically, actually. And even worse than not working, it actually, in some ways, set us further back by increasing our dependence on adversaries like China for our own military industrial base. It doesn't make any sense that the number one country we rely on for supplies for all.
To be honest, it kind of created oligarchs. So when we try to spread our type of capitalism everywhere, corporation and all that, yeah, we kind of spread a bit of an oligarchy around the world that we kind of live in our damn selves that we don't really want to admit. But
look at Ukraine.
I mean, yeah. Look at Russia. Look at China. If you want to call China communist, it's more they do have classes. There's who's ever in the government and everybody else below it, ain't nobody. And that's an oligarchy, right?
Yeah, just about.
Special group of people who control the money, resources, and everything else. Like, come on now.
Our Air Force, Navy, Army is actually China. 40% of the.
That reminds me, BlackRock, like what is it? Like all the big media companies, Vanguard, Viacom,
Boeing.
Those guys.
Semiconductors powering our military equipment come from China. It's unsustainable. Doesn't make any sense. And you think they're going to keep supplying that, God forbid, in a scenario of conflict? Of course, they're not. It also allowed China. I'm going to stick to China because I think this is one of the single greatest areas where the neoliberal mythology failed, is it legitimized China morally with respect to the United States on the global stage when you actually had a lot of companies. I mean, you could pick your favorite ones, right? BlackRock, you could think about JP Morgan Chase, you could go straight down the list, the NBA, LeBron James, whoever it is, spouting off about injustices in the United States without saying a peep about actual human rights atrocities in China.
You really do think about it, yeah, those are some all industries that are low-key uncontested. Like, in the NBA, like, bro, think about it, even the WWE had competition. But you're telling me, bro, there's no competition for big banking, there's no competition for the electric, there's no competition for, well, what else did he name in there?
NBA.
Yeah, the NBA. There's
Monopoly.
Bro, it's a straight monopoly on sports entertainment and basketball altogether.
Think about it. NBA don't even let the big three operate. Like, they make it such an issue to get former players and whatnot. Ice Cube spoke on it a few times. He says he feels like he's fighting.
Yeah.
He feel like he up against a fight.
And that created sort of a false moral equivalence in the global political landscape. How did they do it? They said, look, if you're a company, you can't enter the Chinese market if you're criticizing the CCP. But if you're actually criticizing or undercutting the United States, we'll roll out the red carpet. Not just through verbal criticism, but even through emissions caps. Right? If you're BlackRock, you apply Scope 3 emissions caps to Chevron in your voting power as a shareholder. You don't do the same thing even though you're a shareholder of PetroChina. So that creates a sort of economic and moral equivalence between the United States and China. And by the way, even a military dependence, that we're more dependent on China for our military than China is on us for theirs. So it created a great equalizing effect that otherwise wouldn't have played out. The idea that China would be at near parity with the United States, geopolitically, militarily, economically, in the year 2024 would have been unthinkable in the early 1990s, and yet that's exactly where the blithe neoliberalism of yesterday got us.
Yeah.
And so you could say that at the intersection of economic policy and foreign policy. And then on immigration policy, I think we've seen a great...
In everything that matters, economically, GDP, gross output of goods and services and products. So China, our little brother of the past, is our equal, our adversary.
Man,
it's today,
bro. It's like your little brother got the exact same height as you. It's like,
hold on, nigga, why am I looking eye to eye to you? Like,
hold on now, man.
Little dog.
Erosion of our national identity in the United States through, among other things, the abandonment of the rule of law. You see the crisis at the southern border. I think intentional policies of beginning mass illegal migration
in part as a long-run electoral strategy for Democrats. And that's not some sort of grand conspiracy theory. It's what Democrats were saying in 2012, 2013, when they were strategically printing this in Politico magazine. There's a great article that lays this out from 2012 or so. That exactly was part of the plan, and it's worked exactly as planned. So I think what you see in the rise of MAGA and America First, and certainly the 2016 version of it, was an understandable and I think useful reactionary response to rejecting that vision. But the question of what is the alternative vision, there we have a fork in the road. And I think that that fork in the road exists right now in the America First movement today. It's percolating under the surface, right? It hasn't boiled over yet. And I touch on this right up from the outset of the introduction. Even the prologue and the introduction to my book get right into this. Is I think that there's two competing visions for what that future America First vision is. Both of them share a rejection of the neoliberalism of yesterday, but they have very different policy prescriptions for the future on trade, on immigration, on immigration in particular. On foreign policy, I think there could be a little bit more of an overlap when we get to that. But I think particularly trade and immigration, I think, are the areas where there's a real fork in the road coming up, and economic policy more generally. So on one wing of this, it's that, okay, we want to produce everything in the United States. Screw trade. We're done with trade. If you double click on that's what I would call maybe the national protectionist view, that American manufacturers are suffering because foreign manufacturers, not just from China, but from other countries, are dumping their products in the United States, which are driving prices down, which leave American manufacturers holding the bag. Well, you know what? We don't want those other countries selling in the United States. American manufacturers can get a decent price for their goods. I think there are a number of issues with that. There's classical economic arguments that suggest that consumers actually end up bearing the cost of that. Of course, if there's less competition, there's higher prices for goods for American workers. The very American workers, which I'll get to, we want to protect with immigration policy, supposedly, are the ones that we cause to leave holding the bag when they have to pay more for their way of life. It's inflationary. But that's a classical argument. But I think the more interesting argument at the frontier of the debate with the neoliberals of yesterday is that if we're really serious about reducing our economic dependence on China, right? Like if we're actually serious, and I actually am, on areas like the pharmaceutical supply chain or the military industrial base or the semiconductor supply chain, areas that are essential for America's long-run security and dare I say, existence, that we should not depend on our adversary for those essential areas of the American economy. Are we actually serious about declaring independence from China in those areas? I am. And I think many in the America First movement believe they are. But if yes, that actually means, I love onshoring, but it's not going to happen on a relevant time frame without also expanding relationships with Japan and South Korea and India, and you could go straight down the list. I mean, you could Vietnam, around the Pacific Rim, even beyond. That means more, not less trade with those allies. That's a hard fork in the road. So to say if you're against trade with those allies because you want a protectionist argument to protect American manufacturers from the effect of foreign competition, that's a goal you would achieve, but it comes at a trade-off, not just in the form of classical economic arguments of higher costs for consumers, and I don't disagree with some of that, but even with respect to the stated essential objective of declaring independence from China in those critical sectors. There's no free lunch. As it relates to immigration policy, I again see a fork in the road here. Depends on what our objective actually is. So I believe that we need immigration policies that understand the United States of America as more than just an economic zone. The United States is not just some sort of economic landscape, okay? It's a nation with an identity. And you look at what's happening. I'm talking to you from Columbus, Ohio, but I grew up in Cincinnati. Springfield's right in between, and I used to spend a lot of time there growing.
Shout out for Vivek, man. Damn it, I probably hit bro's email or something.
Yeah, get him on the show.
No, it's a very different city today than it was back then right here in Ohio. We have seen an erosion of our national identity, but that means we need an immigration policy that prioritizes what that national identity is. And this is going to quickly get to a deeper philosophical question of what is American identity, but we can turn to that in a bit. Now, one set of immigration policies would say that we don't want competition for American workers, that if two immigrants are going to do a job for $10 an hour versus one domestic-born worker who's going to do it for $20 an hour, keep the two immigrants out and the domestic worker gets to do the job for $20 an hour. That's a protectionist worldview as it relates to labor. I don't think that that's a particularly great justification for an immigration policy to protect American workers from the effects of foreign price competition, because it's a losing battle you eventually lose through America's economic competitiveness with China and other countries anyway. But I do think it is legitimate to say that we want immigrants who are not only going to add economic value to the United States of America, but also immigrants who embody and really care about the ideals that the United States was founded on. To say that every immigrant who even enters this country has to pass the same civics test required for citizenship, bring that up for the green card. Make sure that they know English. I do think that English is, I don't know where you are on this, but I believe that English should be the national language of the United States because we're a nation founded on ideals, but that can't exist if you can't even express or communicate those ideals or a common culture that you create around them. But that would be
and it not being the national language of the United States is really why these foreigners come over here and they don't have to learn it. It's not a requirement. They can come over here, speak their native tongue. And that's part of the reason why they're not able to fully assimilate and integrate into the culture.
And they're to be the less educated and the less talented. Because we're letting them get over here lazily.
Yeah, a little bit, actually.
All right, bro, come on. We had one of them Haitians that speak perfect English. We brought them over. I'm pretty sure they'd assimilate to our society pretty damn well. But if we got to teach them English...
Yeah.
I mean, we got to teach them an entire new language, and these are kids, though, so it's going to be harder to break them out of that language.
And what better way to assimilate into the...
Actually, you know what they're going to do? You know what they're going to do? They're going to build a whole school for these Haitians.
Nah, facts.
On our dollars.
Facts. But, yeah, to that point, what better way to assimilate to the culture than to speak the native tongue of the country?
Yeah, I mean, what's so hard about that?
Most popular language.
Mm-hmm.
A different standard for immigration policy.
And bro, I got friends who speak multiple languages. English ain't that hard to learn in comparison to other languages.
I mean, yeah, it is. It's one of the hardest languages in the world.
To learn or to write? There's a difference now.
I think both. Well, Japan's hard to write. I think
we're the hardest. Chinese.
But we're the hardest to learn. We have so much suffix, prefixes, bro. Look how much
write. To write or to speak, to dictate?
Mean, dog, look at the lexicon of the entire English. Look at our dictionary, bro. Our dictionary, we have the biggest dictionary.
You're right, but I'm just talking about okay,
bro. We have 8 different words for one meaning.
Okay. Well, conversational English. You don't got to be a fucking what's it called?
Conversation. That's what I'm saying. You're kind of taking out the entire, vocabulary of English.
I guess. And shout out Red Snapper, man.
Red Snapper Promotion Records, man, coming in with
appreciate that, man.
With the $1 super chat, bro. We appreciate you for that one. But yeah, I don't know, bro. Yeah, English is difficult language. Yeah.
You don't have to be like a linguist, but like I'm talking about conversational English, like shit.
That's what I'm saying. We need to take the ones that are able to do the English because it shows to their intelligence, or their hard work at least to actually try to pick up the English. Bro, we are a hard language to learn. I mean, we're one of the hardest we're one of the hardest languages to learn for a reason.
Maybe.
Bro, and I'm going to tell you this why. This is why, well, you can tell where we are from our English alone.
Now, in my experience, is anecdotal, but like I said, I work with a lot of foreigners, have some foreign friends, and these niggas know like 3 foreign languages. And when I ask them, I'm like, shit, how hard was English compared to French? Or how hard was English compared to this or that language? And I'm like, man, I think this was not hard.
Man, well, you're talking about somebody who done learned, their home language.
Right.
And then they had to pick up because it all depends on what language you're talking about too. If it's Spanish or French, it could be a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're talking about something like, I don't know, Japanese, you know what? Actually, I would say some Spanish people's their accent is too hard to go over into English. Like, hey, some people speak different French. Some people speak different Spanish. I think, but what's the Haitians speak? Like Creole?
Yeah, Haitian Creole.
So Haitian Creole.
Yeah.
And they got to trend, so that means they got to break that down over into English now.
Appreciate that, Red Snapper. Feel free to promote Promotion Records, reggae dancehall. Shout out. I fuck with the reggae.
Hey, shout out reggae.
She focused on the quality rather than quantity of immigration in either direction. But to say that we need the right kind of immigrants, not just in terms of economic contributions, that's important, but also in terms of civic commitments to the United States of America.
That just speaks to those.
I'm against dual citizenship for this reason. You have immigrants who pledge their sole allegiance to the United States. So that will probably in the near term result in less immigration, but in principle, in the long run, it could go in a different direction. But that's what I think America First immigration policy looks like, is it's grounded in what American identity actually is, versus this notion that the goal of immigration policy is just, they used to be neoliberals saying it's just economic policy. Now it's just labor policy. I think neither of those is the right answer. Immigration is policy about our national identity and who we are as a nation.
Haitians speak Haitian
and I think
Creole.
that lurking underneath all of this, and I'll
It's
stop
like
on this, diatribe you've got me started on right now after this, because I am very passionate about the subject. But lurking underneath all of this is that deeper question of what is American identity? And I think it's been said recently, and I think is provocative, and I think it's worth talking about that. America's not a creedal nation, that people will not die for a nation solely founded on abstract ideals. And I guess if that is your view, then that might inform your view of what immigration policy should look like. But my own view is actually, I do think that it's just a fact of history that the people who fought the American Revolution did fight for a nation founded on a set of ideals. And that geographic place that America is different than it was in 1776. I mean, those were 13 colonies on the eastern seaboard. America is just a very different geographic landscape. But what hasn't changed is the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution that undergird our country. And so I think that is a deep philosophical divide, I think, brewing in the conservative movement that we, for very pragmatic reasons of managing the process to an election, have not allowed to see boil over. President Trump is excellent at really bridging this divide. And I think that he embodies elements of both of them. And I think in some ways that's what a movement leader needs at the right moments, is people who are able to bridge the right coalition to successfully get elected and govern. But I think at some point it's going to be unavoidable for us to really confront what philosophy of identity and then resultantly of economic policy, trade policy, immigration policy we adopt in the Republican Party. And that remains very much an open question. And I fall, on one side of that question.
All right. Okay. That man Vivek, bro. Boy, if articulating yourself was a sport, that man be in the Olympics.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Okay, so today I've decided is election analysis day. It's been too long since we've taken a look at the polls, and obviously there's a reason why I haven't done a polling video in a while. That's because the polling number...
What do you call a smart Democrat? A former Democrat.
Oh, man.
Hey, I'm weak. Shout out to our former Democrats.
As you might have expected, or you might have seen, just continue to blindly move towards Kamala Harris no matter what happens. An attempted assassination on President Trump, Kamala gets a bump. Kamala does horrible during the debate. Kamala gets a bump. Kamala does another trash interview, followed by multiple horrible word salad public events, and she goes up in the polls. No matter what happens, all the push polls seem to think Kamala Harris is doing so good, but slowly over time I keep collecting little tidbits of data that might be telling a very different story. Of course, the Democrats want to focus on the RCP average, which is, I think, sitting at 2.2 right now. Not exactly something to celebrate if you're a Democrat, but, better than being behind 4 points like Joe Biden was. And so Democrats just want to keep focusing on...
And yeah, Kamala's admitted herself, in a rally, we're kind of down right now, down but not out. Let's rally. We need as much support as we can. So it's kind of funny how, some Kamala supporters or Blue MAGA gets in here talking about, oh, Trump is down in the polls. Bro, Kamala, y'all leader, has admitted herself, they ain't on top. They not doing as hot as they purport.
On polls that are predicting the national popular vote, but I want to focus on key issues, the most important states and the most important demographics. So let's see if we could find anything. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, firstly, I want to start off with the issues. So supposedly, Kamala Harris right now is delivering a convincing message. Essentially, what an election is voting for a remedy, or at least a perceived remedy. The question is, who's going to solve my problems? Who's going to be better on important issues to me, Kamala or Trump? And then people cast their ballots. Kamala's had the last 2 months to try to convince the American people that she's got a plan and her plan is better for you. Now, of course, the next logical question, is it working? Well, it doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Here's an NBC poll of 1,000 registered voters. So registered voters, not likely voters, and an NBC poll. Not exactly the most trustworthy source, at least in terms of the top end numbers. But anyways, nationally, they found Kamala Harris is leading by 5. That should supposedly be devastating, right? Well, no, not exactly, because on the actual issues, Trump leads. When it comes to securing the border, Trump's ahead almost lost 20 points. Or actually, he's had 21 points. On the economy, he's ahead 9 points. Now, that is totally unbelievable. But even in an NBC push poll, he's ahead. And on the issue of crime, he's ahead, even though they're trying to sell her as a tough-on-crime prosecutor. Yeah, real tough on crime.
Right now, what we're seeing in America is many cities spend over one.
You know what? It kind of makes you want to go back to our little Kamala Epstein point. Because, how do you do what you do? Like, you feel me? I always got to ask people, like, how do y'all vote for Kamala when she's done some pretty shiesty gang things? Like, what was it about this show again?
The Kamala Epstein.
The Kamala Epstein clip. Where's she? Right here, I believe. Let's go.
Impact did it have on California? Tell us more about Prop 47. What did that do and what impact did it have 47 on California?
Yeah, absolutely. So the sanctuary cities point is very important. She was for sanctuary city policies as the DA of San Francisco. And then, as you said, she actually helped to stave off federal action that would have stopped California from becoming a sanctuary state. But when it comes to the specific propositions that she facilitated as California Attorney General,
bro, hold on. Sanctuary cities is pretty much Kamala's idea, according to this guy. So if sanctuary cities is Kamala's idea, why would she ever stop immigration? Like, really think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the sanctuary cities point is very important. She was for sanctuary city policies as the DA of San Francisco. And then, as you said, she actually helped to stave off federal action that would have stopped California from becoming a sanctuary state. But when it comes to the specific propositions that she facilitated as California Attorney General, Prop 47, and I'll also touch on what's called Prop 57, she was at the center of this by giving them favorable descriptions on the ballot, which is worth more than any amount of money when you're able to write the wording of the proposition in a way that will lead voters to think it does something different than what it actually does. So Prop 47, which has been behind the explosion of retail theft and open-air drug markets and fentanyl deaths to a large extent in California. Just recently, the main architect of that initiative came out and said that he very much appreciated the favorable ballot description that Kamala Harris gave for that initiative as AG. And then even more egregiously, Prop 57, which came a couple years later and was this massive early release initiative that let tens of thousands of serious criminals out of prison early. She deceived voters into thinking that this was only going to apply to nonviolent crimes. In fact, she, on the ballot itself, characterized as nonviolent crimes such as rape by intoxication, rape of an unconscious person.
But this is where she got y'all. This is where she got y'all, because while the bill did include, I think, charging or refusing to charge possession as like a felony and stuff.
Yeah.
This is where the bill got y'all, because that was at the forefront of the bill. Like, oh, we're going to be a little bit less tougher on people for simple possession. Okay, sounds good, right? Yeah, I don't want to go to prison for a little weed, right?
Yeah.
But this on the back end?
Nonviolent crimes. In fact, she voters into thinking that this was only going to apply to nonviolent crimes. In fact, she, on the ballot itself, characterized as nonviolent crimes such as rape by intoxication, rape of an unconscious person, human trafficking with minors, assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence, drive-by shootings. The list goes on. She said these are nonviolent crimes in order to
It's like Kamala Epstein. Bruh. It's like what?
How did we get here?
It sounds like she made the state a safe haven for Epstein or something. Like, hey, man, if you a pedo, man, look, bro, go to California. Kamala got it nice and right for y'all. I mean, like, bro, y'all good over there in the Kamala. Bro, she love y'all. We don't like y'all. Y'all come over here, we gonna put you under the ground or the prison. But Kamala, hey, she S with y'all the long way. I mean, just come on now. She loves y'all. Well, us, either in the ground or under a prison, my friend.
Another one.
Third of their entire city budget on policing. But meanwhile, we've been defunding public schools for years in America. We've got to re-examine what we're doing with American taxpayer dollars and ask the question, are we getting the right return on our investment? Are we actually creating healthy and safe communities? Here's the thing. Defund the police. The issue behind it is that we need to reimagine how we are creating safety. And when you have many cities that have 1/3 of their entire city budget focused on policing, we know that is not the smart way and the best way or the right way to achieve safety. For too long, the status quo thinking has been...
I'm sorry, but What did he say? Cause what? I'm sorry, but like we just let Kamala get away with too much out here in these streets. I promise you we do.
Actually creating healthy and safe communities. Here's the thing. Defund the police. The issue behind it is that we need to reimagine how we are creating safety. And when you have many cities that have 1/3 of their entire city budget focused on policing, we know that is not the smart way and the best way or the right way to achieve safety. For too long, the status quo thinking has been you get more safety by putting more cops on the street. Well, that's wrong. I've been a leader in the United States Senate on what we need to do to get rid of the cash bail system in America. And why? Because I know the system from the inside. And I
targets poor people and blah, blah, blah. Well, if you're committing crimes, you should be locked up. And if you can't afford to get out of jail, you should stay locked up. It's as simple as that.
Man, well, boy, they say you can't do if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. But if you can't pay the bail, then shit.
So they really over here,
then don't go to jail.
California is a dumpster fire, and I'll tell you why, bro. You don't get charged until like I think $900 for theft or something like that. So it incentivizes criminals. They got the calculator out when they going into these stores. Like, oh,
man,
I'm good. I can walk out. Then you got cash as bail, so people who doing petty crimes know they're getting right the fuck out.
I mean, why are we endorsing crime?
It's a dumpster fire, and you wonder why crime is surging in Cali, and people are moving away in fucking in surges and buses because California is not a safe place anymore. I don't care if you got money or don't. California living used to be the pinnacle of life in America, but now people are leaving for cities and states like Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Carolina. There's a lot of states, not a lot of nice states out there, but people are leaving California when people back in the day or 15, 20 years ago were running to California. Crazy as hell. Kamala just fucked Cali up, left, and now we about to let her in office.
I know that when we are talking about the issue of bail, the fact is that there are people sitting in jail every day in America for days, weeks, months, even years, waiting to go to trial simply because they can't afford to pay the money to bail out.
And these numbers right here are really important. The number one issue in this election is the economy. And on that issue, Kamala Harris is failing. She failed to answer basic questions. It seems more like she doesn't even really want to address it. At one point, she didn't even answer the question whether people are better off today than they were during Trump's 4 years. They're avoiding the issue. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign is addressing the issue.
Eggs, when Kamala Harris took office, were short of $1.50 a dozen. Now a dozen eggs will cost you around $4 thanks to Kamala Harris's inflationary policies. Pennsylvania actually has seen some of the worst grocery price increases of the entire nation. And again, it's because she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act. I think we want Pennsylvanians to be able to afford groceries. We want our young families to be able to buy food at a reasonable price at the grocery store. And the only way to do that is to get back to common sense economic policies and fire Kamala Harris. This is a person who's presided over $1,000 increase in monthly expenses just to afford the same life you could have afforded 3.5 years ago. It costs you over $1,000 a month here in Pennsylvania. We can do so much better. We certainly will. And as the father of a couple of kids who eat a whole lot, we certainly need to do better for the next generation. God bless you guys.
It seems dumb, but it's not. The cost of eggs are important here because that right there is the track record of Bidenomics or Kamalanomics. And that right there, that simple fact that
for all you who said, oh, that don't affect small business, I'm like, don't small businesses, like, I don't know, food trucks, restaurants, mom and pop restaurants, they got to buy eggs, right?
Yeah, facts, bro.
And if it's up in cost, I mean, they got to up their prices too.
Bro, trickle-down economics don't work, though. Or it's not a real concept. It's not a thing.
I mean, come on
It
now.
works clearly when for the negative, but y'all saying it doesn't work in the opposite direction for the positive? Come on now.
Like, come on, bro.
That eggs and other products cost so much more since before Kamala took over. That's something that's got to be addressed, but the Kamala doesn't want to have that conversation. That's a bad look. It's been years of this inflation crisis. They caused the inflation, and they still refuse to acknowledge the cause of inflation. Kamala Harris claims that it's Russia's fault. It's climate change's fault. It's actually Donald Trump's fault somehow. But everybody knows inflation can only be created, truthfully, by two things. Yes, an increase in gas cost, but more importantly, and more significant, I'd argue, is money printing, government money printing. How do you create inflation? You increase money supply. You spend all kinds of money that the country doesn't actually have. You stimulate the economy to the tune of trillions of dollars, and then all of a sudden everything costs more because there's more money circulating. I know, brain implosion moment. You know, Kamala is trying to win on reducing inflation, keeping the economy in check, but she refuses to address the economy, and she refuses to even accept the basic realities of inflation. It's insane, and she's losing on these issues, and so how's she supposed to win the election? You know, again, the polls are saying one thing, and, you know, the polls have always been like this ahead of an election, except for the Joe Biden-Trump rematch, but the actual deeper data is saying something else. You know, supposedly Kamala Harris is making these gains over the last couple of weeks, but according to the latest Gallup poll, the exact opposite is happening. Wow. According to Gallup poll's latest favorability ratings, and here's a shift from August, Donald Trump's favorability shot up 5 points, meanwhile Kamala Harris is down 3. Then we've got this from Pew Research. In their newest polls, surveying party ID with leaners, well, just take a look. Back during the 2020 election, leaners were favoring Democrats at 51 to 46%. Well, now it's flipped on its head, a 9-point shift, as the GOP now dominates at 50% and the Dems are at 46. And that right there is important because, yes, the current polling data is showing that Kamala Harris is doing so great, but there's one thing a lot of people are not talking about. Sure, Kamala Harris has raised the floor that, you know, Joe Biden was struggling with, but there's still a whole lot of undecided voters. We've got this poll from Data Orbital showing they found nearly 8% of the people they surveyed were undecided. Well, what do you think that means? When those people decide, and if, you know, especially in these swing states, independents, leaners, undecided voters, if they're moving towards the Republican Party, they're moving towards Donald Trump, well, then that tells you possibly, when it comes down to actually voting on the day, it's possible we see a lot of people vote for Trump who aren't currently represented in the polls, otherwise known as the secret Trump voter or the Trump leaner. And, you know, again, that's something I really want to focus on. Supposedly, Kamala Harris made all of these gains, but we've analyzed the crosstabs. She's not really doing better than Joe Biden with any particular voter group, except for maybe women, but then there's the counteracting effect where men are more likely to vote against Kamala Harris, so it's kind of like a neutral transaction. She hasn't made significant gains in the voting groups that she needs to. Meanwhile, all we keep seeing is how independents are tracking towards Trump. Black men are still moving towards Trump in the same manner, men in general, but really I think the most important thing is independence. We've been covering how since
they're
after
trying to shame us out of it. It ain't working. It ain't work yet. Sorry, it did not work yet.
This makes you double down, really.
Yeah, it really makes you want to double down. It's like, oh, you're trying to keep me away from this? All right.
Oh, you're a MAGA fanboy. Oh, you're a conservative. Bro, they say so many things about you, bro. They call you Uncle Tom. They call you a race betrayer, self-hating man, self-hating black man. We've heard it all here.
I mean, wildly enough.
We've heard it all, bro.
I mean, trust me, dog. There's a lot of ways to end up on the opposite side of the black community. And yeah, being conservative is one. And, well, calling out the black community is the other. And I believe the third is...
Oh, when you don't support when you don't support black women, that can be taken anyway. That's such a loose concept.
I mean,
you not voting for Kamala could be considered you not supporting black women.
Yeah,
that's the third major one.
Oh man, or speaking out against black women.
Oh God, they might cancel you.
Man, we don't even want to do that.
Debate. Independents have been tracking perfectly with Republicans. During real-time debate data, post-debate analysis, that's what we found. Most independents, in some cases breaking at a 2-to-1 ratio, are leaning towards Trump. I mean, look at this poll. Trump surges 14 points with independents, and Latinos shift 19 points in ex-president's favor. Former President Donald Trump looks to have made massive gains over Vice President Kamala Harris, gaining roughly 14 points among independents and 19 points among Latino voters. According to new polling from NPR/PBS, Trump has surpassed Kamala Harris by 3 points among independents in a multi-candidate race, 49 to 46%. This represents a considerable increase since August, when Trump trailed Harris by 11 points at 48 to 37%. You know, I'm kind of in this situation where I don't know what to believe anymore. You have an NPR Marist poll that shows Kamala Harris winning, while at the same time showing huge shifts in support for Donald Trump among some of the most key voting demographics. I don't know. Make it make sense. That's all I'm asking for. Make it make sense. Because as of of right now, it makes no sense. You got all these polls showing Kamala up by all these points, while at the same time, you got some of the most trustworthy pollsters with the lowest margins of error, like Atlas Intel and Rasmussen Reports, showing no considerable change. Trump is still ahead, according to their data, nationally. And on the swing state front, again with some of the best pollsters, it's just not looking good. The latest Emerson poll is brutal for Kamala Harris. Supposedly, Trump's up +1 in Wisconsin, up 1 in Pennsylvania. Insider Advantage, another great poll, showed him up +2, up in Georgia by 3. You know, he just seems to be tracking well. And I think despite all the hype, despite the headlines, secretly people understand this. You know, I think there's a reason why Kamala Harris is asking for a second debate. Even though she refused to participate in the Fox News debate that was proposed for this month, she wants a last-minute presidential debate on October 23rd. Wow. Of course, with CNN and Caitlin Collins. Wow. October 23rd, what? After so many people have probably casted their early ballots, right ahead of Election Day? That is unprecedented and insane. But of course, Kamala Harris wants another rigged debate. Their strategy has been hide her the entire time. Avoid debate, avoid discussion, avoid interviews, avoid scrutiny in general, even the lightest form of scrutiny. But now she wants to debate all of a sudden? Yeah, I'm sorry, that's desperation. Again, I think people know that Trump is actually tracking well, and these pollsters and networks are trying hard.
That's what I'm saying. For all those who thought Kamala won, I'm just like, bro, like I said, you wasn't grading it as a presidential debate. You was seeing it as a wilding out performance or a rap battle, and that's how you saw it instead of what it really was. And that's how the liberal media got you to look at it as well. Oh, she got under his skin, and that's all they said. That's all. Even Pierce, all he could say was, well, Trump lost because he let Kamala get under his skin. And I'm just like, wait, what?
Just like another CNN debate. What about Fox? What about, I don't know,
bro, something more
fair, right-leaning or conservative, or just a more neutral platform and a more neutral media host? Because we've seen how the first debate was set up. There's an affidavit that came out and said, like, man, it was planned. It was set up like that.
I mean, at this point, bro, we need, like, the perfect moderator. Like, I don't know, man. PBD or something.
So to combat that narrative and appease everybody, and I mean, actually, honestly, we need set up a fair debate.
We need so we need a central leaning platform.
Boom.
And we need moderators, 2 moderators, one for Trump, one handpicked by Trump, one handpicked by Kamala. And that way, and we're gonna switch out because each moderator. Sean Hannity's gonna hold on Kamala.
On the first round.
Yeah, and then we're gonna have whoever Kamala chooses hone down on Trump.
In the second round.
Yeah. And that's gonna be the fairest debate we can get, where each side can pick who they want to, hone down on, or who they want to hone down on the other.
Yeah, honestly.
If we're gonna go ahead and have moderators fact checking each other. Like, let's make it as fair as possible.
Because for her not to get fact checked once, it made it seem like she didn't tell no lies.
Yeah.
And we went over the lie counter. We went over the lie counter of how many lies or how many times she could have been fact-checked. A lot of the stuff could have easily been fact-checked or corrected.
30 times she could have been fact-checked.
They didn't bother.
But like I said...
It was just the framing of it, like you said.
Yeah, it was the framing. The framing was to make Trump look like a liar and make Kamala look like she's telling the truth over already debunked sayings.
To hide that fact from the people. But of course, I could be completely wrong. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching.
Man, shout out Vlasine for putting us on to that channel.
If they pick the moderators, they're going to be, oh, that's a pro-Trump moderator. Oh, that's a pro-Kamala moderator. No, let them both pick one. I do like that idea. Let them both pick one who they know is friendly, who they know is akin to their policy, or, going to be pro-Kamala, pro-Trump, and then swap out, no Diddy, each round, no Diddy, and we can just have a fair debate that way.
Swapping out without the baby oil. Okay. All right.
Upset right now because Israel has just murdered 300 of my fellow countrymen in Lebanon in an indiscriminate carpet bombing campaign under Israeli bombardment.
Oh, the chat decide.
I guess we could let the chat decide.
This, stop, or something else.
Man, I think we save it for the next one.
All right, that's fair.
All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close this one out, man. We give damn near 6 hours, 6 hours man. Strong with y'all.
Any closing thoughts y'all want to get off y'all chest before we do, man? We'll chop it up with y'all real quick because that was a lot to go over, man. And like I said, To that point, you made a great one, man, to close it out. Like, yeah, I think that they both should be able to kind of pick a moderator who's friendly to them. And as the debate goes and switches rounds, they'll switch moderators. Keep it fair. Keep it going.
Yeah, let both of them be able to dictate something so nobody can sit here and say, oh, well, they coat for Kamala, they coat for Trump. No, they both was able to pick what they wanted. And if what they picked didn't give them the result they wanted, that's on them. And nobody else can sit there and frame it any other way.
Yep. And Kamala fans that are in here, man, feel free to speak up because we'll admit when Trump misspeaks or when Trump says things that aren't necessarily true. We corrected him on stream live before. So if y'all are in here, man, this is how they framed the debate. Speak up. Did Kamala not say anything that could have been corrected? Did she really get on that debate stage and speak nothing but truths? Like, let's just be honest. Like, there was times where she could have easily been corrected. There was times where the moderators could have been like, hold on, let's add some context to that.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They didn't. In the affidavit that the deceased gentleman had exposed, it kind of really just was it attested and verified the claims that it was a 3v1.
Yeah.
ABC set it up like that, bro. You said they played with the
played with the lighting to mess with this man's heart rate, hoping that he would stumble on his words, that he would get extra angry. And what didn't he?
Bro.
Yeah.
Triggered him about the rally sizes. Yeah. For those of y'all who been paying attention, the rallies is obviously personal to Trump. That's where his base shows up. That Trump is an entertainer.
Allegedly.
And he never lost his life at one.
I'm gotten allegedly, reportedly, and all that good stuff, about the ABC. But the whistleblower did die in a car crash on the way over.
Allegedly, reportedly, purportedly, So take that for whatever you want it to take it with. But yeah.
Actually, all right, well, and then before we close out the show, if you have any closing thoughts you want us to engage with, any questions or comments you want to go ahead and say out loud to the chat, any questions you have for me and Key, we'll give you about a good, I'll say about a good 2 minutes or so to send in any question or comments. Appreciate y'all.
Go ahead and read off these super chats from everybody. Appreciate all the support, man. If you was just able to view, like the video or super chat in, man, we appreciate you guys all the same. But a special thanks to Red Snapper, man, we appreciate that, dog. We got Les Phillips. We got Otis. Droning in the scenery, man. Appreciate you, man. Kingsy, one of the OG members, man. One of the OG supporters.
Appreciate all y'all.
One of the members. True Trucker Joe, man. Good seeing you in here, man. Nice meeting you, man. Much success to you, bro. Vladstein, man. Shout out to you, man. One of the mods, one of the members, man. We love you. Dolores, appreciate you seeing you in here, new supporter. We got Aid.
That's Key. I'm set.
Okay.
Key set. Dreads is set. Waves is Key.
Yep. Shice Black. Yeah, that's it. A special shout out to everybody I just read off, man. We appreciate the super chats. Appreciate the support, man. It's S.E.T Media, man. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and like the video on the way out. Leave your post notifications on because we are live daily, man. We gonna hop out on here.
And it looks like all right, cool. Nobody ain't got no questions or anything.
All good, man. We will be back tomorrow.
Appreciate y'all.
It was fun. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. We gonna head out on this one, man. Peace.
It's been a good one. We out.